2757 Growing knife, why do I have to leave? Han Sen asked the little girl, planting his feet firmly on the ground. I can't control it much longer. It's going to kill you. Run, the little girl said, the panic in her voice growing. Han Sen looked at the little girl holding that knife. Her hands continued to bleed profusely. As her blood continued to flow, the blade, the sharp knife's presence faded a little. It wasn't gone, though. The knife's aura was still there, pressing out against the little girl's hand. It moaned gently. Han Sen knew that if the little girl stopped giving it blood, the knife would immediately go after him again. I'll leave then. Can you tell me how to exit this planet? And also, what is your name? Han Sen knew that if he stayed, he would only be causing the little girl more pain. He crouched down as he prepared to leap up into the sky. The little girl shook her head. I don't know. You just need to get away from here, as far as you possibly can. Fine. What is your name, though? Han Sen asked. Gu Wanner. You should leave now. Get as far away from here as you can, and don't come back until I am gone, the little girl said. Han Sen was ready to leave, but when he heard her name, his body went completely still. He looked at the little girl in shock, and he asked her, Your name is Gu Wanner. Do you know Lone Bamboo? Han Sen remembered that Lone Bamboo had once mentioned his little sister was called Wanner because pray to God was taken away by God. It was an incident that the man was never able to let go. If Han Sen remembered things correctly, Lone Bamboo's sister was around 10 years old when she was taken away. It had been many years since then, so Gu Wanner should have been a grown-up. Finding her in a child's body was quite the surprise. You know my big brother. A sudden smile bloomed over Gu Wanner's face as she looked at Han Sr. I know him. We are good friends. Why are you here? What is this place? Han Sen glanced at Wanner's sharp knife, then walked closer to her. He could have simply left if they were strangers. Now that he knew this little girl was Lone Bamboo's sister, though, he couldn't just leave. This is God's farm. It is like a buffet for God's knife. God brought me here to take care of the knife, Gu Wanner explained. Then she quickly asked, Is my big brother okay? Although Gu Wanner's explanation had been brief, Han Sen understood. She had been taken by God and brought her there. God had then given her this sharp knife and put her in charge of feeding it. God's knife ate by feasting on the blood of creatures. This place was called God's farm, but it was one of many. Many similar planets were in this system, and Gu Wanner had to follow a precise schedule. She took the blade to each planet at the right time, allowing God's knife to feed on a variety of different types of blood. Han Sen could immediately see that there were gaps in what Gu Wanner was telling him. She was hiding something. Aside from the blood of those xenogenics, it also requires your blood, right? Han Sen asked, looking directly at Gu Wanner. Gu Wanner hesitated and forced a smile. Yes. I have to feed it some of my blood every day. But do not worry. I have an immortal body. When I sleep, my body recovers. That is fine with me. But about my brother, is he doing fine? If you leave this place, can you not tell him you saw me? No. Han Sen looked terrible. Although Gu Wanner spoke with little concern for herself, Han Sen knew that God had done something very cruel. God had brought Gu Wanner here and given her an immortal body so she could use her blood to feed the knife. There was nothing godly about this knife. It was more like a depraved vampire. Gu Wanner had been made a slave who was forced to sacrifice her own blood. Every day, she needed to offer the demon her blood without rest. She couldn't even die. What do you mean by no? What happened to my brother? God promised me that if I helped him raise the knife, he would let my brother go on to live a good life. Gu Wanner paled, and she spoke more rapidly. Her body was so small, and it was obvious that she didn't have much blood to give. She had been bleeding for too long, and her body couldn't take it anymore. If you aren't there, the world means nothing to him. Han Sen walked in front of Gu Wanner, and he reached his hand out to the sharp knife. Give me the knife. No, no, no. You should leave now. It will kill you. Gu Wanner stepped back. Han Sen knew that Gu Wanner wasn't lying. When he first sensed the knife, he knew it was a ruthless weapon. That was why Han Sen had originally intended to leave. He didn't want to put himself at risk. But now that he knew that Lone Bamboo's sister was right here, and she was being tortured, he couldn't just turn his back on her and leave her to her fate. He had to try and help, no matter the cost. He was hoping to take Gu Wanner away. It can't kill me. Moving fast, Han Sen slapped Gu Wanner's hands away from the knife. He stole the blood-sucking knife and clutched it in his hands. Gu Wanner's eyes widened when she saw that she was no longer holding the knife. She said, "Give it back to me quickly. This is God's knife. It is so scary, and it will kill you." Han Sen ignored Gu Wanner. He continued holding the knife by its handle, and he observed the blade carefully. Without Gu Wanner's blood, the crimson color of the metal was starting to fade. The demon-like shadow rose again. It was like a beast that would merrily feast on anyone it could. It turned to look at Han Sen. The blade began to tremble in his hands. Boom! When the sharp knife realized that Han Sen was holding it, a flash of bloody light shone around it. Han Sen's power was insufficient to maintain a grip on the knife, and it flew out of his hands. The demon shadow of the knife formed a body out of bloody flames. Its shape was roughly humanoid, but it seemed to be wreathed in fire. It rattled and shook as it held the sharp knife. The red, ghostly eyes peered at Han Sen as if it wanted nothing more than to dine on his blood. Bzzzt. The bloody shadow moved. The sharp knife tore through space, carrying a bloody presence with it as it tried to attack Han Sr. "Don't kill him!" Gu Wanner shouted. She stepped in front of Han Sen, spreading her arms. Before the sharp knife got close enough to touch her, Han Sen grabbed the little girl and spun her around him. He threw a punch toward the sharp knife and said, "Remember, no matter when or where, girls should stay behind men and be protected. Don't try to get in the way of the man. You'll just get him hurt." Boom! While he was talking, the fist and the sharp knife struck each other. The bloody flame danced madly as the punching power was shattered. The resulting shockwave tore into the field around them, forming a giant crater. The nearby sheep were affected, too. The explosion washed over them, reducing them to a bloody mist. Han Sen didn't fall back, but he felt something tear in his chest. He felt the urge to cough up a little blood, but he swallowed it back down. The knife roared, sounding like some terrible beast issuing a challenge. The next second, all four of Han Sen's Geno arts activated within his body. He combined with spell, and he entered his Xenogenic battle body mode. 2758 Every knife shows blood. Han Sen's Xenogenic body was covered by a black flame. He looked like a demon that had just crawled out of hell. He stared at the red demon that was holding a sharp knife. They looked like two lords of hell preparing to do battle. "Stay away. This is the battleground of men. This is nothing for you to be involved in," Han Sen said over his shoulder, keeping his eyes on the red demon. After Han Sen combined his 4 Geno arts, the Dongxian area's power increased exponentially. Han Sen discovered that this god's knife wasn't really a knife. It was a Xenogenic. Although it was a living creature, its body and soul were like knives. Han Sen didn't know the level of this Xenogenic, but its power was already beyond what Han Sen could accurately gauge. The blood demon's shadow stared at Han Sen coldly. The sharp knife in its hands glowed with a bloody light. The space around the knife was twisted by that bloody light, hiding the body of the knife. The only thing still visible through the twisted space was the knife light held by the glowing shadow of a hand. The next second, the shadow moved. It traveled like a red mist beneath the sun. It was coming for Han Senator. The power in Han Sen's body exploded. He teleported behind the shadow and sent a punch toward the blood demon. But the blood demon looked as if it didn't know that Han Sen had already teleported away. Its knife was still headed for Han Sen's previous location. Han Sen was surprised that his opponent had been thrown off course by such a simple trick, but he continued with his strike. For him, this was a good opportunity. He couldn't just stop mid-attack because of his suspicion. Catcha! But before Han Sen's fist hit the blood demon, his chest was cut open. A few of his ribs were sliced clean through, and some of his organs and crystallized blood were showing. What is going on? Why did I get hit? Han Sen's face contorted in sudden pain. He didn't understand how the creature had managed to hit him. The blood shadow hadn't turned around or even swung its knife toward Han Sen, but he had still been injured. This was so weird. There was no time to think. He summoned his immortal dragon, and it immediately released an immortal substance chain toward Han Sen's chest that healed Han Sen's wounds quickly. The blood demon moved forward and swung its knife at Han Sen in a crazed fury. Han Sen understood that his xenogenic power was extremely inferior to that of the blood demon. He wanted to know how he had been hit, as well, so instead of attempting to block the attack, he used teleport again. But this time, he didn't teleport closer to the blood demon. He teleported away, trying to put some distance between his enemy and himself. Catcha! There was a space of 100 miles separating Han Sen and the blood demon, and the knife light wasn't slashing toward Han Senator, but even so, an invisible blade split Han Sen's head open. His skull cracked down the center, opening wide enough to show his pink brain. The pain of the attack was excruciating, and Han Sen's face turned white. I see, although the attack had been brutal, Han Sen had learned something. He now understood how he had been hit. The bloody knife light had traveled to where Han Sen had previously been standing. There, a very dim blood shadow had appeared. That blood shadow resembled Han Sen's face. The bloody knife light slashed that blood shadow, and Han Sen's body was injured by the blow. Is it a time or space power? Or is it a bit of both? Han Sen's wounds were healed by the immortal dragon's power. Not even such a grievous injury was going to kill him now. But the blood demon was clearly a scarier opponent than he had expected. Han Sen had already used Forever Solid on himself. Under the buffs of Forever Solid, even transmutation deifieds couldn't damage his xenogenic battle body. Plus, the pesky dragon scales growing on his skin gave him an immunity power. He was indestructible. The bloody knife light wasn't physically striking his body, but it could still cut through his armor, scales, and bones. This was very frightening. The blood demon didn't seem to be putting as much thought into the situation as Han Sen was. Its face looked murderous as it came for him without hesitation. Wherever the knife light went, the space nearby was badly distorted. It was like many twisting blood lights were dancing around the knife light. This time, Han Sen didn't try to teleport. Instead, he summoned his shield of the Medusa's gaze. He was going to block the blood demon's knife. The blood demon's power was strange, and trying to dodge it seemed to be useless. Han Sen had to block it. But the next second, Han Sen's chest was spilling blood. His entire body flew away. He hurtled through the air for a few miles, then his body slammed into the field like an asteroid. Han Sen regained his senses in a giant, circular hole. The armor on his chest had been cut open, revealing the flesh inside. His scales, bones, and ribs were cut in half. Han Sen's shield was still fine. Although the shield could stop all sorts of physical attacks, it was apparently unable to inhibit the knife light. That weird knife light phased through the shield like a ghost and struck Han Sen in the chest, completely unimpeded. The blood demon's body flashed, and it kept up an endless stream of attacks. No matter how Han Sen dodged or blocked, he couldn't manage to stop the blood demon's knife light. Every slash hit him, and Han Sen's god body bled as he incurred more and more knife-borne injuries. If not for the immortal dragon madly healing him as he fought, Han Sen would probably have been sliced to pieces a long time ago. Even so, there was a limit to how fast the immortal dragon could heal him. Its healing ability was beginning to lag behind the injuries Han Sen was receiving. Before Han Sen's wounds healed completely, he was hit a few more times. Powerful. Incredibly powerful. It is so powerful that fighting it makes one feel rather hopeless. Just run. You're going to get killed. Gu Wanner shouted from her position near the carriage. Countless shockwaves were being unleashed from Han Sen and the blood demon's fight, but the carriage wasn't taking any damage. It looked as if some magical power was protecting the vehicle in some capacity. Whenever a shockwave reached the carriage, it would fade. Han Sen wanted to run away, too, but he couldn't. Even teleporting away was futile. He would still end up injured by the demon. And some sort of cruel, restrictive power was locking this planet down. Entering was easy, but leaving would require Han Sen to somehow break through the Bysema. Not even his teleportation skills were enough. The knife's power was so weird. No matter what Han Sen did, he would end up being hit. The only good thing about this situation was that the blood demon's power couldn't kill him in a single blow. If it had been any stronger, he would have died before he even had a chance to fight back. Catcha! A slash struck Han Sen's body again. Han Sen couldn't even see how he had been injured. The blow almost severed his arm at the shoulder. Suddenly, Han Sen's body started to glow with blood light. Black scales grew like crazy, forcing their way through his armor. In seconds, the scales had wrapped all the way around Han Sen's body and through his armor. Before Han Sen figured out what was going on, he felt the ground shake. A blood light had shot down from space, and now it was gleaming in front of Han Senator. It was the blood coral that looked like a blood dragon. Chapter 2759 Reborn. Didn't the very high elders seal the blood coral? Why is it here now, all of a sudden? Han Sen stared at the relic in surprise. He had used the 4-sheep cube to reach this place. How could a sealed chunk of coral make its way there? While Han Sen was still trying to figure out what was going on, his left arm started to move. It was like the blood in his arm was driving his muscles forward. Han Sen's brain definitely wasn't telling his arm to move, but his hand reached out to grip the blood coral anyway. Han Sen looked at his hand in consternation, but he couldn't stop it. His left hand gripped the part of the blood coral that looked like a dragon's head. That sacred elite isn't planning on using my body to be reborn, is he? Han Sen wondered. His body and the blood coral began to glow with a red light. The most frustrating thing was that this was the most critical moment of the fight. He was losing control of his body, and the demon was still coming toward him. It was going to kill him. Big brother, I understand that you're probably trying to take over my body, but can't it wait until later? Now is a bad time. To his surprise, Han Sen noticed that the blood demon wasn't attacking him. It stood some distance away, looking at Han Sen with confusion. Boom! Blood light surged from Han Sen's body, but the process was actually the reverse of his expectations. Instead of changing Han Sen, the light was leaving Han Sen's body and going toward the blood coral in his hands. The blood light sank into the blood coral, and Han Sen's black scales started to dull and thin. It was like he was devolving. What is going on? It isn't going to take over my body. Is it going to suck me dry instead? Han Sen looked at the blood coral. The dragon-shaped blood coral began to change as it absorbed the blood light coming from Han Senator. Oddly enough, the blood coral had lost its serpentine appearance and was now taking on a humanoid shape. No, it was taking on an actual human shape. The dragon head was becoming a human head, and long human arms were growing out of the body. The tail, however, still looked the same. As the blood coral changed, Han Sen's black scales quickly disappeared. Soon, Han Sen looked normal again. It seemed like something had been pulled out of his body. Wait a minute, the shape of the blood coral looks rather familiar. Old blood dragon lady. Isn't this what the old blood dragon lady looks like? It took Han Sen a minute, but he finally realized why the half-human, half-dragon shape of the blood coral looked so familiar. The blood coral now had a human head and a dragon tail. Dragon scales covered the being, and horns protruded from her head. The old blood dragon lady was the being that had been drawn on his back long ago. But the old blood dragon lady on his back had possessed silver scales, whereas this one had red scales. I understand now. I understand why the blood coral has been following me. It is because there are still remnants of the old blood dragon lady in the tattoo on my back. If the old blood dragon lady was the blood coral's master, that means she is using the old blood dragon lady drawing on my back to be reborn. The coral was never trying to claim my body at all, Han Sen thought, trying to logic his way through what was happening. Although Han Sen didn't entirely understand the events occurring around him, he could sense that his guesses were getting near to the truth. When the black scales on Han Sen's body disappeared completely, the blood coral became the old blood dragon lady. Her body hung silently in the air, her eyes closed. She looked like a statue. Sacred sent the old blood dragon lady to help out the very high. Now, everything is explained. Han Sen's body was free once more. He looked at the old blood dragon lady in the air, but he didn't know if this was a good thing or a bad thing. The blood demon didn't have Han Sen's patience. It saw that the old blood dragon lady was hanging motionless in the air like a dead statue, and the blood demon's flames exploded. The knife flew to attack the old blood dragon lady. Be careful! Han Sen shouted. It didn't seem the old blood dragon lady had woken up yet, and Han Sen was afraid for her. He channeled some of his power into the shout, trying to roust the old blood dragon lady. He didn't know if the old blood dragon lady was a friend or foe, but the blood demon was definitely an enemy. And as far as Han Sen was concerned, the enemy of his enemy was his friend. Right now, Han Sen hoped the old blood dragon lady wasn't going to wind up dead before she had woken up. The bloody knife light surged toward the old blood dragon lady, but her eyes remained closed. She didn't react to the incoming storm of destructive power. Han Sen knew how strong that knife was. Its attacks couldn't even be blocked. If the old blood dragon lady was struck without even being aware of its coming, there was no telling whether or not she could withstand the blow. At this time, the old blood dragon lady finally opened her eyes. Han Sen had never seen eyes like hers before. It was like stars were spinning around inside them. They held all the possibilities of a clear, open sky. Just looking into those eyes would be enough for most people to be conquered by their purity and greatness. Your eyes are my home for eternity. Han Sen had heard romantic things like that said before, but he had never understood what people meant. Until now. Looking into the old blood dragon lady's eyes, he understood. The old blood dragon lady calmly looked on the blood demon. As the knife light landed, she raised her arm. Her fingers that looked like jade were pointed forward. Boom! A beam of light as thin as a pen shot out of her finger. The force of it destroyed the bloody knife light and the blood demon's shadow, revealing the sharp knife's real body. The sharp knife was struck, and it whirled away like a windmill. It hit the field, digging a hole into the turf. God knew how deep that hole was. So strong. Han Sen was shocked. The sharp knife was a strange xenogenic. It was probably larva class, or perhaps even stronger. The old blood dragon lady had annihilated it with only her finger. Based on that alone, it would be difficult to comprehend how scarily powerful she was. The sharp knife seemed to be quite resilient. Although the bloody flame shadow was destroyed, the blade itself hadn't been injured. Bzzzt. In the blink of an eye, the sharp blade shot out of that bottomless pit. The blood flames surrounding it had gotten scarier. It generated a blood demon shadow once more, which grabbed the sharp knife and slashed toward the old blood dragon lady. The old blood dragon lady didn't move. She raised her finger and destroyed the bloody flame shadow surrounding the sharp knife again. The sharp knife generated bloody flames again and again, but the old blood dragon lady casually blew them all up. It made Han Sen's blood boil. This is an example of true power. No wonder the old blood dragon lady forced one of those people who call themselves God to fall back. She is so strong. Han Sen looked at the sharp knife that was still trying ceaselessly to reach the old blood dragon lady. Han Sen had to shout, "Big sister dragon lady, please blow up that knife." Pang! The sharp knife was struck by old blood dragon lady. The weapon flew a few hundred miles away, and a minute later, it was flying back. It was carrying its scary, bloody flames. The terror still hadn't been stopped. Han Sen was going to keep cheering the old blood dragon lady on, but the old blood dragon lady's body froze. Suddenly, she fell from the sky. She landed close to Han Sen, looking like blood coral again. Han Sen's eyes opened wide. He had been about to shout his support, but now there was no point. He was looking at the blood demon face to face. The atmosphere was quiet and tense. 2760 Super Space / the old blood dragon lady looked like she could raise some ancient, forbidden power, then use it to destroy the sky and the earth. Just by lifting her hands or feet, she could defy terrifying enemies. But in reality, she was just a useless, silver-faced, sausage spearhead. After a few hits, she was done for, and she returned to looking like a mere chunk of blood coral. When the old blood dragon lady became blood coral again, her battle presence disappeared. It was like the first time Han Sen had seen a powerful enemy and thought that he lacked the strength to fight back. The blood shadow demon stared at the blood coral for a while, looking very confused. Its intelligence wasn't very impressive. Once it realized that it was no longer able to feel the presence of the blood coral, it turned away from the motionless item. With that enemy gone, it refocused its attention on Han Senator. Han Sen's stomach sank. He had thought a magical savior had come to help him and get rid of God's knife. But this was the measly result he had received. The appearance of old blood dragon lady hadn't been entirely useless, though. At least old blood dragon lady had confirmed Han Sen's suspicions about God's knife. It was just as xenogenic. It was different from the beings that called themselves gods. This was just a creature that, with enough trial and error, could be beaten. Those gods cannot fight in the Geno universe, but God's knife can. So, it isn't the same thing as its masters. But for some reason, those gods have instructed Gu Wanner to raise this frightening xenogeniac. That must mean that the creature isn't fully grown yet. I still have a chance of defeating it, Han Sen thought to himself. He wanted to figure out how to get rid of God's knife. Even old blood dragon lady's power wasn't enough to destroy the knife. The material of the blade was very unique, and its weird powers kept Han Sen from dodging its attacks. If it wasn't a strangely powerful being, a god wouldn't want to raise it. But old blood dragon lady already gave me a hint. Its knife light isn't entirely invincible. There is a way to break it. As Han Sen thought this through, the blood shadow demon lost its self-control and attacked again. A red mist flashed through the sky to teleport in front of Han Senator. Han Sen used teleport again to dodge. Just like the last time, he successfully avoided the knife light. Even so, When the knife light reached the place he had been standing moments before, a wound was opened in his chest again. That's it. This must be right. What he uses is a Geno art that is a combination of time and space powers. Han Sen had made that guess as he studied the fight between God's knife and Old Blood Dragon Lady. Now that he had experienced it again himself, he could turn those guesses into facts that could help him. The Blood Shadow Demon was holding a sharp knife. It sent a crazy storm of blazing knife lights to attack Han. Senator Han Sen cast his 4 Geno arts to the max. His xenogenic battle body exploded with scary power. His teleportation and movements combined, but in the end, he still couldn't avoid that knife. Seeing another knife wound on his chest, Han Sen wasn't shocked. On the contrary, he was happy. That knife should have hit his head. But now, it had only struck his chest. That proved that his guess had been right, and his attempt to test that guess had been successful. He just hadn't yet gotten the timing spot on. A Geno art that can combine time and space. Its power can go through time and space. It slashed my body, where it was in the past. Because it will always know where I was standing in the past, attempting to dodge it will be futile. It will get me wherever I go, and it won't even have to chase after me to do so. As long as it can attack my past, I won't have to touch my actual body. It is a scary Geno art, a super space slash. Han Sen could see through the secrets that fueled God's knife power. But seeing through it was one thing. Being able to break it was another thing entirely. Han Sen knew that this attack had many limitations. It could only slash the area of space and time shortly in the past, but Han Sen only managed to dodge it a few times, and God's knife only missed by a shave. He could not completely dodge the super space slash. If it wasn't for the immortal dragon that kept on healing Han Sen's body, he would have been slashed to pieces long ago. No. It still won't work. This was the hardest fight Han Sen had ever had to endure. He knew what his opponent's power was, but he couldn't break it. His body continued to accumulate injuries. Fortunately, Han Sen was able to dodge the most harmful blows, and the immortal dragon had sick healing power. God's knife wouldn't kill him anytime soon. Stop fighting. You need to go. You can't beat him, and he is going to kill you. You cannot die here. Gu Wanner was waiting far away near the carriage. She was crying as she yelled at Han. Senator Han Sen wanted to flee, as well. But he couldn't leave that planet, so there was no point in trying to escape. He needed to deal with the trouble in front of him. Ha! Han Sen let out a raging roar. Countless knives and swords appeared in the air. The knife stream looked like a river in the sky as it poured down toward the Blood Shadow Demon. Han Sen didn't think the knife stream could destroy God's knife. He just hoped it could imitate the Old Blood Dragon Lady's attack and disrupt the knife's power long enough to buy Han Sen some time. But Han Sen underestimated God's knife. The demon's knife light flashed, breaking the sky full of knife lights, and it continued toward Han. Senator Blurg. The knife sank into the muscle of Han Sen's neck. It cut open his throat and blood spewed out. Han Sen had lost count of how many injuries he had sustained. Every spot in his body had been attacked by the knife. Han Sen had tried many different ways to evade God's knife's super space slash. But none had worked. Han Sen had even tried to make use of the Xian Yellow Sutra. He wanted to lower God's knife's level, but it didn't work. The Geno art couldn't touch the sharp knife's body. After Han Sen summoned the Xian Yellow Sutra power, the God's knife continued to slash his past self. It wouldn't connect with the power he had now. The immortal dragon kept healing Han Sen without looking tired. Han Sen was depending entirely on the immortal dragon's powerful healing abilities to keep him in the fight. Wanner, follow me. Han Sen teleported next to Wanner and summoned the 4-sheep cube. He was going to use the 4-sheep cube to escape that place and take Wanner to the very high. Even though that place was a jail, it was better than becoming food for a weird knife. I cannot go. You should leave here quickly. Gu Wanner shook her head. Her voice sounded certain. Han Sen wanted to ask why, but he was hit again. He screamed as he flew away. The Blood Shadow Demon tried to chase after Han Sen, but Gu Wanner threw herself before the Blood Shadow Demon. Han Sen looked on in shock. Fortunately, the Blood Shadow Demon's knife light didn't cut her down. It didn't want to kill Wanner. It spun sideways through the air, trying to bypass Wanner and reach Han's senator, but Wanner stayed between them. She clutched the god's knife's blade, and the blood on her hands dyed the blade red. Blood poured out of the wounds in her hands. Within a second, Wanner's face became as pale as a piece of paper. Leave now. It still needs me. It will not kill me. Plus, I have an immortal body. I won't die, but you will die if you stay here. Wanner tightened her grip on the sharp knife as she shouted. She was clearly determined not to let it escape. 2761 A way to break eye in his palace inside the bottle. Han Sen's face was looking grim. He was sitting on the floor, frowning as he tried to think. He had never been as embarrassed as he was right then. He had needed a little girl to step in and save his life. If Gu Wanner hadn't stalled God's knife for him, he never would have had the chance to use the 4-sheep cube to escape. And he had even told Gu Wanner not to get in his way. But in the end, this was how things had turned out. He would never forget the expression on Gu Wanner's face when he had to leave her. I must find a way to defeat that crappy knife and bring Wanner back safely. Han Sen calmed himself and tried to think rationally. He knew feeling angry and embarrassed wasn't going to solve anything. He needed to find a way to sort out that so-called God's knife to save Gu Wanner. He needed to take her away from that place. If I use my super God spirit body, I shouldn't be harmed by super space / But even if Wanner and my super God spirit body didn't conflict with each other, my super God spirit body wouldn't last long. It couldn't support me long enough to defeat God's knife. So, how can I block super space / while not using super God spirit body? Plus, on top of that, just blocking super space / isn't enough. I need to find a way to counter and break God's knife itself. Even old blood dragon lady was unable to destroy its body, and my power will be far weaker than what she was capable of generating. It will be even harder for me to destroy its body. Han Sen wasn't going to give up just because of that, though. He took time to calculate every possibility of what might transpire there. There was still a sliver of a chance he could succeed, one which he calculated to be 1:10,000, but that wasn't going to sway his firm resolve. The immortal dragon had been healing Han Sen's body non-stop, but he had been taking too many injuries. When he was in God's farm, the immortal dragon could only heal each wound partially, leaving his body looking like a spider web of scars. That fight had injured him so much that he hadn't even known how badly he was injured. I can't change the past, so dodging is impossible. Unless I can erase the past. At that thought, Han Sen's eyes brightened. Maybe I can try the Alpha's Sit and Forget Sutra. The Sit and Forget Sutra is about looking for a way for the body to disconnect from the universe, so the user can reside in a space that is outside of time and space. If a person's power is disconnected from the universe, then the blood demon will be unable to see me in the past. That abides by the rules of the universe. Han Sen thought this was something he could try. He had the experience of the Alpha, so it wouldn't be difficult for him to practice the Sit and Forget Sutra. But even if the Sit and Forget Sutra could break super space / Han Sen still had no way of destroying God's knife. This would only allow him to avoid losing for an indeterminate amount of time. Han Sen couldn't think of a way in which he could destroy God's knife, but for now, he had a plan. First and foremost, he had to practice the Sit and Forget Sutra. He needed to see if he could break super space / Because he didn't have the very high sense as a base, Han Sen could only use his under the sky as a base. He put the sit and forget sutra into a part of the under the sky knife skill. It had been 2 weeks, and Han Sen hadn't set one foot out of the palace. Ever since the old blood dragon lady appeared, Han Sen's body had no longer grown any scales. And the blood coral hadn't so much as twitched in all that time either. If Han Sen hadn't seen it become the old blood dragon lady, he would have thought it was just an ordinary lump of coral. It looks like the drop of the old blood dragon lady's blood that I have wasn't enough to support her full rebirth. But that is fine. I don't know if she is a friend or foe, and so this is likely the best result for now. Han Sen looked at the chunk of blood coral next to him, and then he walked outside of the palace. For the past 2 weeks, he had been trying to let the sit and forget sutra melt into his under the sky knife skills. But he had encountered a few problems he had been unable to overcome. He needed an idea or two, but there was nothing inspiring about that bottle palace. It was hard to come up with ideas. Han Sen walked around the palace in circles. He still didn't understand, and he felt a bit annoyed. Although he understood that he had to be calm right now, the thought of Wanner and her situation was driving him insane. He couldn't keep calm. He brought out the siren bottle and summoned the siren virgin. He spoke to her, hoping to get some ideas from her. The results were very disappointing for Han Sen once again, though. The siren virgin had never seen the super space slash before, so she couldn't think of a way in which he might be able to break it. After the siren virgin spent half a day spouting useless crap that he didn't need to hear, Han Sen had to put his foot down. He sent her back into the bottle and tossed her into storage. There was no one in that bottle palace to give Han Sen advice. After hesitating for a while, he eventually decided to enter Destiny's Tower. He was going to see Ancient Devil, who had been trapped there for the longest time. Currently, Ancient Devil was the only prisoner that Han Sen was keeping in Destiny's Tower. All the other creatures he once kept there had been sent to Purgatory Heaven a long time ago. Only Ancient Devil seemed too dangerous to be allowed to leave Destiny's Tower. "You need something from me?" Ancient Devil had been trapped there for a very long time, but he didn't look angry or restless like the average prisoner. It looked like he was on vacation, rather than trapped in an inescapable prison. Han Sen had to admire his attitude. If Han Sen had been trapped in there for so many years, he didn't think he would be so chill. "I have encountered a creature that wields a super space slash power. I don't know how to break it." Rather than trying to hide anything, Han Sen laid out what had happened as plain as could be. Ancient Devil's intelligence was remarkably high. He wasn't someone you could fool easily with a few lies, so Han Sen didn't even bother trying. "That is easy. If you promise to let me go, I can teach you how to break it," Ancient Devil answered calmly. When he spoke about the conditions for his aid, he didn't sound excited about the prospect. "Your powers are at the lowest tier of this universe, and my opponent is one of the most powerful beings in this reality. Do you really think I'm going to believe you?" Han Sen asked coldly, staring at Ancient Devil. "Yes. That is why you came, isn't it?" Ancient Devil paused, and then went on to say, "Plus, strength and knowledge don't go hand in hand. Time and space in this universe are the same as time and space in other places, after all. They work the same here as they do in the sanctuaries. Super space slash works the same as well. The reasoning behind it is the same. If you understand that, you can find a way to break it. Then tell me. How would you break super space slash?" Han Sen asked. "Agree to my conditions first," Ancient Devil shot back. "You have to at least prove to me that you can really break the super space slash power," Han Sen said, while looking expressionlessly at Ancient Devil. That Ancient Devil guy was too dangerous. Han Sen wouldn't let him out unless he had no other option. This had nothing to do with Ancient Devil's strength. The man was simply too scary. Even if he was just at a barren level, Han Sen wouldn't give him the chance to escape. Ancient Devil looked at Han Senator. He smiled and said, "You just want to trick me. You want me to give you the solution, and then you can abandon your end of the bargain and keep me here. I don't think you're going to get what you want. Tell me something I have never heard about first," Han Sen said, his face unchanging. Ancient Devil was quick-witted. He did not keep saying that Han Sen wouldn't provide him his freedom. He fell silent, then said, "According to theory, there is only one way to break super space /." "What way is that?" Han Sen said quickly. He had expected Ancient Devil to continue refusing to answer, but the man had replied startlingly fast. "It is to kill yourself." Ancient Devil looked serious, and Han Sen could tell that the man meant what he said. But this was an answer that confused Han Sen. Chapter 2762 Dead yesterday, alive today, are you serious? Han Sen thought Ancient Devil was playing with him. He couldn't imagine how killing himself would solve anything. Ancient Devil gave Han Sen a predatory grin. "Haven't you heard about dying and then being reborn? If you don't die, how are you supposed to dodge super space /" Han Sen had heard of rebirth before, but he didn't know what it had to do with super space /. He wanted to find a way to counter super space / because he wanted to live. What was the point of killing himself? Ancient Devil pointed at Han Sen and said, "Before, we all swore to die like it was yesterday. And after, swore to live like today. Today, you are still alive. Then, what is the difference if you were to die yesterday?" As he listened to Ancient Devil, Han Sen felt like he was lost in an impenetrable fog. He had no idea what Ancient Devil was talking about, but he knew that continuing to ask wouldn't improve the situation. Unless he agreed to let Ancient Devil go, of course. Otherwise, Ancient Devil would continue to avoid reaching the crux of the matter and explaining what was required to break super space /. Although in truth, the hints that Han Sen had received thus far weren't all that bad. After leaving Destiny's Tower, Han Sen thought about what Ancient Devil had said to him. He still couldn't understand what the man was saying. Suicide, and dying yesterday. Being alive today. What is Ancient Devil trying to tell me? Han Sen spent a long time thinking the matter over, but he couldn't quite figure it out. It felt like the concept was just beyond reach. Suddenly, an invisible shock wave rolled through the air. Two shadows emerged from a quickly gathering mist, and they landed on the plaza of the palace. Exquisite and Liqueur are finally here. Han Sen exulted, once he looked closer to confirm that it was them. Ever since he had been locked up in this bottle world, he hadn't seen hide nor hair of Liqueur or Exquisite. As both of them walked before him now, Han Sen didn't say anything. He knew Exquisite and Liqueur were only youngsters among the very high. They wouldn't be allowed to make any important decisions. Even if they wanted to free Han Sen, they didn't have the authority. "The scales across your body are gone." Liqueur gasped, looking Han Sen over. "Yes. I don't know why, but the scales just vanished. Can you ask the leader if I can leave now?" Han Sen said. Exquisite and Liqueur looked at each other. It was as if they wanted to tell him something, but they were hesitant to actually say it. In the end, Exquisite ended up saying, "The leader still wants you to stay in the bottle." "Does that mean he's going to keep me bottled up in here forever?" Han Sen said with a frown. "Don't worry," Liqueur assured him. "We will try our best to show everyone that you aren't a threat. We will try to get your freedom back as soon as possible. My body no longer possesses the scales. Doesn't that help erase any suspicions they have about me?" Han Sen pointed out, but his voice didn't sound particularly hopeful. Exquisite sighed. "If the scales had been removed by my people, of course, they wouldn't remain suspect. But now it seems that the scales have simply disappeared by themselves. I'm afraid the leader and the elders won't believe that the scales just vanished of their own accord and went away for good." That means I'm still to be trapped here. Han Sen's mind had become placid once again. He didn't expect the very high to let him go. He would have to escape using his own power. Li Qiu tried to provide comfort by saying, "We will try to help you in any way we can. You just need to hold out a little longer, okay?" Han Sen wasn't a rookie who had only just started adventuring. He knew these were just words of comfort that wouldn't lead to any real changes in his situation. "If I can't leave this place, can you bring me some books so that I'm not completely bored?" Han Sen asked flatly. "What kind of books would you like to read?" "In a situation like this, I don't think our people will let you read any kind of Geno art," Li Qiu said, as straight as an arrow. She was often like that, telling Han Sen what he needed to know. "No Geno arts. I just want some books about philosophy and theology. Something about life and death would be best." Han Sen was hoping that these books might give him inspiration, perhaps revealing what ancient devil meant when he spoke of suicide. "Let me find a way. We will try and get these books for you," Li Qiu answered. "Thanks a lot." Han Sen smiled. "You're our silkworm. This is what we should be doing." Li Qiu trailed off halfway and fell silent. Han Sen's situation now was different. He wasn't really their silkworm anymore. But Han Sen seemed to be doing better than they had expected. The way he casually spoke with them, he didn't sound as if he was going to be locked up forever. Before they left, Exquisite told Han Sen, "I will tell the leader that the scales have disappeared. They will most likely send someone to examine your condition. But I don't think there is a high chance of you leaving. So, do not put too much hope in getting out soon." "I understand," Han Sen said with a nod. He knew Exquisite had no authority in this matter, so the final say-so wasn't her decision to make. Not long after they left, a very high true god elite appeared before Han Senator. He checked Han Sen out and asked Han Sen some questions. Han Sen had already composed his answers a long time ago, so when he was asked what had happened, he had a story ready to go. The explanation wasn't entirely perfect because Han Sen kept trying to avoid talking about certain things. The very high elder couldn't tell what was going on. After the very high elder left, no one came to see him for a few days. Han Sen spent the entire time practicing the Sit and Forget Sutra. Time passed rather easily. "It has been a while since I saw Yen Ran and Linger. I wonder if Linger has grown up yet. And I wonder what is going on with Little Flower. Mom and Dad said they wanted to spend some time traveling. I wonder if they have come back yet." Sometimes, Han Sen would get distracted as he thought about how much he missed his family. The Sit and Forget Sutra is completely different from Under the Sky. One of them is about entering the world, and the other is about exiting the world. Combining them will be hard. And I have never practiced very high sense before, so I have to use Under the Sky as a base. If I start from the beginning with my practice, I don't know how long it will take for me to learn the Sit and Forget Sutra. Han Sen had no way of accurately predicting when he would elevate the new skill to a usable level. The Sit and Forget Sutra and Under the Sky were similar in structure, but according to the theory, they operated on different wavelengths. They were practically polar opposites. Even though he had managed to obtain the Alpha's experience and mind, he couldn't combine the two techniques. While Han Sen was stewing in his own frustration, a shadow appeared through the mist surrounding the palace. It was an old very high man Han Sen wasn't familiar with. The old man didn't speak. He only tossed something at Han Sen, then turned around and left. Han Sen raised an eyebrow, having no clue what the old man had just done. He picked up the item and looked it over. It was a mini laptop, about the size of a person's hand. Han Sen turned on the computer. He couldn't connect to the internet, but there were many e-books inside it. Now Han Sen understood. This was probably Li Qiu and Exquisite's delivery. Han Sen browsed quickly through the titles, and he realized that e-books really were the only things that the computer contained. Most of the books were about philosophy and theology. There wasn't anything about Geno arts at all. Han Sen hadn't really expected to find a Geno art anyway. He flicked through the books. With how much his brain had evolved, it was an easy task for him to memorize the exact contents of a book with 1,000,000 words. He could recall the content perfectly, without forgetting a single word. Understanding it, however, was something else entirely. Flush Reel Sutra. Han Sen jerked when he saw the title of one of the books. 2763 Judgment. A second ago Han Sen had seen the Flush Reel Sutra before, but that time, the Geno art had been written on a tablet. Han Sen hadn't understood it. To be more accurate, the Geno art had been transcribed across many tablets, and Han Sen had only seen one part of it. According to legend, the Buddha had gained so much strength in recent times because they were researching the broken Flush Reel Sutra. That was how they had risen to such prominence in the universe. Many Buddha Geno arts had been developed from the Flush Reel Sutra. Even the shape-shifting skill that Burning Lamp Alpha once used to turn Han Sen into an ant had originated in the Flush Reel Sutra. This book must just happen to have the same name. This isn't the actual Geno art, is it? Han Sen opened it to take a look. He scanned through the text, but it didn't seem to be a Geno art. It was just a treatise involving concepts of theology and science. It was just like an ordinary theology book. The Flush Reel Sutra had so many vague and deep passages, it was difficult to even determine a correct interpretation of the Geno art's contents. But Han Sen had a head start in understanding it. After all, he had once put a great deal of effort into studying the Dongxian Sutra. Now, that hard work was paying dividends. Han Sen continued paging through the book, searching for something noteworthy. Nothing important jumped out at him, and the more he read, the less interested he became. After a while, the content became so boring that Han Sen was about to move on to a different manuscript. At that moment, Han Sen found an article that triggered his interest. It talked about there being more than one universe in existence. It was trying to say that the universe didn't exist alone, it was actually a part of a fabric containing many different universes. It was possible for creatures to travel between these universes. The concept was difficult to understand. It was like Han Sen was standing on a train, and the universe he inhabited was the carriage around him. However, if he walked forward into a different carriage, he would be in another universe. People weren't locked into the universes that they were born in. Throughout their lives, they flowed seamlessly from one universe into another, and most of the time, they didn't even realize that anything had changed. The divisions between universes weren't as obvious as a train that was partitioned into carriages. Universes were separated from each other by rules of time and space. The space you were in during one particular second would be different from the space you occupied in the next second. Based on this multiverse theory, it was logical that a person could go back in time or forward into the future. If there was only one universe, then a person would be locked into a single moment in time, and the past and future would remain forever out of reach. But if reality actually existed as a multiverse, then time could be altered. If a parallel universe existed in the past or the future, then it would be possible to go there. Of course, the Flush Reel Sutra didn't give any clear instructions on how Han Sen could go forward and backward in the multiverse. But the theory did provide Han Sen with some inspiration. According to the theory, superspace/his power could slash through one universe and reach the next. So, even though Han Sen could see a knife light, he couldn't block the knife light. Therefore, he couldn't dodge it. That was because the attack was actually landing in a previous universe, and Han Sen was only being injured as a sort of after effect. If I use my body to block God's knife's power in the last universe, then I won't get hurt in the present. Like when I use Super God's spirit body. No matter what time or universe I might be in, God's knife's power cannot hurt me. But the problem is, the Super God spirit body is limited right now. Even if I could use it, I'd just end up in a stalemate with God's knife unless I could find some way to destroy it. When my time with Super God's spirit body expired, the fight would be over. I'd lose. Han Sen continued talking to himself. It isn't like there is no other way. My body cannot withstand God's knife, but Super Space/'s power doesn't seem to be complete. It cannot choose which universe it slashes into. He can only slash the universe 1 second before. If I could only predict the creature's attacks a second before they land, I could block. But God's knife continues to grow, and its attacks might no longer be limited to a second before. It would be immensely difficult to predict where an attack was coming from, and if God's knife continues to develop, it will become even more difficult. Plus, God's knife can see where I've moved in the following second. No matter what my defense is, the beast can choose to avoid my defensive position and target whichever weak point of mine it wishes to attack. If I can learn the Sit and Forget Sutra, I can cut off my connection to the past. Even if the me in the last universe was killed, then the me in the present wouldn't be affected. That would be the best-case scenario. But the Sit and Forget Sutra and Under the Sky are in conflict. They cannot be practiced together. So, if I want to block Super Space/, I have to predict the attack's direction a second before it is unleashed. Maybe I can use the shield of the Medusa's gaze to block the attack. That would be difficult, but it isn't as if I cannot do it. Judgment and formation talents are what I am best at, after all. Under the Sky is the top Geno art for those who excel in those skills. Maybe I can really predict 1 second before, but now, the biggest problem is how to allow God's knife to see my movement and still keep it from hitting a vulnerable point. The Sit and Forget Sutra couldn't be combined with Under the Sky, and he couldn't understand what Ancient Devil was talking about. Instead of worrying about both problems at once, Han Sen focused on practicing Under the Sky to see if he could predict the actions of someone 1 second in advance. God's knife could predict what would happen 1 second in the future, and so Han Sen had to learn the future that God's knife already knew. Somehow, he had to force his opponent to attack his shield, rather than his vulnerable flesh. It was an incredibly difficult challenge. Ordinary people couldn't fathom doing such a thing. But Han Sen didn't believe it was an impossible task. Super Space/ was only one skill, it must be breakable. The fight would be something like a game of chess. Every time Han Sen moved, it would alter his opponent's response. Checkmate was achieved by pushing his opponent into a place where none of his options were good ones. But that thought led to another difficulty. In chess, a player had to attack their opponent's weakness. In order to limit his opponent's options, Han Sen would need to threaten him. If the threat level wasn't high enough, God's knife could just ignore Han Sen's provocation. God's knife is so durable. Even Old Blood Dragon Lady couldn't destroy his body. I don't have a strong enough weapon, and my personal power hasn't reached such a godly level. But even if I can't kill God's knife, if I can just rattle it, I might stand a chance. Han Sen was so excited thinking about this. He finally had an idea. Han Sen's strongest skill was Super Spank. In addition, he had Break 6 Skies and Heart Connection. The levels and powers of each skill were different. Super Spank wasn't powerful enough to shatter the substance chains of God's knife. So, right now, it wasn't useful. Heart Connection's penetration power was strong, but against God's knife's strong body, it would be useless. The explosive power of Break 6 Skies, however, was perfect for Han Sen's situation. Chapter 2764 Walk your own path. In the days that followed, Han Sen didn't eat or drink much. He spent all his time modifying Under the Sky and Break 6 Skies. Under the Sky wasn't very compatible with Break 6 Skies, so Han Sen would have to use his dual pistols from spell to channel the power. And Break 6 Skies had to be modified, as well. He might not be using the Geno Art's full destructive capability, but the explosive power had to be sufficient to annihilate God's knife. Only by doing that could Han Sen perform his 1-second judgment into the past. This was a very big project. Han Sen focused all his attention on modifying the skills. He wanted to make the technique as perfect as possible. God's knife was such a scary being. If there was the slightest flaw in his plan, Han Sen would lose the fight and die. But Han Sen was confident that he had what it took. Sooner or later, he'd make it work. Now that I have sorted out how to deal with the super space/problem, I must move on to the last problem that is standing in my way. How can I actually destroy God's knife? While Han Sen was practicing, he mulled over this next task. If he was unable to destroy God's knife, blocking super space/ was pointless. Reaching a stalemate would be the same as losing. Gu Wanner would remain trapped either way. But with Han Sen's current resources and power, he couldn't defeat God's knife. If I can't break it, then I must find a way to trap it. Maybe Turtle would be a good choice for that, but I just don't know if it will work on God's knife. Han Sen realized that his imagination alone wouldn't be enough to solve the problem. Whether he was attempting to predict his opponent's attack vector or trying to determine the effectiveness of Turtle, he needed to perform real-world tests. He had to see how his plans worked out in proper combat. It looks like I still need to go to God's farm. I wonder if God's knife is still on the Demon Sheep planet. Once Han Sen finished modifying Under the Sky and Break 6 Skies, he planned to go to God's farm. The path other people walk is the path for them. I have to walk my own path. Han Sen continued not to eat and drink, and he kept chipping away at his modifications to the Geno arts. He didn't sleep or rest for 2 weeks. Every time he thought of Gu Wanner having to use her own blood to feed that knife every day, Han Sen's heart ached. Before the modification works were finished, Exquisite came back. But this time, it was only her. Li Kier didn't join her. The leader still isn't willing to let me out. Han Sen asked, glancing at Li Kier. He was already prepared. Exquisite didn't answer Han Senator, she only coldly told him to follow her. Then, she flew toward the mist. Han Sen was surprised. This was well beyond his wildest expectations. Exquisite was going to lead him out of the bottle. Han Sen had never expected the very high to actually free him. But if he was able to leave there so easily, he wasn't going to hesitate or complain. He flew to catch up with Exquisite, and he followed her through the mist. Does the leader believe that I'm not cursed? Han Sen asked Exquisite. Don't say or ask anything. I've got this. You just need to be quiet and follow me, Exquisite said without even looking at him. Han Sen could feel there was something amiss here, but he didn't dare to speak again. He remained silent and followed after Exquisite. Exquisite guided the two of them through the mist, and they eventually emerged outside the bottle. The hall that held the bottle had such powerful restrictions that they didn't need a very high to guard the place. Exquisite had used a small stamp to enter, and it kept the restrictions from affecting her. She led Han Sen out of the hall. After exiting the hall, Exquisite placed her hand on Han Sen's shoulder. She was going to teleport both of them away from that place. But Han Sen took her hand, stopping her from using Galaxy Teleport. Exquisite looked at Han Sen with confusion, and Han Sen looked back at her with a very serious expression. In a quiet voice, he said, "Answer my question. Are you taking me to the leader?" Exquisite hesitated a bit, but then she shook her head and said, "No." With that answer, Han Sen was almost certain that his guess was correct. He persisted and asked Exquisite, "The leader hasn't given you permission to take me out of the bottle world, has he? You don't need to concern yourself with such matters. I'm taking you away from Outer Sky. After you leave Outer Sky, you should go back to Sky Palace. Tell everything that happened here to Zhang Xiandao. If he is willing to keep you, I don't think our leader will try to take you back from Sky Palace," Exquisite said. Han Sen's expression became unreadable. He knew what was happening now. Exquisite was taking a huge risk. She was breaking the rules and setting him free on the sly. Han Sen had never expected that Exquisite might do something like this for him. Han Sen had only thought of Exquisite as a tool for accelerating his growth, but now, he couldn't consider her that way anymore. Why? Han Sen asked, giving Exquisite a complex look. You came into this place alive. I'm going to make sure you leave this place the same way, Exquisite said with an emotionless look. If I leave, what is going to happen to you? Han Sen knew the Very High's rules were strict. The Very High could be an extremely heartless people. If someone broke the rules, they wouldn't look on the transgression kindly. Nothing much will happen. All I have done is set my silkworm free. It isn't a big deal. And I have other things to do, anyway. Stop wasting my time, Exquisite said coldly. Han Sen nodded and said, yes. We really can't waste any time. Take me back to the bottle world. Exquisite froze. Then, she looked at Han Sen with confusion and asked, you don't want to leave? That is correct. If you had destroyed your contract with me and trapped me in the bottle world and scolded me, someday I would put my knife to your neck and leave this place by force. Han Sen paused, and then he went on to say, but if you let me go like this, I will feel very guilty. I cannot owe someone this much. Han Sen hadn't been with the Very High for very long, but he had taken the time to read their cruel rules. He knew what would happen if she let him go. She might not be killed, but she would be imprisoned for a century. Han Sen's personality wouldn't allow that to happen. He didn't mind fighting people. No matter how cruel the enemy was, he could find a way to kill them. But he was afraid of people treating him too kindly. He didn't want to owe anyone too much. Han Sen didn't know how he could pay back a woman who had wasted her youth on him. He didn't want Exquisite to be in jail on his behalf for 100 years. So, he had no choice but to stay. Of course, Han Sen also had a plan. His situation wasn't hopeless. If it had been hopeless, he would have simply left and taken Exquisite with him. But he couldn't do that just yet, because Exquisite might not completely betray the Very High to be with him. So, Han Sen had to reject Exquisite's good intentions. You won't owe me anything. This isn't a big deal, Exquisite said to Han Sen casually. How can a century of jail time be considered nothing? How many centuries can you even live for? Han Sen asked. How did you know that? Exquisite was shocked. Send me back. Han Sen didn't answer. He calmly looked at Exquisite with soft eyes. You need to know that if you miss this chance, you risk being trapped inside the bottle's world forever. Exquisite looked at Han Sen with a conflicted expression. No, I will not. I will use my powers to leave. Nothing can trap me there, Han Sen said firmly. His face looked so confident, as if he was telling her that 1 + 1 is equal to 2. Chapter 2765 Escape. Exquisite looked at Han Sen with a complicated expression. Her resolve had been firm when she decided to go against the rules and risk releasing Han Senator. She might not be jailed for 100 years, but she could still receive extremely dire punishments. But now Han Sen wasn't willing to leave, and he said he would use his powers to escape. Exquisite didn't know why Han Sen was so confident about this. To her, the things he said were mad. The bottle world was inside the hall of the Very High's Alpha. The restrictions there were extremely powerful. In all likelihood, not even a true god elite could access such a place without the Very High stamp that disarmed the restrictions. Han Sen was a man who had just become deified, and he was proudly announcing that he could use his own power to escape the Alpha's hall. But his certainty aside, he was still locked inside the bottle world. Anyone would think Han Sen was crazy for claiming to be capable of such a thing. You need to think about this. My offer now is your only chance, Exquisite said, looking intently at Hans Sr., send me back. It will look bad if people find us here like this, Hansen said calmly. Exquisite could feel what Hansen was thinking, and she felt rather touched by it. He didn't want her to get dragged into so much trouble on his behalf. That was why he was so determined to return to the bottle. But Exquisite still didn't understand where Hansen was getting his confidence. It was outlandish to think he could escape a true god prison of his own volition. Suddenly, Exquisite's face went blank. She sighed and said, now it is too late for you to go. After that, she stopped hesitating. She took Hansen back to the Alpha's hall and returned him to the bottle world. When Exquisite returned into the bottle with Hansen, she found Uncle Nine waiting for her inside. He looked at Exquisite and frowned. Exquisite, come with me. Hansen knew Uncle Nine must have found out that she had taken him away for a brief spell. It was fortunate that he didn't actually leave. Otherwise, the Very High would have considered Exquisite to be a criminal. Exquisite looked at Hansen with a complex expression. Then, she followed Uncle Nine to leave the bottle world. It looks like the Very High haven't found out that the blood coral has escaped their seal and come back to me. It's amazing that even their elders didn't notice it was gone. Hansen was very curious about the blood coral, but although it seemed to be quite resilient, he couldn't use it as a weapon. It was just a vessel for old blood dragon lady's body. Hansen continued to modify his Under the Sky and break 6 skies until he couldn't think of any way to take them further. Then he found the time to go to God's farm again. Hansen carefully entered God's farm, but he didn't see Gu Wanner or God's knife anywhere. The carriage that was pulled by 9 unicorns had also vanished. Gu Wanner should come back, right? Hansen was no longer worried about his safety. He was worried about what had happened last time. The knife or its master might have decided to stop Wanner from coming to Demon Sheep Planet now. What is God's farm, exactly? Is it a xenogenic space or is it part of the normal universe? Hansen realized he hadn't tried going back to the sanctuary from there. He knew the chances of it working were slim, but he didn't mind trying. But when he tested it, he really was transported back home. Even Hansen was surprised, and he said, if I can travel back here, that means God's farm is somewhere in the universe. It isn't a separate dimension like outer sky. If that is the case, then I will be free if I can escape the Demon Sheep Planet's restrictions. If Hansen's only problem was being trapped inside the bottle world, this would have made him extremely happy. But now, even though he was free, he couldn't be happy because he had no way of saving Wanner. Should I tell Lone Bamboo about Wanner? But I don't know where to find God's farm unless I travel to it using the 4-sheep cube. It is pointless to tell Lone Bamboo this. I need to figure it all out for myself first. Hansen went back home. He saw his baby daughter Linger and felt much more relaxed. My dear Linger, when Dad was not around, were you being naughty? He held Linger in his arms. He kissed her on the cheek and smiled. Linger did behave. Daddy didn't behave, Linger said with a blink. Since when have I been a naughty boy? Hansen asked curiously. Linger looked at Ji Yenran, who was cooking in the kitchen. She quietly told Hansen, Daddy hasn't been back for a long time. It has made Mommy very angry. How angry is she? Hansen quietly asked Linger. Linger held onto Hansen's neck, placed her little mouth next to Hansen's ear, and whispered in a voice that only the two of them would hear. Mommy said she would teach you a lesson when you came back. Hansen stayed at home for a few days. Every now and again, he would return to God's farm. He still hadn't seen Wanner or God's knife, and he didn't have any idea when they would return to the planet. I can't just keep waiting like this. I guess it's time to see if I can break the defenses of Demon Sheep Planet. Hansen looked up into the skies above him. He became a xenogeniac and flew up off the surface. Just like last time, as Han Sen was about to breach the atmosphere, countless knife lights manifested around him. Each attack dealt damage that was equivalent to the strike of a primitive deified elite. The sea of knife lights seemed endless. Han Sen could have ignored one or two of those knife lights, but he couldn't deal with them in the tens or hundreds. There were just too many of those knife lights. They swept toward him like a river, coming down on him without reprieve. Han Sen used his Medusa shield to fight back, and although the shield didn't break, the scary impacts knocked Han Sen down from the sky. He shot to the surface like a meteor, creating a huge impact crater when he hit the ground. Han Sen made several attempts to get past the planet's defenses, but he realized he couldn't escape the planet using brute force. Even larva-class deifieds wouldn't be able to break through the defensive net. If my super god spirit body wasn't being affected by water, I could escape. I haven't been able to use super god spirit body for the longest time, though. It only stays active for a few seconds, and I don't know if that would be enough time for me to escape. Now that he had exhausted his other options, Han Sen knew he'd have to give it a try. He lifted his shield and flew into the sky once more. When his body could no longer take the impact of the knife lights, he lowered the Medusa shield and activated his super god spirit mode. While he was in his invincible mode, Han Sen teleported. This attempt worked out much better than Han Sen had expected. His heart began to beat more quickly. He needed to teleport as far as he could in order to escape the planet's defenses. But when he teleported again, he lost track of how far he had traveled. When he emerged from the jump, he found himself in a strange part of the cosmos. After a while, he noticed located demon sheep planet behind him. It was so distant that it appeared to be the size of his fist. It looked like little more than a small moon from here. His super god spirit mode came to an end. It had only lasted long enough for him to teleport once. As Han Sen looked around, he saw a group of people flying past. He looked closer, and he noticed a particular destroyed amongst them. It was Bar. Chapter 2766 Fair and Square Way to Sply, $. Why are you here? Bar noticed Han Sen and recognized his Dongxian armor. If I said I was lost, would you believe me? Han Sen asked. Bar raised his eyebrows at the answer. He gave Han Sen a weird look and said, "You are lost out here. What is this place?" Han Sen asked. "We're in an underdeveloped, barren area. It isn't far from a large barren system. As for precisely where we are, I can't really tell you. After all, this place is mostly unexplored. There are no maps here," Bar said. Han Sen was shocked. He thought to himself, a big barren system. That means it most likely belonged to sacred in ancient times. It is an entrance to the sanctuaries. This was the place that Old Cat brought Little Flower. "What are you doing in such a dangerous place?" Han Sen asked Bar. "This place isn't a large barren system, so it isn't too dangerous. It is just a poor system with few resources, but a small race here discovered a xenogenic space. They claim they found something awesome here. That is why I have come out here to look." Bar looked at Han Sen and said, "Are you interested in visiting this xenogenic space to check?" Han Sen didn't answer. The few deified elites that were accompanying Bar approached him. One of them smiled and said, "Bar, why don't you introduce us to this friend of yours? This is the human called $. He was the Marquis winner of the last Geno being scroll," Bar explained to the deified, his voice carrying a modicum of respect. He was quite polite to this other destroyed. After that, Bar pointed at the deified elite and said, $. This is the destroyed's transmutation deified. He is Elder Nader." Bar didn't introduce the other people around Elder Nader. He only said they were students of Elder Nader. They were all just kings or half-deifieds. Bar himself was already deified, and he couldn't be bothered to introduce them all. Elder Nader could see that Bar was being very friendly to Han Senator. He thought Han Sen had to be an elite from some big race, but he was just some scion of a smaller race. The man swiftly lost interest, and he only addressed the occasional casual remark toward Han. Senator Dollar had reached first place in the Marquis' genome-being scroll, but Marquises were very different from deifieds. Nader thought he had no reason to take a deified that came from a small race seriously. Although it was difficult to become deified, the smaller races occasionally got lucky. They might stumble upon a treasure or get their hands on a resource from a stronger race and become deified. But deifieds like that always had a bad base. They lacked knowledge and practical skills, and they were likely to cause trouble. The Destroyed had previously adopted a few deifieds like that, but showing such benevolence had never worked out well for the Destroyed. The deifieds did little to benefit the Destroyed, and instead, they were a frequent pain in the *SS for their host race. Ever since then, the Destroyed had stopped recruiting deifieds from smaller races. They would rather raise their own elites. If Han Sen had been from a big race, Elder Nader would have liked to talk to him. But after learning who Dollar was, he was no longer interested. Elder Nader might not take Han Sen seriously, but Bar knew about Dollar through Dia Robber. Even Dia Robber really admired the elusive Dollar, so Bar would never think about underestimating him. "Brother Dollar, if there is nothing else for you to do here, how about you come with us to explore that xenogenic space?" Bar said, inviting Han Sen along again. "We can explore together, but if we get something good, how will we split it?" Han Sen wasn't really interested in a xenogenic space, but he didn't know much about this system. Following Bar and the others might save him from some trouble in the future. Elder Nader is a transmutation deified. He has the most power here. He will take 60% of the goods. How about we split the other 40% between you and me? Bar suggested after a moment of silence. Elder Nader wasn't very happy about that proposition. In his eyes, Dollar was just a primitive deified. 20% was too much, he believed. Dollar shouldn't receive any more than 10%. But since Bar had already made the offer, Elder Nader wasn't going to embarrass the man by stepping on his toes. He remained quiet. Han Sen shook his head. "That isn't very fair." "Never mind. Brother Dollar, how would you suggest we split it? You can tell us." Bar knew this adventure would be dangerous. Having an elite like Dollar would benefit their mission quite a bit. "I'm always very fair. If this is a cooperation, I think we should split the rewards 50-50ths. The Destroyed get 50, and the humans get 50, Han Sen said seriously. Fury swept through Elder Nader and his students, and they wanted to burst out crying and laughing at the same time. He had already been a little upset about the prospect of Han Sen receiving 20%, but he knew that discovering a new xenogenic space could be a dangerous and weird adventure. Enlisting the help of an extra deified was a good idea. He wouldn't have agreed to the 20% offer if he hadn't understood that having Han Sen along could prove useful. But now, Han Sen wanted 50% of the total goods. That was too ridiculous. Small races have their diminutive status for a reason. After becoming deified, they do tend to become full of themselves. I'm afraid he doesn't even know the difference between a primitive deified and a transmutation deified. And he wants to split the goods 50-50ths. Elder Nader was angered by the suggestion. He looked at Han Sen and snorted. "If you were a larva deified, I would consider 50-50ths. I am primitive. I will only accept 50-50. Han Sen stood his ground. Even though he was only primitive, his body was incredibly strong, and he had studied many geno arts. Even ordinary transmutation deifieds couldn't really defeat Han Senator, so Han Sen believed 50-50 was fair. But Elder Nader was not of the same opinion. After hearing Han Sen, he laughed. "Your stomach is too big. We can't feed you. In that case, I have to go, Han Sen said. Then, he turned to Bar and told him, Brother Bar, do you have a star map I can purchase? I would really appreciate it if you could sell one to me. It is just a star map. It isn't worth much. Just take it, if you need it. Bar opened his communicator and sent the star map to Han Sr., thanks a lot. We will meet again, Brother Bar. Han Sen accepted it and nodded his thanks. Seeing Han Sen leave, one of Elder Nader's students laughed. He really doesn't know his place. He thinks that becoming deified has made him invincible in the universe. A deified like him, who doesn't know his place, is as insubstantial as smoke. There is nothing for him to be cocky about. Yeah, he is just a primitive deified. Our master could squeeze him to death with one hand. Why be so polite to him? I am afraid he doesn't understand how much difference there is between a primitive and a transmutation. That is why he was so confident. Master, you should take this into your own hands and show him who the boss is. Who gave him the confidence to suggest going 50-50 with the master? The students kept talking and judging Han Senator. They sounded as if they were all stronger than Han Senator. They had clearly forgotten that they were all kings and Han Sen was deified. 2767A Xenogenic space that seems familiar. Han Sen kept flying. As he went, he examined his star map. A quick perusal of the star map confirmed that the system he was currently in was near a big barren system. It is a shame they aren't exploring the big barren system. Otherwise, I would have gone with them for free, Han Sen said to himself. But not long after, he encountered someone he was familiar with once again. He saw Dragon 1 flying quickly toward him. Dollar. Dragon 1 screamed in shock. Upon seeing Dollar, the man had recognized him immediately. Han Sen had no choice but to talk to Dragon 1. Dragon 1 was headed toward the Xenogenic space, but something must have happened to the dragon race, because he was going alone. Brother Dollar, are you interested in exploring a Xenogenic space with me? Dragon 1 thought the same thing as Bar. People like Han Sen were good to have as allies when you were going someplace dangerous. We can go together, but if we do, we must split the rewards 50-50, Han Sen said immediately, not wanting to waste time beating around the bush. Dragon 1 didn't hesitate. He smiled. Of course. Once Dragon 1 had agreed to Han Sen's request, he explained the situation inside the Xenogenic space. Because it was near the Big Barren system, and it was largely unexplored, not many of the high races went there. So, this place had been taken over by a lower race known as the Red Rats. The Red Rats were a small race, and the strongest of them were only king class. They didn't even have a half-deified in their midst. There weren't many Xenogenics in that system, so they had always been fine. But in more recent times, a star had exploded in the system. The explosion had turned out to have important ramifications for the Red Rats. After the star exploded, the Red Rats discovered, to their shock, that the star had hidden the entrance to a Xenogenic space. The Red Rats were happy about this, and so they sent people to explore the Xenogenic space. But then, something happened. 100 million Red Rats had gone to explore that Xenogenic space, but only one Red Rat made it back. The other Red Rats perished someplace inside. According to the Red Rat that survived, the Xenogenic space was a very spooky place. It was like there were countless suns hanging in there. The Xenogenic space was very hot and scary. They tried to get close to one of the suns, but the sun suddenly exploded. Millions of the Red Rats were turned into dust. Only that one Red Rat made it back, but it didn't even know why it had been spared. By all logic, it should have died in the explosion like the other Red Rats. The survivor was only a small viscount, too. It wasn't any stronger than the 100 million Red Rats that had died. Since no marquises had survived, it was hard to imagine how he managed to make it out. And then, a few days later, that lucky Red Rat evolved. It went from Viscount to Earl. And then it continued leveling up. This sudden evolution was shocking for everyone. When Dragon 1 arrived, the creature had just become king class. The situation was so weird, and the strange red rat had garnered the attention of every race. They wanted to figure out what spurred the creature's swift evolution. They wondered what sort of benefit the red rat had managed to get his hands on inside the xenogenic space. He had been evolving at an unbelievable rate. Many races had sent their low-level people into the xenogenic space, but none of those teams had been heard from again. So, all the races were now forced to send their deified elites to check the place out. After hearing Dragon 1 explain all this, Han Sen's curiosity was piqued. He also wanted to know why the red rat had evolved so quickly. Its evolution speed was something of a miracle in the Geno universe. Han Sen and Dragon 1 raced to the entrance of that xenogenic space. On the way, Dragon 1 had been thinking quite a bit. He glanced at Han Sen, who seemed content to travel silently beside him. He couldn't help but cough and say, "Brother Dollar, aren't you interested in how I leveled up to deified so quickly? Is becoming deified something special?" Han Sen looked at Dragon 1 with confusion. Dragon 1 didn't know what to say. The speed with which he had become deified made him one of the best of the dragons. Han Sen had made it sound like something average and expected. That depressed him a little. He had intended to show off and maybe brag a little, but he couldn't do that now. After they reached their destination, Han Sen couldn't keep the surprise off his face. The entrance to the xenogenic space was a black hole. It must have become a black hole after the sun exploded. Once the destructive power was expended, it had collapsed into the entrance to a xenogenic space. The two of them had gone there to explore, so they weren't going to be put off or frightened by the intimidating sight. They both entered the black hole. As soon as they did, Han Sen felt as if he had been teleported through space. What was inside the xenogenic space caught Han Sen off guard. Dragon 1 had said that the place was filled with suns, so he had thought the xenogenic space was in space. After getting there, he realized it was a large landmass. The land stretched into the distance, seemingly without end. There were mountains, boulders, and trees everywhere that Han Sen looked. But it was different from ordinary lands. The mountains, boulders, and woods all looked like charcoal. It was like this whole world had turned into ash. Everything in sight was painted in shades of black and white. The scene wasn't colorful like a normal landscape should have been. All of the surrounding land and mountains were a monochromatic pitch black. Some of them even had burned, charcoal-like crystals. The air was frighteningly hot. It felt like the whole place might catch fire any second. Han Sen raised his head to the sky, and there he saw what Dragon 1 had told him about. Several enormous suns hung in the sky. There had to be at least a dozen of them. What do these suns do? Are they planets? Or are they some sort of creature? Han Sen wondered aloud. He stared at the suns in the sky as he spoke. He was so far away that he couldn't feel the presence of the suns. He could only feel the scary heat that was coming from them. I don't know. What I do know for sure, though, is that these suns must not have always been here, Dragon 1 said. Why do you say that? Han Sen looked at Dragon 1 with confusion. Dragon 1 pointed at a nearby mountain that was black and crystalline. It was all burned, and he said, "Look over there. There is a building next to that mountain. That means there used to be life there." Han Sen looked to where Dragon 1 was pointing. He saw that, in the middle of the burned mountain, there was a tower. It seemed to have 7 floors. But just like the mountains, boulders, and trees around it, the tower was as black as charcoal. It could have easily been mistaken for a lump of coal. The two of them flew toward the tower, and when they reached it, they found many other charcoal buildings as well. They stumbled across an old, charcoal city. Although they saw no creatures, judging from the size of the city, there must have been at least 100,000 creatures living there at one point. But for some reason, the old city was just like the landscape around it. It had become charcoal in the course of a single second. Everything stood perfectly still, retaining the shape it might have once had before it was blackened. Even the leaves still had their veins. This place, I think I have seen it someplace before. Wait, this place is like the place in the sanctuary where I found the little red bird. Is this the Phoenix Nirvana? Han Sen was shocked as he came to this conclusion. Chapter 2768. Between two mountains. This place looked like the area in which Han Sen had first found the little red bird. Even the mountains and stones were charcoal. The little red bird was born in a place just like this, if you remove the additional suns from the equation. This is an impressive use of the fire element. It turned this whole place into charcoal. That isn't something ordinary heat can do, Dragon One said in awe. Han Sen raised his head and looked into the sun high above. He thought the suns were the most suspicious aspect of this realm. Perhaps they weren't even suns, at all. They might have been some scary, fire element xenogenics for all he knew. According to the Red Rat survivor, one of the suns exploded and turned them all to dust. So, it is certainly possible that they're living beings. Han Sen considered the possibility, but he didn't dare to try teleporting closer to the suns to check. He was there to claim easy rewards, not to needlessly risk his life. Even if the suns were some sort of powerful xenogenic, there was no need for Han Sen to risk his own safety. Dragon One tilted his nose into the wind and sniffed, then smiled. It looks like many other creatures have already been here before we arrived. You're a dragon, not a dog, Han Sen thought. How can you take a whiff of the air and discern how many people were here before us? Dragon One was oblivious to Han Sen's skepticism, though. He went on to say, the destroyed have been here. The foxes have been here, as well. Dragon One named a dozen different races. Han Sen was shocked. He didn't know about most of the races Dragon One mentioned, but Bar and Elder Nader had been there, so Dragon One was correct about the presence of the destroyed. Your nose sure is powerful, Han Sen complimented. Dragon One smiled. That is nothing remarkable. It is just a small trick of mine. I can analyze the substances that creatures and people leave behind, and it lets me learn who they were. That is so powerful, Han Sen said, with honest admiration in his voice. His Dongxian aura was similar to this, but this was more straightforward. As the pair were talking, a shadow appeared. It was heading for the old charcoal city. Han Sen and Dragon One looked warily at the shadow. In a place like this, they needed to be cautious until they were certain of who was approaching them. It could very well have been an enemy. They couldn't let their vigilance slip for one moment. It's Bao Lian of the Extreme King, Han Sen thought. He looked at the shadow with shock. He hadn't expected to meet Bao Lian there. But when he had seen Bao Lian before, he was Han. Senator Bao Lian had never met Dollar before, so Han Sen stayed silent and didn't say anything. This is a deified from the Extreme King. His name is Bao Lian, Dragon One said with a frown. While they were talking, Bao Lian landed at a place that wasn't too far from them. He observed the two of them, and then he looked at Dragon One and said, "Ah, it is Mr. Dragon One. I didn't expect to see you here. Since we've encountered each other under such unlikely circumstances, I can only consider it as fate. Are you willing to explore this xenogenic space with me?" Bao Lian was surprisingly polite. He didn't act like the average Extreme King elite. Han Sen was surprised. The dragons were brave people, but compared to the Extreme King, they weren't as talented. And the dragons sort of relied on the power and infrastructure of the Extreme King. In a way, the Extreme King were their employers or landlords. There was no need for Bao Lian to behave so politely. Han Sen had no idea that while King Bai was in charge, the Bao family had been doing poorly. They were doing anything that they could to gain an edge. This time, they had sent Bao Yan to explore the new xenogenic space. Bao Yan must have known it was a dangerous endeavor. Cooperating with powerful elites like Dragon One would be safer than exploring alone. I would like to. Dragon One looked at Han Sen and smiled with his answer. Dragon One was worried that this place might be too dangerous, just as Bao Yan thought it might be. Since they shared a like mind, an alliance seemed to make sense. Who is this? Bao Yan asked, indicating Han. Senator Dragon One introduced Han Sen as Dollar. Bao Yan stared at Han Sen in amazement, and he said, "Is this the Dollar who came first place in the Geno Being Scroll battles? I heard your name a long time ago. It is a shame it has taken me so long to finally meet you. You really are a talented young man." Although the Extreme King hadn't had any of their people participate in the Geno Being Scroll fights, Bao Yan had made sure to watch the battles unfold. He recognized Dollar, but he wasn't really as starstruck as he was pretending to be. He only knew there was a guy called Dollar who was supposedly pretty good. "Mr. Bao Yan, you are more knowledgeable than I am. Can you tell me which civilization might have once occupied a city such as this?" Dragon One asked Bao Yan after their greetings were over. Bao Yan glanced at the buildings all around them. These structures are fairly primitive. Races usually create buildings like this when they are in their infancy. Because this culture was obviously new and underdeveloped, it is difficult to determine which race might have actually owned these. After pausing briefly, Bao Yan pointed at a tower in the old city. On this tower's wall, you can see the traces of a carving. It looks like a carving of a phoenix. And this place seems to have been barbecued by something possessing a frightening amount of power with the fire element. A deified phoenix, perhaps? Dragon One asked in wonder. He quickly looked where Bao Yan was pointing, and he noticed there was indeed a carving there, albeit a slightly blurred one. Very faintly, he could make out the shape of a bird. But Dragon One had never seen one of the legendary, true god phoenixes before. He didn't know if that was what a phoenix actually looked like. Bao Yan nodded and said, "Phoenixes are the alphas of the fire element. It is very rare that a true god phoenix arises, and if one does, even the Extreme King will not dare offend it. If this place really is connected with a phoenix, we are going to have to be careful. We cannot risk provoking it." Dragon One nodded his agreement, then turned the conversation to how they should proceed. Once they decided on a route to follow, they moved past the city and ventured deeper into the xenogenic space. Han Sen pretended to not know who Bao Yan was, and Bao Yan seemed interested enough to meet Han Senator. They talked quite a bit, and Bao Yan seemed to like him. Bao Yan continued to behave humbly, and he didn't act like the typically arrogant Extreme King. But Han Sen knew Bao Yan was a very powerful adversary. The last time they fought, Han Sen found himself in a very tricky situation. And Han Sen had yet to figure out what sort of power Bao Yan had wielded when they last fought. In truth, he was a little afraid of Bao Yan. He needed to figure out how the man's power worked. The two of them got along very well. They chatted so much along the way, it was almost as if they were brothers. "There are creatures over there," Dragon One interrupted them from up front. Han Sen and Bao Yan looked ahead and found themselves looking at two large mountains. They were 10,000 meters high, and a long stretch of wood bridged the distance between them, running from one peak to the other. In the middle of the bridge stood a big, black steel bell. Many creatures were standing along the bridge, staring at the black steel bell. Chapter 2769 Two Ape Mountain. The bell's base was 100 meters wide. It hung between the two mountains, and the mass and gravity of the bell made it an impressive sight to anyone within range. Mystical engravings covered the surface of the giant bell, visible even from a great distance because of the size of the bell. The engravings looked rather strange. They seemed to depict a bird that was flying through a complex series of loops and twirls. Han Sen and the others were unsure what it meant. But on the front of the bell, there was an engraving of a true god bird. There was no doubt about this picture, it represented a true god phoenix. Many creatures stood across the bridge, looking up at the black steel bell. But for some reason, none of them were fighting over it. They simply stared up at the object, enthralled. Han Sen noticed Bar and Elder Nader among the creatures standing on the bridge. They were staring up at the bell with the same expression on their faces as the creatures around them. They weren't trying to claim the item as their own, and neither were they leaving. They were transfixed. It was a strange thing for Han Sen to see. Dragon 1 called to Bar, but Bar paid him no heed. The destroyed's eyes remained firmly locked on the bell. Something is wrong, Dragon 1 said quietly. He looked in the direction of the black steel bell and frowned. There was no need for him to say it, though. Han Sen and Bao Lian had already noticed that something was off. Bar and the others seemed to have been trapped by some unseen force. Why else would they be ignoring people who were calling their names? Han Sen secretly cast his Dongxian Sutra. He focused his attention on the two mountains, the wood that bridged them, and the black steel bell, hoping to discern a clue or two from them. As he stared at them, he did notice something. The bridge between the two mountains and the big steel bell had some sort of natural connection. They were subtly releasing some sort of power. It was rather weird. The big mountains, the bridge, the big steel bell, they were composed of 3 different materials. In ordinary circumstances, they shouldn't have been exuding the same type of power, and yet they were. The energy that radiated from them was all of the same wavelength. Weird. This is so weird, Bao Lian mumbled as he kept looking. What have you found, Mr. Bao? Dragon 1 asked. Bao Lian pointed at the 2 big mountains and said, don't you think these 2 mountains look rather unique? Unique? What kind of unique are you talking about? Dragon 1 looked over the 2 mountains again and didn't seem to be anything too special about them. It's their shape. Don't you think those 2 mountains look like 2 giant apes? Bao Lian asked in a strained voice, pointing at the 2 big mountains. Han Sen had been looking at the 2 mountains for some time, but he hadn't noticed that. Now that Bao Lian had pointed it out, Han Sen noticed that the 2 big mountains really did look like 2 apes holding up a bridge of wood. They supported the weight of the black steel bell, which looked as if it was going to fall any second. Han Sen had many questions about what they were seeing. He was curious about the design, but he didn't come to any conclusions. Dragon 1 looked at it for a while, and before long, his eyes widened. 2 apes holding up a bridge of wood. Does that mean we're actually looking at the legendary 2-Ape Mountain? No way. 2-Ape Mountain belonged to Sacred, and it was destroyed long ago. Why is it here? This might not be the genuine 2-Ape Mountain. For all we know, it just looks similar, Bao Lian said. But he couldn't seem to tear his eyes away from the 2-Ape Mountain. It was hard to tell what he was thinking. What is the 2-Ape Mountain? Han Sen had never heard the term before. He looked at Bao Lian and Dragon 1. In the legends regarding Sacred, tales tell of a very famous mountain, Dragon 1 explained. Originally, 2-Ape Mountain was just a pair of ordinary mountains. They were nothing special. But later on, Sacred Leader and his trusted partner played chess for 7 days and 7 nights. Eventually, the game ended in a tie. So, the Sacred Leader decided to build a bridge between those 2 mountains and construct a pavilion at the center of the bridge to play chess. That way, he could continue playing chess with that forever trusted partner. The 2 big mountains looked like old apes, and after the bridge and the pavilion were built, it looked like the 2 old apes were carrying a carriage. Therefore, 2-Ape Mountain is occasionally called 2 apes holding up a carriage mountain. Bai Lian carried on with the story, saying, in the legends, that pavilion was used for many chess matches between sacred leader and his trusted partner. It is a heavenly topic for those who love chess. But in the legends, when Sacred was destroyed, Two Ape Mountain was also destroyed. The bridge and the pavilion went missing. What we're looking at here might appear similar, but it isn't actually Two Ape Mountain. Dragon 1 went on to say, although moving mountains isn't difficult for deified elites, the most important part of Two Ape Mountain was the chess records located inside the pavilion. Since the pavilion containing those records is missing, who would have gone to the effort of relocating Two Ape Mountain all the way out here? The pavilion has been replaced with a big steel bell. I highly doubt that this is the Two Ape Mountain that came from Sacred. Han Sen didn't really know anything about this, so he had nothing to add to the conversation. He merely listened to them explain the history. A person who could play chess with Sacred leader. I bet Sacred's partner was very famous. What was his name, and what race did he hail from? Han Sen inquired. Dragon 1 shrugged and said, that's all I know. It is documented in the history books of our race, but I've never actually read them myself. And the books never did state who Sacred's chess partner was. Back then, Sacred leader ruled almost the entire universe. He had many strong subordinates. He had 4 holy beasts and 10 generals. All of them were amazingly powerful elites. It would be hard to find out which of them played chess with him, Bao Lian said. Han Sen started to ask something, but he suddenly heard a loud ringing noise. Although the air around them was still and devoid of wind, the black steel bell started to chime. Every time it moved, it unleashed a loud bell chime. The sound that the bell produced seemed entirely ordinary. There was nothing special about the acoustics. It didn't seem to possess any special kind of power. But the next second, Han Sen, Bao Lian, and Dragon 1 froze. As the bell rang, the charcoal appearance of the trees and the mountains suddenly faded away. Color began to seep back into the black and white world. The charred appearance of the trees vanished, and healthy shades of green and brown swept over them. New leaves sprang into existence as Han Sen and the others watched. The vegetation around them was coming back to life with startling speed. Across the 2 ape-like mountains, small shrubs and grass rose around and between the rocks. What Han Sen saw was very weird. It was like a dead man coming back to life. A second later, the world around them was full of greenery. Life was spreading to cover every surface, flourishing in unchecked glory. The 2 mountains started to look green, as well. Everything in sight seemed to be radiating a life force. The landscape looked completely different than it had looked before. The only thing that hadn't changed was the black steel bell. It looked exactly as it had before it began to chime. The noise of the bell died down, and it remained where it was, very still. Chapter 2770 God Bird. The bridge itself began to sprout branches, and Bar and the others snapped out of their daze. They all sought to fly away from the growing limbs, but as soon as they started to move, branches came at them from all directions. Bar was a primitive deified elite. With his full power, he could devastate a planet with a single punch. But he couldn't resist those branches that reached out and began to wrap themselves around him. The branches tied him up like a cocoon, with only his head poking out above the leaves. Bar wasn't the only one to be caught, even the transmutation class Elder Nader was unable to escape. He released his power in a massive surge, but under the force of the branches, his power was like snow melting under a spring sun. His attempts to protect himself dissolved into nothing, and then the branches bound him firmly. No creature upon the plank bridge was exempted from this. They were all tied up in cocoons of various sizes, and soon they were all dangling helplessly from the bridge. As Han Sen looked at them, he was struck by how much they looked like caterpillars. He had often found those insects hanging from the trees near his old house. They would hang from the branches, motionless unless a wind caught them and waved them back and forth. The sight before him was eerily similar. Hansen kept observing the captured creatures, falling back as he did. Even Elder Nader had been unable to resist the ensnaring branches. Hansen didn't think he was much stronger than Elder Nader. If he got close, he might end up suffering the same fate. He didn't want to end up snared by the branches, too. Dragon 1 and Bao Yen seemed to share his opinion. They all made sure to retreat with haste. The squawking of a bird sounded clearly throughout the sky. Within a second, Hansen felt a very frightening presence descending on the strange realm. It rushed down from the sky in a blur, moving too quickly for them to react. It was like watching a plane crash. Although the bird itself remained in the sky, the weight of the bird's aura hit the ground, instantly crushing anything on the surface. Hansen found that his body had been slammed down into the dirt, and he couldn't get up. The scary pressure was slowly pushing him into the ground like it was made of quicksand. His face had almost been crushed. He couldn't get out. Hansen's face was on its side, trying to discern where the sound of that bird came from. Far away, up in the sky, he saw a large bird burning with a white flame. It was soaring through the air, and the very scary pressure came from its body. Hansen couldn't be certain what kind of bird it was. It looked elegant, proud, gorgeous, majestic. It was like a god from the sky. It was like the legends that described the god Phoenix. But Hansen had never seen a real phoenix before, so he couldn't be sure if he was seeing one now. The big bird was soaring casually over the mountain. Wherever it went, the landscape beneath it came back to life. Every tree, bush, and blade of grass was brimming with life force once more. The big bird flew in slow circles, and it seemed like the whole world was following it, hoping to be given a life force again. The green trees were repopulate with leaves. Flowers were popping up out of the ground. Wherever the bird went, new life followed behind. The deserted wasteland was turning into a tropical paradise. A phoenix. It really is a phoenix. Bao Yen was lying on the ground next to Han Senator. He stared up blankly, seemingly at a loss for how to react. I've been so unlucky recently. I entered an undeveloped xenogeneic space and found a true god-class xenogeneic phoenix. The chances of that are lower than winning the lottery, Hansen grumbled in his heart. Fortunately, the phoenix wasn't flying toward them. It flew to the plank bridging the two-ape mountain. It glided slowly forward on its huge wings until it reached the bridge. After circling the bridge 3 times, the phoenix with its white flames descended onto the wood. The fire on its body didn't harm the wood. It actually seemed to be forcing more life force into the plank, and it made the branches grow even faster. The phoenix then lowered its head to look at the creature nearest to it. The creature looked like a golem from what Hansen could see through the cocoon of branches. Only the golem's head was clearly visible. Answer a question for me. If the answer satisfies me, then I will forgive you for offending me. The phoenix didn't physically speak, but everyone who could see the phoenix could hear its voice in their minds. I will answer any question you would like me to. What do you want to know? The golem-like creature said. One day, you and your partner encounter danger. One of you has to die for the other to be saved, and you have the power to decide. Do you choose to die for your partner to be saved? Or would you prefer that your partner perish so that you could live? The voice of the phoenix rumbled, shaking their minds as it spoke. Everyone was shocked. They had expected the deity to ask about some ancient secret. They never expected a question like this. And it didn't seem like the question had a single correct answer. Different people would respond in different ways. But since the phoenix had already asked, the golem couldn't refuse to answer. It swallowed and replied, I would sacrifice myself to save my partner so that she could live. Hypocrite. The phoenix's voice played in everyone's head. It sounded disdainful. The next second, Hansen and the others watched the phoenix lower its head. It opened its beak in the golem's direction. But the phoenix didn't bite down. Rather, it made a sucking motion, as if it was drawing in a breath. A weird power came out of the golem's body and vanished into the phoenix's mouth. After that strange power was taken away, the golem's head looked like a dried-up husk. Then, the entire creature turned into sand and scattered across the wind. No trace of the being was left to see. Everyone stared at the place where the golem had been in silence. Although the golem was just a king-class creature, its power had been drained until it was nothing more than dust. It was a bit too scary to fully comprehend. The phoenix didn't seem to think that what it had done was a big deal. Ignoring the sand that was still leaking from the now empty cocoon, the phoenix moved to the next cocooned creature like it was walking down the aisle in a grocery store. This creature's head looked like it belonged to an octopus or squid. Han Sen recognized this one. This being had been following Elder Nader, so it had to be one of Elder Nader's students. That creature turned pale when the phoenix looked at him. And then, he heard the phoenix's voice sound again. Once more, it was in everyone's head. One day, you and your partner encounter danger. One of you has to die for the other to be saved, and you have the power to decide. Do you choose to die for your partner to be saved? Or would you prefer that your partner perish so that you could live? That creature was terrified, but it noticed that the question was exactly the same as before. He was so happy. The golem had already given one answer, and that answer was wrong. So, the squid creature assumed that the other answer must be correct. Thinking of that, the creature hastily shouted, "I would choose to save myself." Obscene. Before the creature could explain why he had chosen to save himself at his partner's expense, the phoenix's angry voice rumbled in everyone's heads. The phoenix lowered its head and drew in a breath. The creature's power was ripped out of it, and the body turned into dust. The wind carried it away. A chill sank into the hearts of all the onlookers, and goosebumps flared all over their skin. They thought that giving a different answer to the question would allow them to live. But now, it seemed as if the question posed by the phoenix had no correct answer. It all depended on the phoenix's mood. Chapter 2771 You Can Eat This. Han Sen, Bao Yen and Dragon One felt a cold sweat gather across their brows. There was nothing in the world that was scarier than an unreasonable deity. It was obvious that the god Phoenix wasn't acting rationally. You answer this question. The Phoenix turned to another king-class noble. That person was also a student of Elder Nader, and he was asked the same question. Master, the guy seemed to be on the verge of tears. He spoke to Elder Nader with a trembling voice. Elder Nader's face turned green. He had brought many of his students there to explore the new xenogenic space. He hadn't expected them to run face first into a true god. Such a being was a truly terrifying existence. He knew this was going to be bad. But this student was behaving with such weakness. He was a king-class elite with destroyed blood. And yet, he sounded weaker than some low-ranking outsider. Answer my question. The flames across the phoenix's body exploded, covering the skies and the earth with a white flame. The eyes of the bird stared down at the destroyed king with demonic intensity. The destroyed student looked pale, and he hurried up to answer, I would listen to my partner. If she wanted me to live, I would live. If she wanted me to die, I would die. What a wimp. The phoenix grunted callously. It opened its mouth and drew in a breath. Just like the other two creatures, the destroyed king's body was reduced to nothing but ash. Every person's heart sank. It was obvious that the phoenix was playing with them. No matter what they answered, they were going to die. If you want to kill me, kill me. I'm not answering your crappy bird-brained question, shouted a nameless king when he saw the phoenix looking down on him. If that is what you desire, then I will do it. The phoenix was still acting very high-class and elegant. It lowered its head, opened its beak, and inhaled. The king dissolved into dust. Han Sen's heart sank. He had been hoping that the phoenix's question was similar to the wishes offered by the gods. He had suspected that if he didn't answer the question, the phoenix might not be able to hurt him. But after watching the death of the most recent victim, it was evident things weren't like that. Dragon 1 and Bao Lian's faces looked gray, and sweat had beaded across their faces. They thought their feelings would be reflected in Han Sen, and that they would feel hopeless. The phoenix asked the same question to another few creatures, but no matter what they answered, the results were the same. They all had their life forces ripped out of them. The powerful Elder Nader was a transmutation deified, but he could only watch the events unfold. He couldn't resist or do anything about it. Eventually, the phoenix came before Elder Nader. Elder Nader's 3 heads and 6 eyes stared back at the phoenix. It looked as if he wanted to attack the phoenix, but his body was bound too tightly by the branches. He couldn't even move, let alone fight. He couldn't even wiggle his fingers. The branches hadn't just trapped his body. If the situation was that simple, then his elite transmutation powers would have allowed him to turn a simple exhale into an end-of-the-world thunder god. He wouldn't be rendered helpless by mere physical restraints. But now, Elder Nader couldn't exert any strength. He wasn't even sure if his power had been contained or drained entirely. As everyone waited for Elder Nader to die, the phoenix turned its face away. It turned around, and its raptor-like gaze locked onto Han Sen and the 2 others on the ground next to him. The hearts of the 3 began to bound. Before they realized what was going on, the phoenix flapped its wings and flew down the mountain. Oh no! Han Sen suddenly felt sick with fear. Why had that phoenix suddenly changed its mind, leaving a deified elite to fly toward them instead? The faces of Dragon 1 and Bao Lian turned green. Losing all sense of decorum, Dragon 1 shouted at Bao Lian, "Mr. Bao, if we don't fight, we don't stand a chance." Bao Lian's face darkened with frustration. "You think I don't want to fight? Have you been paying attention? The power gap is too significant. Even though my king body isn't suppressed, I can't seem to use its power. There is no chance of fighting back. Aren't you a dragon? Don't you call yourself the bravest race? Don't you guys have high resistance to any kind of power? Can you break the suppression on me so that I can activate my king body? Perhaps that way we can get out of this mess." Dragon 1 sank against his bonds. "If I could break free, do you think I would remain here trapped?" The discussion was pointless. The 2 of them were locked down there, and neither of them could get free. Dragon 1 could see that Bao Lian was useless, so he shouted at Han Sen, "Dollar, if you can escape, take us away now. Do it before it is too late." Han Sen shook his head. Even if he used his super god spirit body to escape, it would only last a second. Once that time was up, the phoenix's power would be back to suppressing him. He was a dead man either way. There was nothing that the 3 of them could do to escape. And by now, the phoenix had reached them. It landed 10 meters away from the 3 and looked at Han Sr. "No way. There are so many creatures you can eat, but you choose to eat me. I am not Tang Sanzang. What are you staring at me for?" Han Sen felt so depressed. He prepared to activate his super god spirit body. Although his chances of escape were low, it was worth a shot. Han Sen was going to wait until the phoenix asked its question, and as soon as it started speaking, he would use his super god spirit body to teleport away. Perhaps he would survive, somehow. But when the phoenix opened its beak, it didn't ask a question. The scary suction pulled on Han Sen's body. Oh no! It's all over. Han Sen thought in sudden despair. It was too late for him to use his super god spirit body now. Han Sen thought he was going to be turned into dust, but that wasn't what happened. His body flew through the air toward the phoenix. Before Han Sen realized what was going on, the phoenix flapped its wings and shot up into the air beneath Han Sen, catching him on its back. Han Sen was sitting on the white fire, but it didn't feel hot. It was a very warm, relaxing sensation. He felt as if he was sitting in a hot spring. The phoenix's body had a seemingly limitless life force. The feeling rushed through him, and it made his body feel like old wood receiving life again. His cells were active, and they began to multiply at a much faster rate. What is going on? Han Sen was confused. Bao Lian, Dragon 1, and many of the other creatures that were wrapped up in branches were looking quite confused. They couldn't believe this was happening. They all thought Dollar was going to bite the dust. They would never have guessed that he would end up riding the phoenix. They all stared at Han Sen in shock, unsure what sort of reaction they should give. After the phoenix placed Han Sen on its back, it flapped its wings and returned to the wooden bridge. Han Sen sat atop the phoenix's back. He could tell that the phoenix didn't hold any hostility toward him. The phoenix dropped back onto the bridge, landing in front of Elder Nader, who was tied up like a cocoon. The bird's resonating voice played in everyone's head again. "You can eat this," the phoenix said. All around Han Sen, the jaws of the onlookers fell open. Even though the phoenix hadn't used Elder Nader's name, it was obvious that the bird thought the destroyed would be tasty and nutritious. And he wanted Han Sen to eat the man. Chapter 2772. As long as you like, you're letting me eat him. Han Sen looked surprised. Yes. He is the best meal here. Are you worried that he won't taste good? That is fine, if so. You can have your pick. Eat anything you want. If you like it, it is yours, the phoenix said. Looks of confused horror covered the faces of Elder Nader and all the others. They couldn't believe what they were hearing. They had all been trapped in this place, and the phoenix considered them to be nothing more than food. Dollar, however, had been invited to eat with the phoenix like a guest of honor. If he wanted to, he could consume them until his belly was full. Although Han Sen had no idea why the phoenix was treating him differently, he felt as if he was relatively safe now. "You're giving them all to me?" Han Sen asked, looking at Elder Nader and the others. "Of course. Assuming you like them, that is." The phoenix smiled. It was like a doting mother who had found an opportunity to spoil her kid. It was difficult for Han Sen to comprehend its current behavior, given that he had just watched it toy with the lives of its prisoners. It had turned kings and deifieds into piles of dust with ease. "I can do whatever I want to them. I mean, if I don't want to eat them, can I let them go?" Han Sen asked. "Yes, as long as that is what you want." The phoenix looked as if it really was spoiling him. Han Sen only wanted to save Dragon 1, but then he hesitated. He decided to save Bao Lian, too. He wanted to beat Bao Lian by himself. He didn't want the man to die like this before Han Sen could settle the score between them. "Then, let those two go." Han Sen pointed at Dragon 1 and Bao Lian. When the phoenix heard Han Sen's request, it didn't move. But Bao Lian and Dragon 1, who were being pressed into the ground, suddenly felt the crushing gravitational force lift from their bodies. "Brother Dollar, I really appreciate this," Dragon 1 declared, his face looking rather shaken. Immediately after he finished speaking, he flew away. He didn't dare stay any longer. "What you've done here today will be paid back in full." "I owe you one," Bao Lian said. And then, he left with Dragon 1. "Mr. Dollar, help." Many elites that were bound to the bridge had seen that the phoenix agreed to free Dragon 1 and Bao Lian at Dollar's request. They were shocked, but hope quickly dawned in their eyes. A few desperate kings called out to Han Sen for help. "I can really do whatever I want with these people?" Han Sen asked again, looking at the god phoenix with uncertainty. "Of course. They are all yours," the phoenix said with a smile. Han Sen squinted and looked at Elder Nader and all the others. He remained silent for a long moment, and his reluctance made everyone worry profusely. "Mr. Dollar, please be kind and let us live. I have a family back home to raise," begged a king from a small race. "I have no association with your people, and neither am I cooperating with you. Why should I save you?" Han Sen looked at the king and spoke coldly. The king immediately answered, "I have many xenogeneic treasures and genes. I can give them all to you, I just want to live. I will owe you so much. Are you truly willing to do that?" "I haven't forced you," Han Sen said with a blink. "Of course, I'm willing to. I will be eternally thankful if I'm allowed to live. You will be my savior for all time, and I will work my hardest to pay you back," the king quickly said. "Mr. Dollar, I am willing to offer you all my treasures and xenogeneic genes." "Mr. Dollar, please take mine." Suddenly, many kings were fighting to be the ones to give Han Sen treasure. They pleaded with Han Sen to show mercy and let them live. "If you guys are being this nice, I won't decline your offers," Han Sen said, his voice slightly awkward. He quickly collected the treasures and xenogeneic genes from the kings. And then, he asked the phoenix to remove the restrictions binding them. The kings were delighted. After they thanked Han Sen, they were quick to escape that place. "Brother Dollar, this is all I have. Is it enough to spare my life?" Bar said. Bar never saved up much. The only thing of real value that he possessed was a deified saw blade. And it was only at the primitive level. "If Brother Bar is willing to give that up, then I will accept it." Han Sen nodded and took Bar's saw blade. The phoenix then released the restrictions holding Bar. When the deified elites who were present saw Bar give up a deified treasure in exchange for his life, they all decided to follow his example. They were willing to give up their deified treasures in exchange for permission to live. Han Sen turned to the other deifieds with a wolfish grin. He said, "Bar and his buddy Dia Robber are old clients of mine. That is why he is getting special treatment. If the rest of you would like to purchase your lives, deified treasure alone is not enough." Amazement swept through the deified prisoners. That was especially true of Elder Nader. His face kept warping, shifting from green to white as his emotions vacillated between nausea and rage. Before, he had thought of Dollar as a useless nobody. He refused to team up with Dollar. Who would have known his life would end up in this man's hands? He wasn't optimistic enough to believe that his chances of being saved were 50-50. He probably wouldn't be allowed to live, even if he gave Han Sen everything that he had. As he watched Han Sen scam the other deified elites, Elder Nader's first impression of Han Sen grew deeper. This was a greedy man. Those were the 5 words he would pick to describe Han Sr. "This guy is so greedy. No wonder people call him Dollar." Now that the other deifieds were being forced to give up all their prized possessions in exchange for their freedom, they also realized what sort of person Han Sen really was. But losing all their money was better than dying there. It might have been unpleasant, but the deifieds paid up rather quickly. None of them were bold enough to try to bargain with Han Senator. A short time later, Han Sen was a much wealthier man, and all the elites that were bound by the bridge were released. Only Elder Nader remained, and he hadn't said a word thus far. Elder Nader couldn't even move his head to look away. His face was turning a deeper and deeper shade of red, but he didn't say anything. "I don't believe you will release everyone from all these races, yet dare to kill me. Killing me in front of all these witnesses is like declaring war upon the destroyed," Elder Nader thought to himself, but still, he did not speak. "Mr. Phoenix, thank you for your kindness and generosity. The rest of these people are useless to me. You can have them all." Han Sen bowed to the phoenix. Elder Nader's mouth fell open, but before he could protest or say anything, the god phoenix opened its mouth and drew in a breath. Elder Nader turned into clouds of dust. Everyone stared in mute silence. They were terrified by the fact that a transmutation deified had been murdered in an instant, but they were also happy that they had made a smarter decision. If they hadn't coughed up Han Sen's ransom demand, they would have ended up like Elder Nader. Elder Nader stayed at home for too long. He must have forgotten how dangerous the universe is. Even to the moment of his death, he was just thinking about preserving his reputation. Bar shook his head casually, then chuckled a little. Although the destroyed were powerful, they didn't have many deifieds. Losing a transmutation deified like that was a big blow to them. But Elder Nader had been famous for too long. Instead of spending his time fighting for survival in the universe, he had spent the last few hundred years teaching students. He had lost his edge and forgotten how cruel the universe can be. He had taken his reputation too seriously. When everyone was gone, Han Sen bowed to the god Phoenix and said, "Thank you for your help. If there is something you need me to do, I will try my best to help you. If there is nothing else, then I will take my leave." After Han Sen said that, the phoenix picked him up in its beak. It flew deep into the xenogenic space. Chapter 2773 God Phoenix's Rex. When the god Phoenix departed, the bridge between the two halves of Two Ape Mountain reverted to its former, lifeless appearance. The branches that had sprouted from it retreated, and its surface began to look like charcoal once more. The black steel bell stopped moving, too. It hung motionless and silent. After the phoenix lifted Han Sen into the air, it rocketed forward with blinding speed. This was nothing like the slow, ponderous way the bird had moved when it first approached Two Ape Mountain. Before Han Sen could say anything, he saw that they were heading toward one of the suns in the sky. The orb glowed with power and heat as they shot recklessly toward it. They were still some distance from the sun, but Han Sen thought that the incredible heat was about to melt his deified body. He didn't know what would happen if he entered that glowing orb, and his heart rose into his throat at the thought. The phoenix flapped its wings, and they shot past the sun, flying deeper into the xenogenic space. The phoenix accelerated, leaving behind the glowing suns that hung threateningly in the sky. Han Sen looked ahead and saw, in the distant sky, a giant sycamore tree that was growing upside down. Han Sen had seen many strange trees in his life before, but he had never seen a tree growing upside down. The top of the giant sycamore tree was on the ground, but its roots were growing into the sky. The roots were like a dragon's beard, all tangled up like a large bird nest. People say phoenixes live in sycamore trees. Perhaps this phoenix doesn't live atop the sycamore tree, but rather, in its roots. Han Sen looked at the upside-down growing tree with a strange expression. The god phoenix soared up to the roots and landed deftly among them. The creature opened its beak, letting Han Sen fall into a knot of roots that looked something like a nest. Han Sen quickly discovered that the place wasn't like a bird's nest. It really was a bird's nest. In that bird's nest that was composed of the roots of the tree, Han Sen saw a giant egg that was around 10 meters tall. The egg was burning with the same white fire as the phoenix. "Why have you brought me here? You don't think I look like a phoenix, do you? You're not going to raise me as a child, are you?" Han Sen spoke to the phoenix that was now settling down in the nest. "Of course I know you aren't a phoenix. Phoenixes don't give birth to ugly children like you. And this is my child," the phoenix said proudly. "Then why did you bring me here?" Han Sen let out a long sigh. If he was raised by a phoenix, he would become a phoenix man. "Your body has traces of a presence that belongs to a member of my race. And I must say, it is a nice one. I'm sure you must have been spending a lot of time with a youngster of my race," the phoenix said while looking at Han Sr., a young phoenix. Han Sen was shocked. Then he thought of something. With a weird look on his face, he said, "She can't be talking about the little red bird, can she? The little red bird is a hybrid, though. It isn't actually a phoenix." Now Hansen understood why the phoenix was treating him differently. It was because of the little red bird. We did spend time together for quite a while. And our relationship is solid. We are kind of like brothers, Hansen said seriously. Hansen wasn't going to tell the phoenix that the little red bird was a hybrid. If the phoenix was racist to the hybrid kind, then his special treatment would vanish. Thinking about how cold and cruel the phoenix appeared when it started eating people, Hansen shuddered. He sincerely hoped the phoenix wouldn't have a change of heart and became callous enough to dine on him. I thought I was the only phoenix remaining in this universe. I didn't suspect there was another one of my kind out there in the universe. The phoenix looked very happy, but then it said, "If you can, I hope you will be able to help me. Bring that baby phoenix here. I'm afraid that might be rather difficult. I have been separated from the phoenix for quite a while, and I'm not sure where it is right now. But don't worry. If you want to see it, I will do my best to find him and bring him to you. If you guys are seeking a reunion, I will do my best to make it happen. A reunion with your family will be a beautiful thing." Hansen could see that the phoenix's expression was growing a little rigid, so he quickly tried to make his voice sound more positive and certain. The phoenix looked very happy again. "Don't just try your best. You must bring him here. Don't worry. I will make sure to complete this request," Hansen agreed. He wanted to trick the phoenix and leave that xenogenic space as soon as possible. Hansen didn't know if the phoenix could accept a hybrid. He wouldn't risk his safety or the little red bird's by actually bringing it there. The phoenix seemed very happy. It extended one of its wings, and Hansen saw a feather that looked very fiery and white fall through the air. The feather seemed to have a life of its own, and it flew before Hans Sr. "This phoenix feather is for you. It is my gift for you. If you complete my request, I will reward you with more," the phoenix said seriously. "You are so kind. I'm more than flattered to receive this," Hansen said. Then, he grabbed the fire-wreathed feather in his hand. It was a true god-class treasure. Even a mere feather from the phoenix would be wildly powerful. The feather was pure white, almost transparent. The whole thing looked as if it was made of fire, but it wasn't like a fire that Hansen couldn't touch. It was actually solid. This fire feather was a small piece of an actual phoenix, but it was still only 1 meter long. When he held it in his hands, though, it looked like a flaming sword. Hansen grinned widely. He could use the feather as a weapon. Hansen was lacking a decent weapon right now. This fire feather was perfect for him. The longer he held it, the more he liked it. A fire element fire feather. This should be quite powerful, Hansen thought to himself. He wasn't going to try out the sword there in the phoenix's nest, though. After he had examined the gift, Hansen changed the subject. "Why are you looking for a baby phoenix? I think that the baby bird is substantially weaker than you." Hansen was speaking the truth. This phoenix had pure ancestry, and it was a born deified xenogenic. The little red bird was just a hybrid, and it had been very weak when it was born. Compared to a true god xenogenic, it was 180,000 miles behind. The phoenix sighed and said, "Breeding is difficult for our race. There aren't many of us left, if there are any at all. Up until now, I haven't been able to find another of my kind. I can't believe there is a baby bird alive somewhere. For me and my race, this is great news. Once my child is born, they can become a couple. That way, they should be able to breed." Hansen froze when he heard that. The phoenix wanted to use the little red bird as a breeding machine. It planned for the little red bird to make babies and repopulate the phoenixes. "Hang on, I don't even know if the little red bird is male or female," Hansen thought. "If they are the same sex, how will they make babies?" Hansen didn't say that aloud, however. He only agreed to the request, promising that he would bring the little red bird there. If there is nothing else, I will go and search for the little red bird and bring it here. Han Sen just wanted to get out of there now. There is no rush. Before you leave, there is something very important you must do, the phoenix said. Then, it spat some fire at Han Sen. Chapter 2774 Extreme Living Land. The phoenix's white flame wrapped around Han Sen in a flash. It made Han Sen look like a burning torch, but it didn't actually sear him. He felt no pain or burning sensation. While the fire looked scary, there was no heat. But within the burning flames, Han Sen's black Dongxian armor started to turn white. Aside from that, Han Sen felt no changes occurring within his body. His Dongxian armor's power wasn't locked or limited. When the fire went out, the Dongxian armor had turned into a white, semi-transparent crystal. It looked like a dream, like something that couldn't possibly exist in the real world. Han Sen's eyes suddenly widened. He generated his Dongxian Sutra power and realized his Dongxian power was activated. With it, he could harness white phoenix fires. Now that you have the phoenix flame's power, you can make effective use of the phoenix feather, the phoenix said with a smile. Han Sen wasn't overjoyed by this, though. His Dongxian Sutra was already fine, but now his armor was linked to the god phoenix flame. If he used his Dongxian armor, it would trigger the phoenix fire. That seemed like a good thing at first thought. The phoenix fires was a high-class power that most people would admire, but it simply wasn't Han Sen's forte. If the phoenix had placed its phoenix flames on the Dongxian armor, it wasn't likely that the fire's only function was allowing Han Sen to use the phoenix feather. Although Han Sen immediately thought this, he didn't say anything to the phoenix. Go. If you can bring back that baby phoenix, I will allow your people to live here, protected by our race, the phoenix promised. This place is a smoldering wasteland. Who would want to live here? Han Sen thought to himself. The conditions that the phoenix had wrought on the land around it didn't seem to be all that inviting. It seemed to understand what Han Sen was thinking, though. The phoenix continued, explaining, this is where the phoenix race started. Now, only I am left. I don't really need much space anymore. If you can bring that baby phoenix back to me, I will allow you to make use of 1,000,000 miles. You may cultivate it however you see fit, and if an enemy shows up, I promise to help you chase them away. After that, the phoenix looked across the burned world and said, after bad things reach their lowest point, good things then tend to rise. This is an incinerated land, but it isn't a dead realm. It can yield benefits beyond your wildest dreams. What kind of benefits? Han Sen couldn't help but ask. Only the dying can live. Death comes first so that newborns can grow. This xenogenic space has extremely potent powers of life. Any creature, whether it is a plant, animal, or xenogenic, will grow better here than they would in the outside world, the phoenix said. Why don't I feel anything special about this place? Han Sen didn't believe what the phoenix said because he couldn't feel anything strange going on inside him. He couldn't detect the life force in this xenogenic space doing anything that the phoenix had just described. Do you have any seeds? The phoenix asked, looking at Han Sr. I don't have seeds, but I do have a small plant. Han Sen brought out a cactus from Destiny's Tower in a glass pot. Put it in the soil, the phoenix said. Han Sen was confused. He took the cactus out of the pot and planted it in the soil. Then, a miracle happened. The cactus had been the size of a fist, but as Han Sen watched, it began to grow. A second later, it was the size of a football. And it was still growing. Any creature that can absorb this extreme living power can grow quickly, just like this plant you have planted. Beneath the extreme living power, a being can develop very fast and reach the max of what one's genes can support. There is only one extreme living land in the universe, and it is here. It belongs to the phoenixes. There is no other in the universe, the phoenix said with a cocky look. As the phoenix spoke, the cactus that Han Sen had planted reached the size of a barrel. And still, it continued to grow. It shocked Han Sen a great deal. He couldn't even explain how staggering this was. Does all the land in this place have power similar to what I'm seeing here? Han Sen asked, looking at the phoenix in wonder. He knew what that meant. If any creature could grow that rapidly in a certain location, it almost suggested that the area was a glitch. It went against the laws of nature. Yes, the phoenix said with a nod. Han Sen was speechless. He was so happy to hear that he might be allowed to enter a xenogenic space as profound as that. It would be a great boon for the development of humans. Plus, he would have a true god phoenix to protect the race. Humans in this universe would be as safe as Tarzan. Aside from the 3 higher races, no one could even attempt to assault the territory protected by the phoenix. Now, Han Sen was seriously considering handing over the little red bird. Don't worry, Mr. Phoenix. I'm going to try my best to locate the baby phoenix. I will bring it to you. Han Sen licked his lips as he spoke. The phoenix was happy with Han Sen's performance thus far, and it didn't keep him. It told Han Sen that when he located the baby phoenix, he simply needed to return and ring the black steel bell. Then, the phoenix would come to pick up Han Sen and the baby phoenix. Han Sen collected his phoenix feather and left that nirvana. He was so tempted by the phoenix's offer that he thought to himself, it is a shame that the little red bird is a mix. If the phoenix isn't fond of it, this might turn bad. I shouldn't risk it. Han Sen decided that he wouldn't bring the little red bird there, after all. After departing from the xenogenic space, he traveled a great many leagues away. The Very High don't know that I have escaped, but I'm not going back to Sky Palace. In case the Very High have already found out, I should delay the news for as long as I can, Han Sen thought for a while. He was now planning to go back to the god area to hunt deified xenogenics for a while. That way, he could max out his deified gene tallies. But Han Sen didn't dare stay near the nirvana. He contacted Xie Qing King and made plans to live with him for a while. Xie Qing King immediately agreed to Han Sen's request. He gave out orders to send ships to collect Han Sr., you don't have to pick me up. I just need to know if it is safe where you are. I'm in trouble, and my identity can't be exposed, Han Sen said. Xie Qing King was chewing on a big cigar. With a pleased look, he said, a while ago, I bought a system that was part of the sky music area. There are 2 planets with life, and the views aren't bad. I bought them to use as a vacation home. You should consider living there. The sky music area is part of the 1,000 treasures. They are in charge of defense and security. Unless there is a universal war, I doubt any petty thieves would risk trying to break in. Holy crap. Do you earn that much money from writing comics? Han Sen's eyes were wide open. Xie Qing King had bought an entire system to use as a vacation spot. It was too ridiculous to believe. Call me Teacher Xie. I am the most famous author with the best-selling books ever. The books have millions of fans across millions of races across the entire universe, Xie Qing King said lazily, waving his cigar. Teacher Xie, does your comic studio need any extra hands? Han Sen was practically drooling. It sounded like easy money. Yes, but we don't need people like you who don't have active imaginations. There's also the fact that you're very stingy. Xie Qing King obviously wasn't mincing his words when it came to insulting Han. Senator Han Sen was rendered speechless. His personality was certainly rooted in reality, but he didn't lack imagination. Still, Han Sen had to admit that he had no artistic capabilities. Shaking his head, he struck an agreement with Xie Qing King and went to the man's vacation planet. Chapter 2775 Space Garden. Although he already knew Xie Qing King was very rich, after seeing the system that the man had purchased, Han Sen was well and truly flabbergasted. That was especially true when he saw Xie Qing King piloting a ZT-27 Ming King battleship to pick him up. Han Sen suddenly doubted that Xie Qing King had earned all this dough just by selling comics. The man had to be selling weapons on the black market or something. That battleship had once belonged to the Extreme King. It was the type of battleship only their kings could use. Ordinarily, only princes, princesses, and other royals were allowed to pilot such powerful ships. Although it was a small battleship compared to what some races possessed, the equipment, tools, and weapons on board were the best in the universe. That was especially true of its defenses. It could withstand the strikes of a primitive deified without even having its paint scratched. This wasn't something you could buy in your average street market. The Extreme King Prince Chrisman is a fan of my books. This was a gift he sent me, in exchange for the latest edition in my series. Xie Qing King looked and sounded so proud when he saw Han Sen's open-jawed astonishment. "You cow," Han Sen gave him a thumbs up. He had nothing else to say. He really did admire his old friend's success. There were a lot of humans, spirits, and creatures who had crossed over from the sanctuary in recent times, but he was certain Xie Qing King had been the most successful. But the key for him reaching this monetary zenith was a vast amount of self-determination. He got there himself, and he hadn't relied on anyone. Han Sen admired that. Snowball, who was sitting next to Xie Qing King, had received a complete makeover. It was wearing all sorts of fancy stuff. Even the dog tags on its neck were famous in the universe. It had a small, gentleman's hat upon its head, which just so happened to be a high-class treasure. Aside from the word rich, Han Sen didn't know how to describe the pair. "Old Han, have you ever thought about making your own mountain?" Xie Qing King tossed an arm around Han Sen's shoulders and passed him a cigarette. "What kind of mountain? We aren't some sort of gang." Han Sen rolled his eyes. Xie Qing King's eyes were serious. "That is precisely what I mean. Although my work is going well, the more I work, the more empty I feel. In this universe, I don't have a true place to call home. I don't have a territory. Everything within reach is controlled by others. And if I was ever to offend the wrong people, they could take away everything I own with a mere wave of their hands. That feeling sucks. Aren't you rich? Can't you just buy an abandoned system and build it up?" Han Sen said. Xie Qing King drew a long breath through his cigar and puffed out some smoke rings, then he gnashed his teeth and said, "That won't do sh*t. Without enough power to support us, having a territory is no different from having no territory." "Then what are you suggesting?" Han Sen had actually been planning this for a long time. It had long been his goal to mark out territory for himself in the universe. But there were many issues going on in the universe right now. Even if they were to take over a xenogeneic space, they might not be able to hold it. Xie Qing King seemed to be prepared for that question. He turned on a hologram and revealed a map of the universe. He pointed at part of the map and said, "Would you like to join me in taking a gamble? If we win, this big place will belong to us. What if we lose?" Han Sen asked, looking at that place. "Then we will just end up bankrupt and have to start all over," Xie Qing King said with a laugh. "Tell me about your plan." Han Sen's eyes were locked on that space. The two words read, "Space Garden." It was a xenogeneic space in the universe that belonged to the flower god race. The flower gods weren't a high race, and Space Garden was just a medium-sized xenogeneic space. In regards to their abilities, the flower gods didn't have the power or resources that the high races did. The flower god people were just good at making genofluids, and making genofluids had given them a higher stake in the greater universe. Even the top 10 high races couldn't replicate the genofluids they made. It wasn't like their genofluid skills were better than those of the higher races. Space Garden simply offered many nutritious genes. The resources that they used could only be obtained in the space garden. The space garden wasn't very big, but it had very special rules. As long as the flower gods held onto the space garden and didn't leave, the three highest races couldn't set foot there. While the flower gods made a lot of fantastic genofluids, their combat powers were rather weak. They had been working hard to improve themselves for many years, and at this point, no one knew how many genofluids they had produced and consumed. But there were no deified elites growing amongst them. They didn't have the power to become one of the high races. But the flower gods weren't to blame for their weakness. Fighting wasn't what their genes had been developed for. They just didn't have the right genes for combat, so it didn't matter how many genofluids they consumed. No deified elites would rise amongst them. On top of that, many factions were suppressing them. Again and again, they were stopped from trying to become one of the higher races. Because the flower gods knew they couldn't become stronger, they sought a lot of outside powers to bolster their own. Normally, if a race wanted to start a lantern war, all of their fighters had to share the same blood. If an outsider joined the fight, even if they beat the higher race, the lantern would refuse to light. But the flower gods had recently developed an intriguing genofluid. If one was to use that genofluid, they could temporarily possess the blood of a flower god. If a deified elite used that genofluid, they could be considered a flower god for a while and help the flower gods earn a slot amidst the higher races. The adopted warrior could light the lantern on the flower god's behalf. But such a powerful genofluid could only be used once due to the resources it cost. Even the flower gods couldn't keep producing that sort of concoction. Therefore, they were currently considering which deified elite would be willing to help them become a high race. People were evil. Even deified elites that had been friendly to the flower gods couldn't be trusted now. Therefore, the flower gods were hesitating to make a decision. They couldn't decide which elite to trust. The gamble Xie Qing King was talking about was in regards to the space garden. He wanted to get the space garden for himself. That was Xie Qing King's scheme. If he was able to claim the space garden, then even if the three higher races came for him, it would be pointless. As long as the space garden was in their hands, no outsider could enter. If the three high races cannot take the space garden, how can we claim it? Han Sen looked at Xie Qing King and asked. The flower gods aren't talented fighters. They own the space garden, which is a nice place. They also have great technology that helps them produce genofluid. Many of the higher races want it. They want to own the flower gods, but sadly, the space garden has its special rules. In all this time, none of the higher races have found a way to invade them. After pausing, Xie Qing King went on to say, the puppeteers in the shadows cannot enter the space garden, but they do not want the flower gods to become a higher race. They are afraid that if the fitness of the flower gods was improved, their race would become dangerous. So, they are trying to suppress the flower gods every way they can. Although the flower gods have the potential to become a high race, they are forced to remain a low race. That means that if the flower gods want to become a high race, they have to do more than just beat another high race, Han Sen said with a frown. You are right. Otherwise, looking for a deified elite that could help them wouldn't take much time. But looking for one that could sort out all of their issues and not affect the reputation of the flower gods. That is hard. If the elite was too weak, there wouldn't be enough power to help them become a high race. If the elite was too strong, the flower gods wouldn't feel safe. Therefore, the flower gods have been unable to decide which elite can help them. Right now, the pickings are slim for the flower gods, but they are also offering a lot to the person they hire. If someone helps them become a high race, they will share the space garden with their new ally. Xie Qing King pointed at the map with a look of excitement. 2776 Bonk, the guy we need to talk to is called Violet. He is the spokesperson for the flower gods. The deified elites of many races have been trying to get in contact with him, so they can try their hand at earning half of the space garden. Xia Qingqing punched a command into his display to reveal the image of a flower god. Is it a male or a female? Han Sen looked at the flower god in the video. It looked somewhat like a very gorgeous human, but a flower rose from its head. This flower was a violet. It is a male. In the flower gods, both the men and women look very beautiful. Don't think that Violet is weak because of his beauty, however. He is actually very strong. He isn't simple-minded or easily influenced. I have contacted him before, and he is a tricky guy to negotiate with, Xia Qingqing said. If he was easy to push around, I doubt the flower gods would let him deal with such important matters. After all, this decision will be a pivotal part of the flower gods becoming a higher race. If they fail, their entire race could be destroyed. They need to be careful with such matters. Han Sen paused and then asked, which race do the flower gods wish to replace? I don't know yet. The flower gods are being very careful, and they don't leak information easily. Judging from what others have guessed, they would likely seek to take out the tree men that are next to them. The flower gods and the tree men have been in conflict for a long time, so they are already enemies. Furthermore, the tree men have been doing poorly in recent times. It has been a few hundred years since they had a deified in their race. They aren't exactly a powerful high race. They would be one of the easier races to knock down a peg. There are a few other targets, too. Xia Qingqing brought up all the information he had on the subject. Do these high races not have any allies? Han Sen asked, tapping his lip in thought. Yes, but because they aren't very strong, people don't take them seriously. Plus, the flower gods have connections with the ancient god. If they want to fight, it's unlikely that others would interfere. Xia Qingqing pointed out more information about Violet. He then pointed at the man's image and said, now, this guy is the key that we need. All we need to do is convince him, and then, we will be partnered with the flower gods and earn half of Space Garden. Xia Qingqing smiled at Han Sen and said, the crystallizers aren't thought of as a strong race. I don't think the flower gods will worry too much about you completely overpowering them. And then, all you need to do is use your power to impress Violet. Why don't you go there on your own? Han Sen didn't seem satisfied. I wanted to go, but I'm not deified yet, Xia Qingqing confessed hopelessly. He opened his palms. So, sometimes there are things you can't do yourself. Han Sen laughed. Xia Qingqing stared back at Han Sen and said, it isn't that I can't. It's that I can't do it yet. Han Sen stayed on Xia Qingqing's planet for a few days. The environment wasn't too shabby. It was almost like heaven. If it was a peaceful period, it wouldn't be a bad choice to retire there for good. Every day, Han Sen used the 4-sheep cube to access God's farm. He was hoping to see Wanner and God's knife again. But even though a lot of time had passed, Han Sen had yet to see them again. It was strange. Han Sen was initially worried that if he used the 4-sheep cube, he would be thrown back to the very high. But now he noticed that no matter where he was, he would travel to God's farm and then return to where he last used the cube. With things like that, it also meant he had no way of returning to the bottle world. If the very high went to visit him, they would learn that he had escaped. In fact, Han Sen's escape had already been discovered. A very high elder had planned to give Han Sen another full-body checkup, but when he went into the bottle world, he was unable to find Han Senator. This surprised the very high a lot. Han Sen had escaped from their Alpha Hall without anyone noticing. As far as they were concerned, this was very bad. But the very high now believed someone must have helped Han Senator, otherwise, how could he have escaped? Exquisite was initially their prime suspect, since she had done it once before. But after a thorough investigation, they realized that it couldn't have been exquisite. After confirming that it wasn't exquisite, matters became more complicated. They believed there was a traitor in the very high that their investigation had failed to uncover. He really escaped. Exquisite was more shocked than any of the other very high. She hadn't believed Han Sen when he insisted that he would get out on his own. But a short time after she had last seen him, Han Sen had done as he promised. This was quite unbelievable. Han Sen had been imprisoned by the Very High, the top race in the universe. Not even true God elites could escape from the Alpha Hall once they were trapped there. She couldn't imagine how Han Sen had managed to do what he had done. The Very High tried to predict where Han Sen might go, and they used some special Geno arts of deduction, but they were unable to catch his trail. They hadn't the faintest trace of a clue as to where he had fled. That made the Very High even more certain that there was a traitor in their midst. If there wasn't a traitor, Han Sen would have been tracked down by now, they believed. Han Sen, in the meantime, had just been introduced to Violet of the Flower Gods. The guy looked just as he had in the hologram. The man was so pretty that he could make a country fall. But a pretty face like that didn't influence Han Sen much. He felt like Violet was too soft, and it gave him the impression that the man was actually a toxic snake. Soft on the exterior, but filled to the brim with evil and poison. The prettier the snake is, the more toxic it is. I wonder how dangerous this Violet truly is. Han Sen wondered to himself. You said Violet hosted a banquet and invited many deified elites from all sorts of races. What does that mean? Han Sen lowered his voice to ask Xie Qing King next to him. I don't know. Xie Qing King fell silent, and then he said, maybe he wants to put the cooperation up as an auction, and have deified elites compete with each other. See who comes up with the highest price and whatnot. No way. That would be ridiculous. This decision will decide the fate of the whole race of the Flower Gods. They can't host an auction for something this serious unless the people in charge of the Flower Gods are absolutely nuts. Han Sen shook his head. In that case, I don't know. Aside from that, I can't really think of a reason that they would bring so many deified elites together. Contacting them via private means would be more beneficial. Xie Qing King really didn't understand much about politics. Han Sen looked around. He saw a few people he already knew. There was Dragon One from the Dragons, and Dia Robber from the Destroyed. Bai Wanjie from the Extreme King. Even Lone Bamboo was there. And there were many other deified elites Han Sen did not know. It looks like the Space Garden is a juicy morsel for a lot of races. There were so many competitors, Han Sen didn't think he would be the one to be contracted. These big races are like hungry wolves circling prey. The Flower King might not want to cooperate with them. We still stand a chance. Although Xie Qing King said that, seeing people like that all around, he knew how important the Space Garden was to everyone. It had exceeded his expectations, and he knew it wouldn't be an easy prize to win. Chapter 2777 Flower God Mutation. I'm sorry to have asked everyone to convene here today, but I'm afraid the Flower Gods have a problem. I regret to inform you that our plans have changed. To prevent everyone from thinking the Flower Gods are not reliable, we have asked everyone to come here so we can explain things in person. Violet's words were shocking to everyone in attendance. What happened to the Flower Gods? Is there any way in which I can help? Extreme King Prince Bai Wanjie quickly said. He had just become deified not too long ago. He was only primitive, so he definitely wasn't the highest-ranking deified that was present. Far from it. He was a crown prince of the Extreme King, however. He was one of the most qualified emissaries who had come to this meeting. Thank you for your concern, Crown Prince. Our race needs a favor. I want to invite you all to enter the Space Garden so that you can help my people. A stunned silence descended over the meeting. The flower gods had never let outsiders into the space garden. They wanted to keep it for themselves. People only knew that the space garden was full of high-level genofluid resources. As for what it looked like inside, hardly anyone other than the flower gods had ever seen it. Across history, only a few outsiders had been allowed to enter the space garden, and they were very close with the flowers gods. But the elites who had come to this meeting barely had any connection to the flower gods. Despite the fact that they were practically strangers, the flower gods were inviting them all to spend time in the space garden. The whole situation was quite strange. Violet seemed to know that everyone would think of this as suspicious, and so he quickly said, "The talents of my people aren't the only reason that we are able to create such unique genofluids. The primary reason, in truth, is that the space garden provides us access to resources not available to any other race. Therefore, no one has been able to copy the genofluids that we make." "Are you saying that something has happened to the resources that you use to create your products?" Dragon 1 asked Violet, tilting his head to one side. Upon hearing that, everyone thought what Dragon 1 said made sense. If there wasn't some issue with the resources of the space garden, Violet wouldn't be speaking so openly about the secrets of the flower gods. Violet nodded and said, "There is a very serious problem, and if we do not sort this out, I'm afraid the flower gods will no longer be able to create the special high-class genofluids that we are famous for." "What is the problem? You can tell us." "There are many elites here, and even the Extreme King's crown prince." "We can help you," Dia Robber said. "Yes. We will find a way to help you, together. We will not allow the genofluids of the flower gods to go extinct. That would be a great loss for the entire universe." Everyone was trying to show earnest support. But more than anything, they just wanted to learn the secrets of the genofluids. They were only offering aid because of the benefits they would receive. No one would help the flower gods for no reason. Violet sighed and said, "I really want to tell you all so that we can sort out this problem quickly, but this information is a matter of national security to the flower gods. The leader has commanded us not to tell anyone. Otherwise, we could be exiled." "Violet, what is that supposed to mean? You asked us to come here, but now you're not telling us anything." "In that case, how are we supposed to help?" demanded a deified elite with a short temper. Violet's face looked glum. He sighed and said, "The flower gods would like all of you to come to the space garden to help our race. But before you enter the space garden, I cannot tell you what is going on there. I know this is rude, but we have no choice. What is happening is too important for my people, and so we cannot risk leaking our secrets. You aren't telling us anything, and yet you want our help. How are we supposed to know if we can help?" Bai Wanjie said. "We know this is very awkward for everyone involved, and if you don't want to enter, we won't try to force you. We would rather let our resources be destroyed than allow our secrets to become public knowledge," Violet said. "What you're saying doesn't make sense. Even if you don't tell us now, we will still learn your secrets once we go in." "Yes. So, you must tell us now. And then, when we go, we will find a way." But no matter what people said, Violet was stalwart. He wasn't going to give them a single detail. "There's really no point in continuing this conversation. If you really want to help us, our race will pay you back. We will do everything in our power to return the favor. If you aren't willing to help, then that is also fine. But right now, this situation is an urgent one. I need to return to the space garden with haste. Anyone who is willing to help us can journey to the space garden with me now. Otherwise, we will part ways here and hope that we can meet again someday." Everyone was talking quietly amongst themselves. They had never expected something like this to occur. But quickly, someone spoke up, agreeing to help the flower gods despite the lack of information. The person walked over to join Violet. Han Sen and Xie Qing King looked at each other. They seemed to know this was how things were going to be. Everyone was interested in the secrets of the flower gods. Otherwise, they never would have come in the first place. Now, there was a chance for everyone here to see the secrets with their own two eyes. No one would miss out on a chance like this. Even if there was a conspiracy at play, the flower gods were a small race. They didn't have any deified elites to wreak serious harm upon the elites that had gathered here. The flower gods depended on the space garden and the genofluids they produced. That was their only claim to fame. The elites who had come to this meeting were mostly deifieds, so they weren't afraid of anything the flower gods might do. Even if the flower gods were planning something devious, the elites believed that their powers would be enough to escape whatever mischief might befall them. Are we going? Han Sen asked Xie King. Since we are already here, it isn't like we can simply leave. Let's follow and have a peek, so we can see what our future territory might look like. Xie King shrugged his shoulders as he spoke. You are right. Han Sen nodded. But now, he was playing the role of Xie King's subordinate. He couldn't speak out of turn, and so he had to let Xie King do the talking. Violet wasn't turning anyone away. He was more than happy to accept anyone who was willing to go to the space garden with him. Kings and deifieds alike were joining the crowd that was preparing to leave. Before they headed out, Violet told them that the trip would be a very dangerous one. They needed to think this through carefully and make sure that they wished to come. However, in the end, every elite that had come to the meeting decided to follow Violet. They all entered the Flower God's battleship and left the planet that belonged to the Thousand Treasures. Han Sen and Xie King were inside, as well. Because there was a mix of high races and low races, it was a real melting pot. All that diversity also meant that Xie King and Han Sen didn't stand out too much. As Han Sen and Xie King were getting a bite to eat in the battleship's restaurant, Dia Robber approached. He seemed excited to see Xie King. Are you the author of Overbearing President Love Luov, Teacher Xie? I am Xie Qing. Xie King had gotten used to this sort of thing happening. He smiled amiably as he spoke. It really is Mr. Xie. This is great. I have finally met Teacher Xie. I am a big fan of your comics. Dia Robber passionately grabbed Xie King by the hand. Han Sen was frozen. Dia Robber was the future of the destroyed. He was a guy who could kill people with a wave of his hand. He was also a fan of Xie King. It was hard for Han Sen to wrap his mind around. Is this guy for real? Han Sen wondered. He never would have thought that someone like Dia Robber would like comics. The destroyed was probably just looking for an excuse to get close to Xie King. Teacher Xie, can I have your signature? Dia Robber asked, whipping out a pen and paper and holding them out so that Xie King could jot down his signature. Of course, Xie King said in a friendly tone. He grabbed the pen and started to write his signature. He wrote his name like a dragon and a phoenix that were flying together. Why did his signature look like a dragon and a phoenix dancing? Han Sen couldn't tell what words they were supposed to be, or if they were even words at all. They were jumbled and looked conjoined. No one could have read what Xie King had written. Dia Robber looked as if he had found a treasure. He took it very seriously and carefully hid the notepad back within his clothing. Chapter 2778 The Space Garden. Mr. Xie, unless it is truly necessary, I suggest that you do not go to the flower gods, Dia Robber suddenly said to Xie King with a hushed voice. Why is that? Xie King glanced at Dia Robber with a raised eyebrow. Since the battle powers of the flower gods are extremely low, they focus their efforts on protecting their space garden. In all the time that their race has lived here, very few outsiders have ever been able to access the space garden. Now it seems like they're letting everyone in. Don't you think that is a little suspicious? Dia Robber said as he sat down. It really is quite suspicious. Do you know anything about what is going on? Xie Qingqing asked with some curiosity. Dia Robber shook his head. Not really. But from what I have experienced in the past, I am inclined to believe that this will be a very dangerous trip. Teacher Xie, you are a man of great knowledge. There is no need for you to risk your life. It is fine. It is fine. There are some places I wouldn't dare to go, but with him protecting me, going to the flower gods should be okay, Xie Qingqing said, tipping a thumb toward Han. Senator Dia Robber could see the confidence Xie Qingqing had in his guard, and so he looked at Han Sen and asked, I have never formally met you before. Who are you? This is my bodyguard, San Mu. He is such a skilled fighter that he can battle 2 or 3 deifieds at once. Xie Qingqing was bluffing and hyping Han Sen up already. San Mu, if you have earned the admiration of Teacher Xie, you must be a very powerful person. I wonder where you are from, brother San Mu. Dia Robert didn't use a geno art to analyze Han Sen, but he noticed that he couldn't feel or discern Han Sen's presence. That surprised him. I'm just from a nameless race. You wouldn't know them, so it wouldn't matter even if I told you, Han Sen muttered, his voice dismissive and short. Xie Qingqing looked at Dia Robber and laughed. Don't worry about it. He has a bad temper. He's always like that, I'm afraid. Even to his boss. There is nothing that can be done about it. It's fine. People with power can get away with more than most. Just like Teacher Xie said, if Brother Sanmu can beat 3 enemies at once, then it's understandable even if he is a little abrupt. Dia Robber let out a slight chuckle. Even though you say he is good, I think he is just good at bluffing and being *CK, said a provocative voice behind them. The 3 of them looked over to its source, and they found that the voice had come from another table. There were 2 extreme kings, one of whom was the crown prince, by Wuxia. The other person was a young girl. She had a very intriguing and powerful presence, but judging from her age, there was no way she could have been deified already. She was the one who had spoken. Han Sen and the other 2 at his table had experienced a lot in their lives. Unlike ordinary young people, they weren't easily riled. They weren't going to argue with a little girl. They just pretended not to hear her and resumed talking. The little girl, upon seeing that her declaration received no response from Han Sen, grew bored with the thought of taunting them further. She stopped trying to rile others up. Because Violet had needed to cram everyone into a small battleship, there were a lot of deifieds in one place. It was only natural that arguments might arise. Fortunately, everyone had assembled there for a singular purpose. Until they reached the space garden, no all-out fights would break out. Han Sen tried to memorize the route to the space garden, so he could recall how to get back there if he ever needed to. But the battleship was moving too quickly. After a few space jumps, Han Sen lost track of where he was. Once they entered the xenogenic space of the flower gods, Han Sen finally understood why the place was called the Space Garden. What Han Sen saw was blankets of flowers covering sprawling meadows. The flower fields looked like stairs rising between the clouds. There were loads of weird flowers scattered everywhere that Han Sen looked. All of them were xenogenic plants of various levels. It was unbelievably pretty. The ship parked next to the flower fields, and then, Violet brought them down. After they left the battleship, Han Sen smelled the scent of all those flowers. While the fragrance was very strong, it wasn't cloying or overbearing. It had a natural tinge to it. Is this a canna lily? Dia Robber asked suddenly, looking at a particular flower. Han Sen and Xie Qingqing followed Dia Robber's gaze. There was a flowery vine that was 1/2 meter long. A few flowers had sprouted from the vine, and each bloom looked like a little girl practicing ballet. They looked very pretty. Yes. That is a canna lily. You have a good pair of eyes. Violet gave Dia Robber a thumbs up. But Dia Robber didn't seem to be happy about his discovery. In fact, he looked rather glum. After everyone's focus turned away from Dia Robber to move forward, Han Sen walked over to Dia Robber's side and asked, "What is it?" Dia Robber frowned and said, "From what I can tell, canna lilies should be deified plants. They grow in very unique environments, and their powers are never weaker than a primitive deified xenogeneic. The flower gods just grow them randomly on the side of the road. Isn't that a little too strange? It is surprising to learn that the flower gods can grow deified plants with such ease," Xie Qing King said with a frown. Violet kept moving. Han Sen and the others walked past countless flowers and fields of grass. There were so many varieties of plants, and Han Sen could only recognize a tiny fraction of them. But judging from the life force of the grasses and flowers, he could feel that they were nothing ordinary. They were all xenogeneic plants. None of these plants are ordinary. No wonder the flower gods can create so many genofluids. Han Sen kept looking around him. He didn't know what most of the plants were called, but he could tell from their life force that they were some good stuff. This is such a nice place. If we can take over this territory, we would never have to worry about resources. The xenogeneic plant resources here could feed 100,000 people, Xie Qing King murmured to Han. Senator Han Sen was thinking about something else, though. He ignored Xie Qing King. Xenogeneic plants bear fruit from time to time. As long as the seeds inside a fruit are not damaged, I can take them to the land of the fire phoenix to grow. I don't know how much that would reduce their growing time, though. Han Sen couldn't imagine how much he would gain if he could accelerate the growth of plants like this. If he brought a few seeds to the extreme living land, he could reap enormous quantities of xenogeneic fruit in a short amount of time. Then, he would most certainly become rich. We are nearing the place where the incident happened. Please be careful. Violet's footsteps slowed. Don't we need to meet the leader of your race first? Dragon 1 asked with suspicion. The leader and the others are already there, Violet said. He kept walking as he talked, so no one slowed down and they all continued following. Chapter 2779 Buried, Something is wrong. How come we have traveled all this way, but we have yet to encounter a single other flower god? Xie Qing King frowned and lowered his voice to speak with Han. Senator Han Sen had noticed the same thing. Violet was the only flower god they had seen this entire time. The only other people around them were members of other races. Since being in the space garden, they had yet to see a single other flower god. This was the home of the flower gods. Even if something had happened, they still should have been encountering other members of Violet's race. Everyone had warning sirens blaring in their heads. They followed Violet carefully as they flew through the space garden, but they didn't see anything dangerous around. And there was no sign of a battle either. It looked as if nothing concerning had actually happened. But when they reached the highest flower field, what they saw froze them in place. They saw many men and women with their bodies buried in the field. Only half their heads were sticking up above the soil. Each of them had a flower on their heads. Some of them were peonies, and some looked like chrysanthemums. Each flower was unique, and they all looked like they were opening in bloom. Clearly, the people who looked like carrots in the flower fields were the missing flower gods. Violet, what is this? Wuxia asked Violet. The flower gods buried in the ground were still alive, but they were as still as half-buried vegetables. Ever so slowly, their life forces seemed to be waning. I'm not going to lie to you, Mr. Crown Prince. The whole of the flower gods, myself excluded, are here, Violet said as he pointed at the half-buried heads in the field. Wuxia didn't ask how the flower gods had ended up in such a strange situation. Instead, he asked Violet, before you left the space garden, were they already buried this way? You are very smart, Mr. Crown Prince. Violet nodded and admitted this to be the case. So, when you said that the flower gods wanted to become a higher place, it was all a lie. A trick that you used to lure us here? Wuxia asked, staring at Violet. Yes. Violet nodded again. He clearly didn't intend to hide anything. Violet and Wuxia just stared at each other. They didn't look away. Violet went on to say, although I lied about the cause, I truly intend to offer you the prize that I promised. If any of you can save my people, we are willing to sign a contract that will offer up half of the space garden. Is that true? Everyone's eyes brightened. You guys have seen what has happened to the flower gods. Do you think we have the gall, let alone the power, to break our promise? Violet drawled. He wasn't in a hurry. What happened to your people? Can you explain it to us now? Wuxia looked at the heads protruding from the flower fields. The fields were indescribable. Flower gods were planted in the soil as far as the eye could see. There were millions of them. And with the small flowers rising from each head, they looked so pretty. It didn't matter how pretty they were, though. They were half buried in the soil, which made the whole scene rather disturbing. Violet was no longer trying to withhold information. For the first time since they had met him, Violet explained what happened completely. The flower gods were good at gardening, and they had discovered the space garden long ago. It was a suitable place for many xenogenic plants to grow. They thought they had lucked out, but they soon found out that there was something wrong with the xenogenic space. The leader of the flower gods buried himself in the flower fields, just like Han Sen and the others were seeing now. The flower gods didn't know why their leader did that, but they eventually figured out what was going on. They needed to appease the garden itself. Every once in a while, they would bring sacrifices to the garden. That way, the garden would no longer mess with their minds. As long as they kept the garden satisfied, it wouldn't force any of the flower gods to bury themselves. But as time went by, the space garden seemed to become hungrier. It required more xenogenics to support itself. 2 months ago, the sacrifice that they buried in the flower fields was useless. The flower god leader and many elites suddenly dug holes in the field and buried themselves there. Aside from Violet, every flower god was now buried there. Why didn't you guys bury yourselves as they did? Asked a small race deified as he looked on Violet with suspicion. Clearly, he didn't believe the tale that Violet was spinning. I don't know. Only I was okay. I don't feel any danger. And I don't know why this happened. That is why I am begging you all to save my people. We will never turn back on our word, Violet said with a look of seriousness. Have you tried digging them out? A king-class elite asked. That question was kind of pointless. The flower gods had been buried there for a while. Violet must have tried everything already. Violet would only have contacted outside deifieds if he had no other choice. He had exhausted all of his options. I can't dig them up. The soil might seem normal, but it is incredibly durable. You cannot dig through this land, and you might even hurt the people in the soil, Violet answered. One of the elites tried to grab a handful of the soil. The eyes of everyone watching widened. The kings, and even the deifieds, couldn't summon enough power to rip out a chunk of that turf. What kind of soil is this? Why is it so resilient? A king-class elite asked in shock. I don't know. When they dug the holes to bury themselves, it didn't seem that difficult. But when I tried digging them out, I couldn't dislodge even a tiny piece of the ground. Violet explained the situation to them once. The elites tried many tests, but each attempt to crack this puzzle failed. They were unable to free the denizens of the flower fields. Many of the elites focused on the task with feverish intensity. They thought of all kinds of methods, trying to get the half-buried flower gods out. But their efforts accomplished nothing. All of their attempts were fruitless. One deified elite even grabbed a flower god by the head. The flower god's neck almost broke, and he still didn't move an inch. The elites were there to save people, not kill them. So, the deified elite stopped trying to yank the head out. Sanmu, what do you think is going on here? Xie Qing King turned and asked Han Senator. He didn't know what to make of the half-buried flower gods. It's a bit creepy, to say the least. Han Sen squinted slightly as he spoke. He was checking out those half-buried flower gods, but he seemed to notice something weird. It's almost like the entire space garden is giving off a life force. What if the space garden itself is a giant creature? When Han Sen came up with an answer, it was something that not even he could believe. Chapter 2780 The Excavated Flower God. If anyone here can save our race, we will give you a key to half the space garden, Violet declared once again. He was keen on making promises, it seemed. Half of its entirety will be shared. That is our pledge. The group of elites had all reached the space garden via the flower god's battleship. They weren't aware of the route they took to get there or even how they had made it through the border of the xenogeneic space. Because of that, they still didn't know if entry to the space garden required some special password or technique. So, even if they took down the space garden now, there was no point in doing so if they wouldn't be able to find or enter it again. As a result, no one tried anything suspicious or hostile. Based on what Violet had said, it seemed that something special was required to enter the space garden. And that made everyone think. This was obviously a very difficult and vulnerable moment for the flower gods. But if Violet had dared to bring them all here anyway, then that had to mean he had contingencies in place. He couldn't simply be carrying a special item on his person that would allow them to access the space garden at a later date. All the deified elites were looking at the half-buried flower gods, and as they did, Han Sen was also thinking. Then, he leapt into the air and flew up into the sky. He wanted to look down on the space garden from above and see what it looked like from a bird's-eye view. But as Han Sen flew, he noticed a shadow flying alongside him. Someone else had obviously had the same thought. That shadow noticed Han Sen, too. They glanced at each other, and Han Sen realized it was the little girl that had been following Bai Wanjie. They had met briefly in the battleship's canteen. The girl didn't look any older than Bai Wanjie, but the crown prince seemed to respect her a great deal, judging from the way that he treated her. Han Sen couldn't correctly guess her identity. The Bai family had many princes and princesses, and Han Sen had never been able to meet them all. And there were many other members of the royal family, as well. Not to mention that Han Sen had seen only a few of the extreme king superiors. "What are you doing up here?" the girl asked with a lift of her lips. "I am admiring the view," Han Sen replied with a smile. "Humph. You are weird." The girl turned away from Han Sen and continued flying high. Han Sen knew how to teleport, but if he used it openly, some of the elites might recognize it as God's wonder. He didn't want other people to see it, so he didn't use it there. The space garden was only the size of a planet, but that didn't affect its rare and unique properties. When Han Sen flew high enough to see the whole of the space garden, he was stunned to discover that the entire place was like a giant Ganoderma lucidum mushroom with many layers. The flower fields were like steps, and they were all a part of that mushroom. It was put together with an amazing level of detail and complexity. Now, Han Sen was able to confirm his guess. The space garden could very well be alive. Maybe it was a very high-level planet xenogeneic. Growing plants on a plant xenogeneic seemed quite unbelievable, now that he really considered the idea. But Han Sen had seen all the beings that lived within the black hole spider before. This was certainly possible. "What do you see?" the extreme king girl asked, flying over next to Han Sr. "I see a big mushroom." Han Sen smiled. "Humph. You were boasting about your strength when we were on the battleship, and yet, you cannot see anything." The girl lifted her lips. So, do you see what's actually going on? Han Sen asked. Of course. The little girl looked quite cocky. She patted herself on the chest. You are too young to see anything. Han Sen pretended not to believe her. The girl shot him an arch look, and she said, being older doesn't mean someone is better. Just like you. You have eyes, but you are still blind. You cannot see anything. Then tell me what you see, Han Sen said. Full of confidence, the girl said, of course. If I see it correctly, the space garden itself is a giant plant. It is a very high-level xenogenic. It could even be true God class. But its life force is so weak, it looks as if it is going to die soon. Violet said that when the flower gods made genofluids a long time ago, they used a special material that was native to this region. I didn't believe it back then, but I sure am starting to now. If this is a true God-class xenogenic plant, the xenogenic plants that grow inside it will adopt its elements. Even an ordinary species that develops here will become different from those on the outside. The girl really did seem to know her stuff. Just like Han Sen, she seemed to think the space garden was one large xenogenic plant. Han Sen looked at the little girl with shock, and he thought to himself, the Extreme King really are different. With their knowledge and their power, they really are much better than smaller races. If you think the space garden is a true god plant, then what do you make of all the flower gods that are buried in the field? Han Sen asked. The girl really liked how amazed Han Sen was, and she answered, that is difficult to judge. It could be that the xenogenic plant knows it is dying, and thus, it is trying to collect more energy to keep itself alive. Either that, or the flower gods themselves signed a contract with the xenogenic plant. Right now, the xenogenic plant is going to die, so the flower gods must die with it. There are many possibilities, but until we learn more, it will be difficult to tell which explanation is correct. In that case, how do we find out the truth? Han Sen was truly flabbergasted this time. The Extreme King had many resources, but such powerful materials still took time to absorb. This girl was so young, and so, he was surprised that she had so much knowledge. The girl thought for a moment and said, the only way to learn more is to dig up the flower god people. And then, if we fully examine their bodies, we are bound to learn a clue or two. That is easier said than done. Didn't you see the power of those deified elites? Even they could not dig up the soil in that garden. Han Sen lifted his lips. He had been infected by the girl's mannerisms, it seemed. He had already adopted her gestures. The girl glanced at the field with disdain. You underestimate the deified elites. I don't know about any others, but I know for sure that Wuxia is not that useless. If he thinks hard enough, he'll find a way to excavate the flower gods. The only thing that matters, following that, is the fact that whoever we excavate will probably die. With my knowledge of him, I think he is going to strike gold real soon. Isn't Wuxia your senior? Han Sen asked when he noticed that the girl wasn't using an honorific when she referred to Wuxia. This weirded him out, and so he felt compelled to ask. Who told you Wuxia was my senior? That is backward. I am his senior, the girl said while looking at Han Sen angrily. Han Sen wanted to say something, but he saw Wuxia do something just like the girl had predicted. He started to do something special. As Han Sen watched, the man selected an average member of the flower gods. And then, out of nowhere, Wuxia pulled out a wine cup. He covered the flower god member with it, and then pulled him up. The flower god had been motionless and almost completely buried in the soil, but now Wuxia was pulling him up little by little. His head and his neck were showing. Furthermore, the flower god's body didn't seem to be injured by the pull. He looked fine. Wuxia kept on pulling. Soon after, the flower god's feet popped out of the soil. Many people turned to look at him. While everyone turned to observe the excavated flower god, the flower god opened his eyes. The flower on his head opened, and it exploded with a powerful substance chain. The creature jumped furiously at Bai Wanjie, who was the closest. Weird. I thought the flower gods didn't have deified elites. Han Sen was shocked. That flower god had substance chain powers that only a deified should have possessed. Chapter 2781 The whole race mutates. Bai Wanjie's own substance chains exploded. He punched the flower god in the chest. If the power of that blow had been delivered to another deified elite of the same level, the foe would have been severely injured. But when the strike landed on the newly emerged flower god, only the being's clothes were damaged. The creature itself merely staggered backward, then lunged at Bai Wanjie again. Everyone was shocked. They knew what the flower gods were like. Even if they were very good at making genofluids, their battle powers were lame and their bodies lacked strength. There wasn't a single deified in their entire race. Right now, the flower god had been able to absorb Bai Wanjie's strike and remain totally intact. This was a truly frightening thing to witness. Bai Wanjie's body flashed. He swung another fist that brought a black hole with it. He sucked the flower god into the black hole. Everyone nearby could see that the black hole was about to close and exile the flower god into space. But suddenly, a purple flower opened. It appeared in the mouth of the closing black hole and wedged it open. The power of the black hole strained to close itself, but it couldn't make any headway. The purple flower came further and further out of the pit. It looked like a creepy face that was smiling. The next second, a pair of hands came out of the purple flower and ripped apart the black hole. And then, the entire purple flower emerged from the remains of the black hole. Everyone was shocked. That creature had used the raw power of its body to tear a black hole to shreds and fight its way back to reality. That was a very scary physical power. Oh, no. How can the flower god possess such a scary body? Everybody watched as the flower god fought back against Bai Wanjie, and it wasn't showing any signs of weakness against its enemy. Bai Wanjie cycled through a few dozen geno arts as he attempted to repel the foe, but he wasn't able to heavily damage the flower god's body. Violet, since when have the flower gods added such a powerful deified to their ranks? Congratulations, a deified elite said to Violet with a cold smile. Violet shook his head. This is an Earl-class flower god. He is just a very ordinary person. He shouldn't be deified, and I do not know where such power came from. The deified elite started to say something else, but his face suddenly changed. Someone screamed aloud, all the flower gods are coming out of the earth. Han Sen could see what was happening down below, and indeed, all the flower gods were fighting their way out of the soil. A single one of these creatures was hard to deal with, but now, tens of thousands of the buried monsters were emerging. If they were all as scary as Bai Wanjie's enemy, then the situation had just taken a rather horrifying turn. But the elites didn't think that was likely. It simply wasn't possible. If a race all became deified, then deifieds wouldn't be special anymore. I want to see what is going on with these guys, a deified elite said while generating a substance chain. It became a scary bolt of lightning that arose from the ground to strike a flower god. Boom! The lightning slammed into the flower god, blowing the creature's armor to bits. But the body of the flower god was still sound. It was crystal clear like jade and wholly untarnished. The head of the flower god possessed a flower that appeared to be blooming at just the right moment. This guy, is he deified, too? The faces of the elites were growing pale. Dragon 1 and Dia Robber felt like something was wrong. Fall back. Something is wrong with these things, Dia Robber called for his people to retreat. Bai Wanjie was even more certain that they needed to leave. He jumped out of the fray, looked around, and saw the girl in the sky. He flew up to her and shouted at the little girl, saying, "Great aunt, something is wrong. This is too dangerous. We have to go." But before Bai Wanjie could drag the girl away, the flower god he had been fighting with leapt after him. Arg! A king was torn in half by a flower god woman. His blood and guts were spilled everywhere, leaving a chilling pool of viscera on the colorful field. Right now, the flower gods that came out of the ground all had deified powers, regardless of their age or gender. And they didn't speak after they emerged, either. They were enraged, and they mindlessly attacked anything in front of them. Pang! Xia Qing King punched a flower god man in the face. The force of his blow rebounded, and Xia Qing King was sent shooting away like a meteor. The bones in his hand were shattered. F***CK. What the hell is going on? How can this guy have deified power and speed? His voice was drowned out by other sordid screams. The whole of the space garden echoed with the sounds of terrified cries. Deified elites like Dragon One could barely keep their own fear in check. The kings weren't faring too well, and they were falling one by one to the flower gods. They weren't fast or powerful enough to fight back, and neither could they flee. The flower god people had all sorts of flowers on their heads. They were killing everyone they could reach. Where is Violet? Han Sen ran next to Xia Qing King. He swung his fist and punched away the flower god that was coming for Xia Qing King. The flower god that was punched by Han Sen, although it flew away with a cavity in its chest, didn't even seem to notice the pain. It was like the creature didn't know that it had been injured. It just got up and started running back at them. I don't see him. He was right here, but now he is gone. Xia Qing King said as he fell back away from the fight. Something is very wrong with the flower gods. We shouldn't stay here, though. We should get out of here as soon as we can. Han Sen pulled Xia Qing King away, wanting to lead him out of the space garden. Pang! Han Sen tried to fly out of the space garden, but he hit an unseen barrier. It bounced him and Xia Qing King back. Oh no! It is a space wall. Without the key to open the space wall, we cannot get through. Brute force won't get us through, no matter how much power we throw at it, Han Sen said with a frown. D***M it. If I became deified, I could punch them all to death and we wouldn't have to flee, Xia Qing King said with a streak of bitter depression. Now isn't the time to whine about what we can't do. We have to find Violet. He's the only person who can get us out of here. Han Sen used his Dongxian area to the max of his abilities. He scoured the whole of the space garden, trying to locate Violet. It was a mess down there. Every elite was in a similar situation to Han Sen, and none of them could escape. They had to fight the flower gods or die trying. But the flower gods all held the power of deified elites. They were all so strong. The king-class nobles didn't stand a chance against such powerful enemies. They were being torn apart where they stood. Even deified elites, against the 10,000 flower gods who were coming after them, were in grave danger. Lone Bamboo stood by himself, wielding a jade sword. He moved quickly through the flower gods, and wherever the jade sword went, a flower god was slashed and sent soaring. But even though his sword was powerful, he still couldn't kill the flower gods with it. Lone Bamboo wasn't the only one who was struggling either. Bai Wanjie, Dia Robber, and Dragon One were faring terribly, too. No one was able to kill a flower god. Chapter 2782 God Corpse Catcha. Bai Wanjie used a deified weapon to slice straight through a flower god's brain. But even though its bisected brain and body fell into the soil, the creature healed so fast that the process could be seen with the naked eye. The creature was back on its feet in moments. That big space garden was filled to the brim with the acoustics of killing. The kings were basically all dead, and the deified elites themselves were not faring very well. Deified blood was everywhere. Let's go. Han Sen looked at Lone Bamboo. The talented Sky still had the power to fight, so Han Sen wasn't too worried about him. He grabbed Xie Qing King by the arm and flew tens of thousands of meters away, heading deeper into the space garden. The lower reaches of the space garden weren't too safe either, but Han Sen had detected the presence of Violet somewhere around there. Han Sen sensed that Violet and a few other flower gods had survived the violent rapture, and they must have escaped to someplace below. A few of the flower gods emerged, and Han Sen swung his fists to punch them away like sandbags. Many of the enraged beings tried to stop them, but Han Sen couldn't be stopped. He fought his way through the space garden to reach the deepest recesses of the realm. He eventually came before a tree, and he struck the trunk, knocking a big hole in it. The tree was apparently hollow, and Han Sen hauled Xie Qing King inside with him. Once they were inside, flower gods that were chasing them backed off. "This place seems weird," Xie Qing King said quietly as he followed. "Indeed, it is weird," Han Sen agreed with a nod, glancing around warily. They were walking down a subterranean path, but the walls around them were not made of dirt or stone. They were very large vines that had woven themselves together like a solid wall. Furthermore, the vines were semi-transparent, and so they looked like blood vessels. Han Sen could barely make out the shape of the vines, but he could tell something was moving inside them. They hadn't walked for very long when they suddenly saw the space ahead of them start to widen. It led to a giant, empty void. Countless tendrils had gathered together to form the walls of that giant underworld. Han Sen found Violet and the other flower gods there. They were standing in front of a huge vine that connected the floor to the ceiling. "Violet, you are a very evil man. Your tricks have brought harm to a lot of good people. Do you think you can get away with such acts in this universe?" Han Sen asked, walking slowly up to Violet. But Violet and the others didn't even spare him a glance. Their hands were folded in a praying gesture, and they were mumbling something to themselves. Violet did answer him, though. He coldly said, "If we didn't do this, the flower gods would have become extinct. There would have been no future for our people." As Violet spoke, Han Sen and Xie Qing King reached him. They looked at what he was keeping his attention on, and they saw a creature inside the pillar of tangled-up vines in the center of the enormous room. It was sitting there, and it looked like a giant. The creature had to have been 100 meters tall. Its entire body was like jade. The surface of its flesh shimmered like crystal. Tentacles coiled around its body, latching onto the creature in various places. They kept absorbing a substance or energy out of the giant. "What is it?" Han Sen asked, looking at the giant that looked like a jade statue. He felt a familiar presence from the giant. "He is God," Violet answered, his eyes looking very impassioned and earnest. "God? What kind of god is he?" Han Sen asked with a frown. "He has no tear. He isn't like those rubbish deified creatures. This is an actual god. It is God, and God can do anything." Violet's expression looked like that of a deranged madman. "How do you know he is really God?" Han Sen finally understood why that giant had a familiar presence. It was because, even though the being seemed to be dead, its body still had that feeling Han Sen despised. It wasn't really God. It was a god like King June. "I just know it," Violet coldly grunted. Then, he quickly explained, "The space garden you have come to know used to be a small Ganoderma lucidum. It was only the size of a man's hand. But due to an accident, the small Ganoderma lucidum spores landed on the god's dead body. It absorbed the god's power, and it has been growing all the way up until now. The Ganoderma lucidum's body became its own xenogenic space, and it spawned so many xenogenic plants. If this being is not a god, then what sort of creature's corpse could offer such power?" Han Sen looked at the jade giant. For all he knew, gods couldn't attack creatures of the universe. But also, the creatures of the world shouldn't be able to touch them either. If that jade giant really was a god like King Jun, even if he died, it shouldn't be possible to use his corpse as a base that other beings could grow off of. What is this thing? Could it really be the corpse of a god? Han Sen's heart pounded as he tried to think. Before Han Sen could ask anything further, Violet kept on talking. He seemed pretty excited. Our ancestors witnessed the beginning of the Ganoderma lucidum's parasitic claiming of the god's corpse, and they guarded this place with their lives. They tried to figure out what the god was, exactly. But they were never able to find out. Our race, however, started to grow many flowers on our heads. These flowers gave us the ability to evolve quickly. Although we have been developing quickly, we've been struggling to catch up to the other creatures of the universe, which have been evolving for billions of years. The speed of our development has accelerated dramatically, though. It was like a big jump for our people. After many generations of research, we finally found a way to absorb God's power directly. We just had to turn ourselves into plants. We have imitated the Ganoderma lucidum's parasitic claiming of the god's corpse, in a way. It absorbed the god's corpse's power, and we intend to do the same. I don't think that your plan is going all that well. Those flower gods have power, but it looks like they were driven insane in the process. Han Sen now understood why the flower gods suddenly possessed such frightening levels of power. It was due to them leeching off the god corpse's energy. Yes. But we can say that we succeeded as much as we can say we failed. We used the tentacles of the space garden to allow ourselves to absorb the god corpse's power faster. We don't need to eat the xenogenic plants to gain God's power anymore. This way is faster, and our people are evolving much faster, which proves that our theory was correct. In the past, it was impossible for us to gain a deified elite. But right now, after directly absorbing the power from the god's corpse, everyone has started to become deified like it was the easiest thing in the world. As he said this, Violet's face was brimming with pride. But it is a shame. Right now, at this time, a complication has shown up in the bodies of most of my people. They cannot handle the power of the god, and so they have started to become plants. Even their thoughts are starting to decompose. They even buried themselves in the soil to behave more like a plant. But I am different. Why are you different? Han Sen knew this was the most important point. He stared at Violet, who was looking more insane with every minute that passed. Violet's face looked so prideful, it couldn't be described. I am the chosen one. I can accept God's power. I won't become a vegetable like the rest of my people. I do, however, have a minor issue. I have to pass a test that God Himself gave me. Chapter 2783 God's Power, What Test? Han Sen asked, his expression remaining completely impassive. I need the genes of other creatures to keep myself from turning into a god. Violet turned to look at the giant jade god. His eyes looked very sincere as he spoke. Xia Qing King laughed out loud. He lifted his lips and said, "You make it sound so good. I think you need the genes of other creatures to avoid turning into a vegetable. This is a test given to me by a god. It is the first step on my path of ascendance." The first step for me becoming a god, Violet said coldly. He didn't seem shaken or put off by Xie Qing King's mockery. Han Sen was still a bit confused by all this, so he asked, "If you need the genes of other creatures, why aren't you gathering the genes from the creatures that are dying up above us? Why are you praying to the god down here?" Violet smiled and said, "I don't need to take part in the chaos on the surface. When you guys came down here, everything was settled. You guys will become the sacrifice to the god, and I will take his place. If I'm understanding you correctly, what you're saying is that you aren't the one who needs the genes. It's him, isn't it?" Han Sen asked, pointing at the giant jade god. You are quite smart. The power of the god's corpse is too strong. If I absorb it immediately, my body won't be able to withstand its power. But if I let the god's corpse absorb the genes of other creatures, those genes might help to soften the god's energy. Then, I can absorb the power of the god's corpse. Once the power is diluted slightly, it shouldn't be as destructive to my body. It seemed like the plan had almost succeeded. Violet was in a good mood, and he clearly wanted someone else to appreciate how successful his plan had been. That was why he was taking the time to brag to Han Sen and Xie King. Han Sen sighed and shook his head. You are pathetic. I didn't think you would be so stupid as to do something like this. You are about to become his sacrifice, too. Violet smiled and said, I know what you mean, but that's impossible. When gods die, they die. It doesn't matter how powerful they were in life, once they're dead, they're just inanimate objects. Are you sure that is true? Han Sen kept an eye on the jade giant. He didn't think a god would die so easily. Of course. I want to let him absorb the genes of other creatures, and I have expended a lot of effort making this happen. The more genes he has, the more power I will get. Violet sounded very confident. Han Sen didn't know if all the men who had fallen under a god's thumb were this dumb, but it was clear that Violet was completely convinced. It was like Violet was being sold as a slave, yet he was taking pride in calculating how much he was worth. Time is almost up. You guys should offer up your power for me to become a god. As Violet was speaking, a jade substance chain rose from his body. The purple flower on his head turned green and sparkled like a piece of crystal. Deified power is nothing special. When I become a god, I will show the universe the true meaning of power. True god deifieds will be eliminated on a whim. The very high, ancient gods, and extreme kings will be wiped out. The only high race in the universe will be the flower gods. I will be the leader of the universe. Violet's eyes were brimming with passion. What a naive kid. You should wait until you've become a god to make proclamations like that. Xie King quickly retreated. Then, he shouted at Han Sen, Brother, I will leave you to deal with this psycho. Get rid of him. I don't want to become food. Since when did you learn how to fall back? Han Sen thought that was strange. Xie King had retreated. That had never been the man's style before. It would be stupid to fight when I know the likelihood of my death is very high. Xie King lit up a cigar and clamped it between his teeth as he spoke to Han Sr., I'm not deified yet, so I will let you perform. Enjoy the moment before I catch up with you. When I become deified, your time to shine will be up. This guy is becoming more and more human. Han Sen looked at Xie King happily. When he was in the sanctuaries, he had been blinded by the need to fight. He would never have behaved so rationally. Teacher Xie, I like your comics, and I admire your talent a great deal. But real life is not a comic. Right now, Bai Wanjie and those other nobles are nothing compared to me. I am stronger. I am afraid your guard will be of no protection to you. As Violet spoke, his substance chains became green vines. They writhed like long dragons as they reached out for Han Senator. In the blink of an eye, Han Sen was trapped between the vines. He was wrapped up like filling in a dumpling. Teacher Xie, before I kill you, I will let you witness the power of a god. It is a shame you will be unable to draw this for one of your comics. Violet's eyes looked spaced out. The green vines were hollow like hoses, and they looked as if they were going to suck something out of Han Sen's body. God is above everything. God controls everything. God can take away everything. Although I am not God, I can take anyone's power for myself. Violet's face was full of haughty confidence as he finished boasting, but then his eyes widened. The green vines were attempting to suck Han Sen's power out of his body, but it wasn't working. Nothing was being drawn from him. That confused Violet a bit. Xie Qingqing laughed and said, I forgot to tell you. You aren't God yet. And even if you did become God, it would be pointless. That is because the guy in front of you is God's daddy. Even if you become God, you would still have to kneel before him. What are you talking about? Violet didn't even get the chance to finish his sentence. Pang! The green substance chains that had become vines were suddenly shattered. Han Sen walked safely out of their clutches. He looked at Violet and said, that was the breadth of your amazing god powers. Impossible. Even Bai Wanjie couldn't tear down my powers so easily. But you. Who are you? Violet looked at Han Sen with shock. God's daddy. Han Sen said simply. He walked up to Violet, and his body was suddenly cloaked in half-transparent white armor. His form was wreathed in a white flame. Violet recomposed his power with the intent of fighting Han Sen, but when he generated his green substance chains, he froze. He was suddenly hanging in the air, and he couldn't move. It was like he had been pinned in space. You. Who are you? Violet was shocked as he realized he could no longer use his power. His body and his power were like a volcano that was ready to erupt, but he couldn't quite release an attack. Han Sen kept walking forward. The Dongxian area controlled the universal cogwheels of the encompassing zone. Unless Violet's power was stronger than his, the flower god wouldn't be able to use his universal cogwheel. He wouldn't be able to unleash his power. 2784 Sky Vine Radish. Violet's eyes opened so wide that they seemed to be on the verge of popping out of their sockets. But no matter how much strength he used, he still couldn't unleash the power that was brimming within him. He could only watch Han Sen approach. Violet tried to shy back from Han Sen, but he had lost all control of his body. Han Sen continued to approach him with the placidity of an all-powerful god. Just as Han Sen was about to reach Violet, the flower on Violet's head suddenly flashed with light. Many green sproutlings surged out of Violet's scalp and wrapped down around his body like jade tentacles. The vines formed a green set of armor. Catcha! Violet's body finally moved. The green air around his body was burning, and he was finally able to unleash his power. His emerald eyes peered through the vine helmet's slit. They were looking right at Han Sr. Should I call you Violet or God now? Han Sen asked, stopping in his tracks as he carefully examined Violet in his vine armor. My name is Sky Vine Radish, said Violet from within his armor. Although his voice hadn't changed, his tone and inflection sounded different. It was just a small change, but it was enough to make him come across as a different person. You really are a god? Han Sen asked, raising an eyebrow at Sky Vine Radish. I guess, Sky Vine Radish said dispassionately. A god that can satisfy one's wishes? Han Sen asked again. No. Sky Vine Radish's answer surprised Han. Senator Sky Vine Radish went on to say, my god body was almost destroyed in a god battle. I don't have the power to fulfill your wishes. Of course, if you guys can help me by making a wish that isn't too difficult to fulfill, then I can give it a shot. I could, for instance, level you up once so you can become a transmutation deified. You need power to fulfill wishes. In reality, don't those wishes only benefit gods like you? Han Sen sneered at Sky Vine Radish. Now, he knew for sure that Sky Vine Radish was just like King June. He was an empty god. But he looked damaged. Otherwise, he never would have gotten himself into this situation. Sky Vine Radish's eyes shone with a green light, and he asked, who are you? I'm the guy who will kill you. Han Sen suddenly exploded with his own power. He cast his Dongxian powers and had them firing on all cylinders. He threw a punch at Sky Vine Radish. The white phoenix flames licked hungrily around Han Sen's hand. Sky Vine Radish didn't show any indication that he intended to step back. Instead, with amazing speed, he reached out his hand and grabbed Han Sen's fist. Han Sen gathered up power to attack again, but it was blocked by his enemy. Although I am heavily injured and borrowing a low-level's body, pathetic creatures like you can't hope to compete, Sky Vine Radish proclaimed in a cold, distant voice. But the next second, Sky Vine Radish let go of Han Sen's fist as if he had been electrified. He stumbled backward, raising and clutching the hand he had used to grab Han Sen's fist. His hand was burning with a white fire. Phoenix flame. Are you a phoenix? No, obviously not. Sky Vine Radish looked at Han Sen in shock. His face was wrought with confusion. The phoenix flame refused to be extinguished, and it burned farther and farther across the god's body. In seconds, the god's entire arm was covered in flames. Han Sen hadn't expected his phoenix flame to be that powerful. His full power attack had been blocked by Sky Vine Radish, but his enemy hadn't been able to do anything to douse the phoenix fire. The man could only watch his body smolder and burn. Regrettably for you, you aren't a true phoenix. If you were, this fight would be quite annoying for my damaged body, Sky Vine Radish said to himself as he watched his burning arm. The phoenix fire was spreading all across his body, turning his form momentarily white. It was very strange to see. The phoenix fires were burning brightly, but after they passed over Sky Vine Radish, only the green vine armor was burned away. The body that the god had taken from Violet was left undamaged. When the phoenix flames disappeared, Violet's body was left looking perfect. Not even a single strand of his hair was singed. The vine armor encasing his body, however, was gone. The only thing that was missing from Violet's body was that flower atop his head. Beneath the ravaging fires of the phoenix, even that flower had been turned to ash. Han Sen could feel the presence of Violet's body change. What Han Sen now sensed was different from when Violet had been in control of himself, but it wasn't the presence of Sky Vine Radish either. Regardless, Violet didn't have his deified power anymore. Han Sen could feel his enemy's power fading and becoming insignificant. He was no longer even king class. Why is the phoenix's power so strange? It didn't hurt Violet. Is that a coincidence, or is that how it works? Han Sen's heart mulled over the conundrum. Han Sen didn't have time to think through the matter thoroughly, though. He ignored the currently unconscious Violet, and instead looked at the giant, jade god beyond the vines. Clearly, this was Sky Vine Radish's actual body, which had been damaged long ago. According to what Han Sen knew, gods were unable to directly harm beings of the universe, and the beings of the universe couldn't harm them either. But this god body was clearly some sort of exception to that rule. How about we make a trade? The giant, jade eyes of the being were still shut. Its lips didn't move, but even so, a voice bellowed through the air and rang in Han Sen's ears. I don't make deals with gods, Han Sen said flatly. Then he threw a punch at the jade giant. Pang! Han Sen's fist struck the jade giant's eye. It made the sound of jade stone being broken. Han Sen had used all his power, but the jade giant's body didn't move. The phoenix flame burned on the jade giant's skin, but it was only alight for a brief time before it was extinguished. It didn't seem to be capable of burning the creature's skin. If you really were a phoenix, you probably would stand a chance of harming my god body. But you only have the phoenix's flames. As you can see, that doesn't work on me. Why don't we just chill for a minute and talk, said Sky Vine Radish's voice again. Han Sen paid little attention to what the creature was saying, though. This might be his final chance to defeat a god. Who knew if he would ever get another opportunity like this one? Right now, Sky Vine Radish just wanted to talk things over. He could make himself heard to anyone in the chamber, but he couldn't move. His body was badly damaged, and even after all the years his remains had been here, it had yet to recover. Han Sen kept on punching Sky Vine Radish's body, and the god couldn't so much as twitch in retaliation. However, the only thing that Han Sen's phoenix flame could do was scorch a small part of its skin. "I told you. You cannot hurt my body," Sky Vine Radish said imperiously. "That might not be true." Han Sen retrieved his phoenix feather from Destiny's tower. He gripped it in his hand like a sword, then slashed across Sky Vine Radish's body. Screech! The white flames formed the shape of a phoenix feather. Han Sen thrust his weapon halfway into Sky Vine Radish's body. The resulting wound showed that Sky Vine Radish's flesh was green like jade, and green blood began to leak steadily from the open flesh. 2785 Killing Sky Radish. Han Sen stared with wide eyes at the wound that his phoenix feather had just delivered. Up to this point, Han Sen had completely failed to injure the god. Even his phoenix fires had only burned briefly across the monster's skin. But now, the phoenix feather was able to perforate Sky Vine Radish's indestructible god body. The white phoenix fires ravaged the wound. This injury was so small that it clearly mattered little to Sky Vine Radish and his god body, but to Han Sen, it was a very important step on the path to taking down Sky Vine Radish completely. If he was unable to harm the god body at all, how could he even think about killing a god? Han Sen had now focused his awareness on the phoenix flame that the phoenix had given him. He had originally wanted to get rid of it, but he hadn't expected that the phoenix flame used in conjunction with the phoenix feather would unleash such devastating power. It was able to slice open a god's body. But right now, Han Sen didn't have the time to sit idly by and think through all the ramifications of what he had just done. He continued to swing his phoenix feather with the ferocity of a furious storm cloud. Sword lights flew everywhere, slashing here and there across Sky Vine Radish's god body. As Han Sen cut Sky Vine Radish again and again, the flow of blood increased. "Stop or I will bury you!" Sky Vine Radish bellowed angrily. Han Sen ignored the warning. He kept slashing Sky Vine Radish's god body without relenting. He let the god blood splatter him. "This is blasphemy against God. Your sons and your grandsons and the rest of your filthy race will be cursed now and forever. Great disaster will fall upon you." Sky Vine Radish released an enraged roar into the sky, but over time, it slowly turned into a scream. And still, he couldn't move. Han Sen continued to slash the god body like a madman. Although each slash only cut a little bit into the god's flesh, after Han Sen slashed his enemy 1,000 times, then 10,000 times, he was able to open Sky Vine Radish's flesh to the bone. God blood poured out. "Catcha!" As Sky Vine Radish's voice kept up an unending stream of curses and profanity, Han Sen lost count of how many times he had slashed the god. But before long, he was able to lop the god's head off. That big jade head fell to the ground, creating a big crater in the earth when it landed. The jade skull's face was turned up toward the sky. The eyes that had been closed were now finally open. They glared at Han Sen right before the head shouted, "Gods can never die. Today, you have destroyed my god body, but I will ensure that your sons and your grandsons pay me back millions and billions of times more. All the women in your race will become whores, and all the men will become slaves. Catcha!" Han Sen thrust his feather sword into the god's eye, blinding it. God blood sprayed up like a freshwater spring, splattering all over Han Sen's body. Han Sen had nothing to be afraid of. Han Sen knew that his family was meant to fight these gods. He would not be intimidated by the empty threat of some ominous curse. Han Sen had seen how Sky Vine Radish treated the flower gods, so he knew that the gods never treated the people of the universe as equals. Gods thought of the people in this universe as little more than livestock. They would kill and eat the people that Han Sen knew for nutrition. If gods can eat people, then why can't people eat gods? Today, I, Han Sen, will be the first person to dine on the flesh of a god. Han Sen licked the god blood around his lips. It felt as hot as boiling water. Deified gene +1. God body evolution +1, just one drop of blood can raise my tally by one whole deified gene. No wonder you are considered a god. Han Sen looked at his fallen enemy with disdain. He didn't stop moving his sword. He kept slashing the corpse over and over. Every slash parted flesh and broke bones. There was a reason that these gods were creatures of legend. Even with a heavily damaged body, it was still so strong. Its strength was difficult to comprehend. Han Sen had decapitated the creature and perforated its heart, but he still couldn't kill it. I don't believe you can still live if I wholly dismember your god body. Han Sen continued to hack his way through the creature's flesh. He made sure to consume the blood that sprayed him. It was like he was swallowing lava into his belly. Han Sen felt as if his entire body was on fire. It was so hot, he wanted to take off his skin just to cool down a little. Deified gene +1. Deified gene +1, the announcements kept adding up. A single drop of god blood granted a deified gene. The body of a god could bring an unimaginable bounty of wealth to someone like Han Sr., God evolution 100%, can evolve. Finally, Han Sen heard the announcement that he had been waiting for. But he didn't have the time to evolve right now. He was determined to kill Sky Vine Radish and do it soon. He couldn't give the monster any chance to reassemble itself and regain its fighting strength. Dong! Han Sen had been cutting his way through Sky Vine Radish's giant skeleton, but his blade had come up against a bone that it couldn't cut through. The other bones had snapped with relative ease, but he couldn't even leave a mark on this one. Han Sen was shocked, and he leaned closer to the bone to get a better look. Han Sen didn't understand much about how these god bodies worked, but it was clear that this bone didn't resemble any of the structures in a human body. The bone snaked its way around the heart and lungs like a crooked vine. It was green, and it was only 2 meters long. A bone like that, in a giant god body like Sky Vine Radish's, was truly tiny. Interestingly, the bone was shaped differently than the rest of the god's skeleton, as well. Although most of the bones looked like they were made of a green stone, this one was rather transparent. Inside that bone, it looked like there were strange symbols floating. The bones seemed like something out of a dream, some mysterious item that could exist only in Han Sen's imagination. Let's make a deal. If you stop this, I can help you conquer the universe. Sky Vine Radish's voice quivered with something that resembled fear. Catcha! Han Sen acted as if he hadn't heard Sky Vine Radish. He slashed at the bone that connected the giant's heart and lungs, and it was sliced open. Arg! Sky Vine Radish screamed like his heart was being ripped out and his lungs torn open. He hadn't even moaned when his head was cut off, but now, he was squealing like a pig. That must have been your weak spot. Han Sen grinned in delight. He swung his phoenix feather at the strange bone even faster. Every slash struck the tether between the bones, the flesh, and the organs. He cut that tether slowly. Sky Vine Radish kept screaming and cursing Han Sen, but Han Sen remained undeterred. Han Sen might obey God, but not this sort of God. You will die. Sky Vine Radish suddenly screamed when he saw that Han Sen was on the verge of slicing through the strange bone. His god body flashed with a green light. His flesh began to glow like superheated steel. Oh, no! Han Sen suddenly understood what Sky Vine Radish was doing. The god knew that he didn't stand a chance against Han Sen, so he was going to self-destruct. Han Sen couldn't stop the god from self-destructing, so he pushed himself to strike even faster with his sword. He wanted to dig out the bone before the monster blew itself up. But Sky Vine Radish's body detonated far too quickly, and Han Sen didn't have enough time to cut the strange bone free. A scary power suddenly exploded from Sky Vine Radish's god body. It was like a nuclear bomb going off. Boom! At the top of the space garden, a green light shot into the sky like a volcanic eruption. Once it entered the sky, it spread out and began to shower the area. The light rain rained down across the flower fields, and the xenogenic plants that touched the light rain started to grow at an accelerated rate. The whole of the space garden changed. It was like the sky and the earth had been flipped. Han Sen exited his super god spirit mode, and then, he heard the announcement play in his head. Killed God Spirit. Obtained God Spirit. Found God Spirit gene. 2786 Fallen God in the space garden, a green light fired into the sky like an erupting volcano. It made that whole area shake. In every corner of the Geno universe, a green tear became visible in space. It was like the very fabric of the universe had been wounded. BZZT. In that green, ripped space, a giant thing that looked like the temple of some ancient god emerged from the crack. The Geno Hall. The creatures of the universe, seeing the Geno Hall appear before them, looked confused. They raised their heads to stare uncertainly at the mysterious Geno Hall. No one had any idea why it had shown up. The Geno being scroll fights finished up not too long ago. Why is the Geno Hall appearing again? I bet some elite triggered the door for another lantern fight. I don't think so. Last time, when Kong Fei fought, there was a different feeling permeating the atmosphere. This feels like something else entirely. Back then, all the stars arose. But now, it looks like there is a wound in the universe itself. It feels different from the way it felt before. Yes, what is going on with the green crack? This is incredibly strange. I have never heard of something like this before. Seeing the green crack, I feel kind of sad. I want to cry. What is going on? On the peak of Empty Mountain, there was a woman with a holy horn rising from her head. She was standing next to a beast with green fur. They were looking out across the universe's green crack. Their gazes were oddly intense. It has finally appeared again. It has been 1 billion years since I was last able to witness the sadness of a god. I miss the era of Mountain Leader, the man who could go against the sky and kill gods, break the doors, and mark his place. He became a god spirit. It has been 1 billion years since someone did something like this. Today, I am able to witness God's sadness once more, the green-haired beast said. He looked at the sight, an oddly conflicted expression on his face. I don't know who could go against the sky and slay a god right now, though. And even claim their god spirit seat. The horned woman frowned. This is a good thing no matter who has done it. It proves that the Geno Hall suppression is not infallible. Those gods are no longer omnipotent opponents. We can slay them and take their thrones, the green-haired beast said. It looked at the sleeping gold beast and said, this might be Empty Mountain's chance. With Little Mountain Leader here, nothing can prevent Empty Mountain from rising. Hearing the 3 words, Little Mountain Leader, the woman's serious face showed a rare smile. The blood of the Little Mountain Leader isn't pure, so its potential is unpredictable, but it can certainly become a true god. And then, it will be able to go against the sky and become something even greater. It will go into the Geno Hall as Mountain Leader did. People will then know that Empty Mountain is still here, and the race is composed of invincible blood. Inside a scary red dwarf, there was a hidden palace. Within that palace, there were many creatures that looked like humans. They were staring at the god's sadness in space. If Han Sen had been there, he would have been shocked to find God's retribution amongst them. He was a member of Blood Legion. What we knew would happen has finally come to pass. For the first time since Sacred, a war of gods has finally started anew. It is a shame that we haven't sufficiently prepared yet. A man with blue eyes stared at the sky and sighed. Although we aren't yet prepared, it isn't as if we don't stand a chance. Blood Legion has remained hidden for too long. It is time to fight the god spirits in the sky. Perhaps. The blue-eyed man looked at the green crack in the distance. No one could tell what he was thinking. On a small planet that belonged to the 1,000 treasures, an old man who was holding a cloth flag frowned and looked up at the green crack in space. He spoke to himself, saying, "This shouldn't be happening. Time isn't yet up. The Geno Hall's bindings should still be in place. Was someone able to kill a god right now? Weird. That shouldn't be possible." On countless mysterious places in the universe, scary elites stared at the green crack and the Geno Hall that was slowly appearing. All of them were thinking about different things. Some were very excited. Some were suspicious. Some of them were only watching. They were watching in the hopes of finding out who had managed to kill a god spirit and take the god spirit's place. The Geno Hall had completely revealed itself now. The whole universe went pitch black, and only the green light shone in space with its beautiful vacillations. The door of the ancient, mysterious Geno Hall looked like it hadn't been opened for 1 billion years. Today, it was finally opened again. This was different from Kong Fei's lantern fight. And it was different from ancient water gods' fight to break through the door. This Geno Hall's door was completely open. Any creature from any corner of the universe could see what was inside the door now. Inside the door was a giant statue that looked like it had been made from jade. Although it was just a statue, it was too intimidating to be described. The mere sight of it weighed on the mind like an anvil. When creatures with weaker minds looked at the statue, they found themselves kneeling before they even knew what had happened. But right now, blood was trickling down from the statue's eyes. The sight filled everyone who saw it with sadness. It was intimidating, but it didn't feel as threatening as one might have expected. With many creatures watching, that statue slowly came out of the Geno Hall. A webwork of cracks covered it. When the statue passed the threshold of the Geno Hall's door, it shattered into a countless number of pieces that scattered everywhere. The sky shook as if a thunderstorm was rocking space itself. It was like the sky was crying over the death of a god spirit. Who will be the new god spirit? Sky Palace leader squinted his eyes. He stared at the Geno Hall with its open door. A statue had departed the Geno Hall. There was an empty god slot up there now, and there was guaranteed to be a new master to claim the space. Sky Palace leader wanted to know who, in that era, could go against the sky and slay a god. The other people of Sky Palace felt the same way, too. They all stared at the Geno Hall door, and they waited for the elite who killed a god spirit to ascend to their rightful platform as a new god. But after waiting for a long time, they still hadn't seen a new being fly toward the Geno Hall to claim their seat. A voice boomed from the Geno Hall, sounding clearly across the nothingness of space. Sky Vine Radish has fallen. The god's personality is lost. Whoever has the personality of Sky Vine Radish can claim the god spirit seat. Every person in the universe was shocked. A god spirit had fallen, and the god's personality had vanished. They had never heard of something like this happening before. The elite that killed Sky Vine Radish should have taken their god personality to the Geno Hall and become a god themselves. What does it mean for a god's personality to be lost? Does it mean that the elite killed a god spirit and didn't take the god's personality? No way. Such a powerful thing. Why did he not take it? Maybe the elite died alongside Sky Vine Radish. It is possible. The hearts of many people were pounding in their chests. If the elite and the god really had died together, then anyone could find where the god died, claim the personality, and become a god themselves. As people all across the universe found their minds racing, the door shut, and the Geno Hall returned to the nether. But the sadness in the sky still lingered like a green mark. It didn't fade. Chapter 2787 God Spyri Han Sen was holding a bone that looked like a jade vine. He looked at it with curiosity. When Sky Vine Radish self-destructed, Han Sen used his super god spirit body to survive the scary self-destructive powers. The things around him were not so lucky. Everything else had been destroyed by that explosion. There was not even dust left. Only that jade-like bone remained. It was unharmed by that manic explosion. It was the bone Han Sen assumed to be Sky Vine Radish's weakness and the god spirit gene that was announced in his head. If I knew Sky Vine Radish's self-destruction would have evaporated all of his blood, I would have drunk my fill, Han Sen said with a greedy tone of voice. It was not easy to kill a god spirit, and now I am only walking away with a bone. Oh, no. Did Brother King die in the explosion? Han Sen thought of Xie Qing King, and nothing pleasant came to mind. Before Han Sen went looking for him, he saw Xie Qing King emerge from a cave with a face covered in dust. He flew toward Han Sen and said, "That thing was so strong. It almost killed me." Han Sen felt some relief. Fortunately, you were quick to escape the radius of the detonation. Otherwise, not even a deified elite would have been able to withstand that self-destructive explosive. Seeing that Xie Qing King was fine, Han Sen now had the time to check out his Sea of Soul. There was a giant spirit body that looked like jade. It was similar to Sky Vine Radish's god body, but Sky Vine Radish had a solid body. This was just a spirit body. When ordinary xenogeneics die, they leave behind beast souls, Han Sen said while he examined the spirit body's information. Sky Vine Radish left behind a god spirit. I wonder what the difference is. Sky Radish God, destroyed class god spirit, what does it mean for it to be a destroyed class? Han Sen's head was filled with questions. The levels of a god spirit seemed to be different from beast souls. There was no defined type, but there was a class. This was a destroyed class. Han Sen tried to summon his Sky Radish God and see what it could do. Sky Radish God's giant god spirit body suddenly appeared in front of Han Senator. Its presence was like that of a flooding beast. It was immeasurably scary. It was like it could blow up the world with one punch. Is this thing like a pet beast soul? Han Sen's heart jumped. He commanded Sky Radish God to punch a wall in front of him. Sky Radish God adhered to Han Sen's thoughts and did what he was told. The green god spirit light on his body shone as he threw a punch into the wall. With its power, it was going to blow up the entire space garden. Han Sen was worried about Space Garden being destroyed, but he was immediately frozen. Sky Radish God's power went through the wall, but it did not do anything to it. Even Sky Radish God's body went through the wall as if it was a phantom. Are these god spirits like gods? Can they not touch the substances of the universe? Han Sen tried to repeat the action a few times. No matter how strong Sky Radish God was or how much power it unleashed, it could not harm the smallest leaf. Han Sen was left fairly disappointed. I thought this was some good stuff, but it can't touch anything. This is rubbish. Han Sen suddenly thought, but that can't be right. If the god spirit was just like the other gods and could not touch or harm the substances of the universe, it proves they were the same kind. Does that mean the god spirit can hurt the gods? Han Sen was thinking that might be possible, but there weren't any gods willing to stand up to him. He wanted to try his hand at guessing. But why was Sky Vine Radish's actual body able to be harmed by ordinary creatures like me? Was it really because he was injured? Or, is there another reason? Han Sen continued to guess. He thought this entire thing was not that simple. Xie Qing King flew over to Han Sen and looked at him with confusion. What are you doing? You keep moving your legs and hands. Did the explosion break your brain? Don't you see it? Han Sen was confused too. Xie Qing King looked at Han Sen and asked, "See what? Do you mean the green vine that looks like a spear? The one you are holding? Don't you see him?" Han Sen pointed to where Sky Radish God was. "What? Who? Is there someone here?" Xie Qing King reached his hand out to touch whatever it was, but there was no solid surface. His hand went right through the Sky Radish God's God spirit body. "There is a weird beast soul that you cannot see or touch. It came from the guy who called himself a god." Han Sen explained the Sky Radish God situation to him. When he heard that, Xie Qing King was momentarily silent before saying, "So, do the god spirits look similar to the gods? Maybe it is just as you thought. Perhaps you can use them to go against the gods." "I sure hope so." Han Sen nodded. He had been feeling terrible about his inability to fight the gods and how he always had to be passive before them. If the god spirit was able to fight the gods, it would be a beast soul he would cherish more than any other. "Let's not talk about that." Xie Qing King looked around and said, "We made too much noise down here. I am afraid it is only a matter of time before people come. Let's just leave." Han Sen nodded. He put the god spirit Jin Bone inside his destiny's tower and committed to an escape alongside Xie Qing King. After they left, they saw the Geno Hall had been revealed. Han Sen heard a voice coming from the Geno Hall. He quickly realized that the god personality the Geno Hall was referring to could have been the god spirit Jin Bone. Han Sen was not going to take the god spirit Jin to the Geno Hall. He wanted to know more about the bone first. He thought the space garden would have been destroyed because of Sky Vine Radish self-destructing. When he looked closer, Han Sen noticed the space garden had not been destroyed. It had actually become bigger. He did not know how much bigger it was, but the plants' xenogeneics in the flower fields had mutated. They had become quite big and weird. Not far ahead, Han Sen saw a big tree that looked like a strange snake. It was releasing a scary presence. He was able to tell that it was a deified class. It seems that after Sky Vine Radish's power exploded and spread, it benefited the xenogeneic plants all around here. It has made them swiftly evolve. Now, the space garden is worth more than the old space garden. It will be perfect for us to build a base here. It is a shame Violet was blown to bits. That means we have missed out on the key to access the space garden. Xie Qing King looked sad as he spoke. There must be a way. In Han Sen's mind, he started to think, the space garden itself is a giant Ganoderma lucidum xenogeneic. If it is alive, that means we can talk, and I can convince it. But I am afraid this Ganoderma lucidum's intelligence might be low. If it doesn't understand words, it might be difficult to convince. While Han Sen was thinking, he heard the sounds of people coming from the left. They were headed for the battlefield. 2788 Big fire burns the flowers. The people fighting were a group of extreme kings. They were engaged in a battle against a dozen flower gods. The flower gods had not recovered after Sky Vine Radish's death. They were just as crazy as ever. They were still wildly powerful. As they went, their bodies kept changing. They had become extremely strong. When Bai Wanjie unleashed his power against a flower god, he could only send them flying. The flower gods were never slow in catching up. Bai Wanjie, who was a deified elite, was the only one who could do that. The others from the Extreme King were doing even worse. There weren't many of the Extreme King following Bai Wanjie. Most of them looked to be riddled with injuries. It appeared as if many had been killed. The girl Han Sen had spoken to before made strange movements. She was able to move perfectly when the flower gods chased her, and she was able to avoid taking damage from the fiends. Since they were not able to kill the flower gods, Bai Wanjie and the others could only flee. They did not have time to fight them face to face. Han Sen did not have much reason to be interested in their struggle. Plus, they were people from the Extreme King. Han Sen and the Extreme King had a deep-seated grudge with each other. Han Sen considered himself nice enough for not making things worse for them. Either way, he was certainly not going to make an effort to rescue the Extreme King's crown prince. When Bai Wanjie and the others walked past them, a few of the flower gods noticed Han Sen and Xie Qin King, then went to them. Bai Wanjie and the girls saw Xie Qin King and Han Sen, but they did not bring the flower gods to them on purpose. Bai Wanjie did not believe people could kill those flower gods, so he did not expect Han Sen would be able to do much of anything. They didn't draw the flower gods to them on purpose. When the few flower gods noticed Han Sen and Xie Qin King, they went after them. The girl shouted in Han Sen's direction. "Why are you frozen there? Hurry up and run." She had just finished shouting when she saw Han Sen throw a punch toward one of the flower gods. She could not help but shout, "Is this guy crazy? If he is trapped here and has a burden, he cannot even hope to escape." Pang! While the girl was thinking, Han Sen's fist powered into the face of one of the flower gods. The strong power blasted the flower god a few hundred feet away. It broke through many trees before collapsing to the ground. That power is unbelievable. The girl was shocked. Han Sen's punch was far stronger than what Bai Wanjie was able to do, which surprised her a great deal. Even if he is strong, it is futile. The flower gods can never die. Never, the girl was frozen. Her eyes were opened wide in sheer disbelief. The flower god that had been punched away by Han Sen was burning with a white flame. The flower gods had been fighting against them for a while. They knew the bodies of the flower gods were obscenely strong. Even if they were hurt, they quickly recovered. They did not seem to know the meaning of pain. Bai Wanjie had used many different Geno arts to punch them away. He had done this several times. All the different powers used hadn't been effective on them. He had not been able to make a single one scream. Now, the flower god was screaming and rolling around on fire. It squealed like a pig getting slaughtered. Han Sen and the other flower gods were not content to sit still. Han Sen's body was like a swimming dragon. He punched each of the flower gods once. Within the blink of an eye, they all fell on the floor. It was different from the flower gods Bai Wanjie had knocked to the ground. The flower gods Han Sen punched down were unable to get back up. They were all writhing around on the floor, burning due to the pain inflicted by the fire. It made Bai Wanjie and the others feel very weird. The scorching white flame was burning them, but the bodies of the flower gods did not look to be incinerated. Either way, the flowers atop their heads were rendered little more than ash. When the flowers were gone, so too was the fire. The few flower gods fell to the ground without any energy. They stopped screaming. They refused to get up and continue their assault. Bai Wanjie and the others sensed that the presence of those bodies had been weakened. They were not deified anymore. They were only king class at best. "What is that fire?" the girl asked with surprise. Clearly, Han Sen's power was the right remedy for sorting out those flower gods. "Thank you for helping me out." Bai Wanjie brought his people over to see Han Senator. He drew the final few leftover flower gods over, too. Han Sen quickly dropped all of the flower gods onto the ground. Again, they writhed around in pain due to the fire. Upon seeing that, the Extreme King people were shocked. They had been chased by the flower gods for a long time and run out of options. They thought they would for sure bite it in the end. After all, many people already had. The monsters, which had once been thought invulnerable, were killed by Han Sen with ease. They could scarcely believe it. That was especially true for the Extreme King girl. She looked at Han Sen weirdly, as if they did not know each other. "You are welcome, my crown prince," Xie Qing King said with a smile. We are all trapped here, and so it is only right that we help each other out. Bai Wanjie thanked Xie Qing King again. He looked at Han Sen and said, I wonder what your name is. San Mu, Han Sen coldly answered, but he did not look at Bai Wanjie. Bai Wanjie had no idea who he was. It seemed as if he really wanted to ally with Han Sen as he went on to profusely compliment him. Han Sen just ignored him completely. He didn't say a word back. San Mu is always like this. Please, do not mind him, Mr. Crown Prince. Xie Qing King looked down at the flower gods without their flowers. They were not dead. They eventually staggered up to their feet. Bai Wanjie and the others from the Extreme King were going to kill them, but the flower gods walked in front of Han Sen and kneeled. They said, Thank you for saving us. Please show us mercy and save the rest of our people. Han Sen did not speak. He looked at Xie Qing King nearby. Xie Qing King cleared his throat and replied, We can save you, but what can you reward us with? If you too are willing to save our endangered people, we are willing to share the space garden, an old flower god said. Xie Qing King smiled and said, I don't like sharing things. The faces of the flower gods changed. They understood what Xie Qing King meant. If you guys can save my people, the whole of the flower god race will be willing to serve you. It was still the old flower god doing the talking. Do you stay true to your word? Xie Qing King looked the old man up and down. Yes, I am the leader of the flower gods, the old man said with a sigh. Han Sen and Xie Qing King looked at each other. They sensed how happy they both were. They had broken their shoes, unable to find what they were looking for. Now, they had achieved it all with ease. Bai Wanjie wanted the flower gods, but he did not know who Han Sen was, and he was surprised by Han Sen's strange power. He did not dare fight him. He just watched Xie Qing King claiming the flower gods. 2789 Mutating the space garden. The flower god people had been controlled by Sky Vine Radish, but their minds were not consumed. After the Phoenix Flame removed Sky Vine Radish's power, they returned to normal with full memory regarding what had happened. They knew if the flower gods were unable to overcome the curse, they would end up like mindless zombies. Now, the space garden had undergone major changes. The whole place was occupied by scary deified plant xenogeniacs. With the power of the flower gods, they could not cultivate and develop the place. Therefore, they had to request the aid of Han Senator first. Only Han Sen was able to remove the curse plaguing the flower gods and free them from their doom. Second, Xie Qing King and Han Sen did not have notable backgrounds. Via them, the flower gods might be able to prosper in the future. It is no use just saying that. Xie Qing King looked at flower god leader and asked, How are you going to make me believe the rest of the flower gods will be willing to follow us? You too, please follow me. I have something to give you. After receiving it, you can completely control the space garden. The flower god leader had no hesitation in telling Han Sen that. Xie Qing King and Han Sen looked at each other. Xie Qing King nodded and said, Okay. If the flower gods really want to serve us, we will try to save the rest of the flower gods. They were ready to leave with flower god leader when Bai Wanjie smiled, stepped forward, and said, Teacher Xie, since we are trapped here and cannot leave, we would like to help. If Mr. Crown Prince wants to help, please wait here. If there is something we need, we will come to you. Xie Qing King was not dumb. He wasn't going to let Bai Wanjie and the others see the secrets of the space garden. If things are like that, we will wait here for your good news. Bai Wanjie did not try to push it. He let Han Sen and the others go off with the flower god. After waiting for Han Sen and the others disappeared, the girl asked Bai Wanjie, Nephew, why did you not kill them? The flower gods and Xie Qing King are not scary, but San Mu is an enigma, Bai Wanjie replied. His power is like the legendary phoenix flame. If it is a phoenix flame, he must have a true god phoenix supporting him. That is one of the sacred beasts. It is not something we can dare try to provoke. No matter which way you look at him, he doesn't look like a phoenix, the girl said. I thought the 4 sacred beasts were killed in a god war. That is why it is so scary, Bai Wanjie said. The 4 sacred beasts and 10 generals were killed in all the legends. These days, they seem to keep appearing again and again. Just now, a god spirit was killed. We should be careful. We do not want to get dragged into this grand, frightening conspiracy. You talk so much, but I think you're just scared of Sanmu, the girl said with a smile. I guess. After all, he is a scary bloke. If he has the legendary phoenix flame, I do not think I can fight him. Bai Wanjie was fine with being honest. Humph. The girl coldly grunted and said nothing. The space garden was 10 times bigger than they initially believed. Although the landscape had not changed much, there were many changes in the details. The scariest thing about all of it was the fact that the ordinary plant xenogeneics in the flower fields had all received a large boost in their growth. Some of them were now deified. As they traveled across the flower fields, they saw the fields had a xenogeneic with the upper body of a witch and the lower body of a big flower. Deified plant xenogeneic. Han Sen looked at that strange witch flower. He saw a weird, plant substance chain on her. She was obviously a deified class being. Has the queen flower already evolved that much? The space garden had many plant xenogeneics on the same level as the queen flower. If they saw boosts like the queen flower, the space garden will be a very dangerous place now. The flower god leader had a complicated look on his face. After he spoke, the queen flower opened her eyes. She stared at Han Sen and the others. Her weird purple eyes were glowing. Her purple-red flower clothes were waving in the breeze. She raised her jade arms. Suddenly, the garden had many thorny vines shoot out of the ground. They were like demon dragons headed for Han Sen and the others. Han Sen coldly grunted. He generated a phoenix flame and punched forward. The white flame went right past the flower vine. It was not able to harm the flower vine at all. Oh, *T. Does the phoenix flame only work on sky vine radish? Can't it hurt these vines? Han Sen was shocked. Those vines were covering the sky and the ground, and they were all coming. The faces of flower god leader and others changed. They did not believe Han Sen had the chops to fight the queen flower. Han Sen's eyes looked cold, but he did not do anything. He merely coldly shouted, "Damn." Then, his Dongxian area was cast around the vines of the flowers. They all stopped a few feet away from them. No matter how the queen flower shouted, the vines would not move. Han Sen did not use his phoenix flame. He teleported in front of the queen flower and punched the strange queen flower's body to blow her up. The flower god leader and the others were in shock. They thought, I do not know who this person is. I really cannot tell how strong he is. I do not know if the flower god serving him is a good or bad idea. For now, the flower gods were out of options. Aside from Han Sen, no other being was able to save the flower gods, which were being controlled. Deified xenogeneic hunted, queen flower. Deified xenogeneic gene found. There was no beast soul, and it made him feel ashamed. But the space garden had undergone many changes, and that managed to keep his spirits lifted. There were many plant xenogeneics in the space garden, which meant that the realm had a lot of resources to plunder. For Han Sen and the whole race, that was a good thing. Han Sen killed a few more mutated plant xenogeneics on the way, but he did not encounter any more deified xenogeneics. Under the guidance of the flower god leader, they arrived at a city made from vines. The vines used to build the city were once dead objects. Now, they were booming with the vibrance of a healthy life force. They grew green leaves and all sorts of flowers. The entire Vine City's aesthetic was given a big boost in the pretty department. It thrived with an unbridled life force. The flower gods were visibly surprised to see what had become of their city. With a wry smile, one of the flower gods said, "The space garden is living up to its name. It has become a garden. I love this beautiful garden city. I am going to live here." Xia Qing King expressed his love for that garden-like city. Pang! Suddenly, a fighting force erupted someplace in the distance. The flower god leader's face changed. Someone has invaded this land. The flower god treasure is placed. We need it to control the space garden. Han Sen frowned. He hastened his pace to reach the place the flower god leader had referred to. Chapter 2790 Flower Seed. When Han Sen rushed to that location, he saw that 20 to 30 flower gods were no longer themselves. They were attacking a swordsman. That swordsman was clad in green attire, and he was doing fine despite the conditions of him being surrounded. No matter how strong the flower gods were, they could not lay a finger on his garments. Every sword strike unleashed could damage a flower god. Although the destructive power was not enough to kill the flower gods, they were able to make the flower gods lose their abilities of combat for a bit and fail to chase the swordsman. Lone Bamboo really is so powerful. Han Sen was shocked. He recognized the swordsman as no other than Lone Bamboo. Even though Lone Bamboo was strong, he did not have enough power to kill the flower gods. After all, they were creatures under the control of a god. They had special powers and were very difficult to kill. Han Sen pulled out his phoenix feather and flashed forward. It was one strike for one enemy. The flower god struck by the phoenix feather burned. They were crying in pain on the floor. Not long later, the flowers on their heads turned to ash and their bodies returned to normal. "You have very powerful sword skills," Lone Bamboo said. "What is your name?" "San Mu," Han Sen answered. Lone Bamboo was shocked. He looked at Han Sen with a weird face. There's no way this guy noticed something, Han Sen nervously thought. Lone Bamboo said nothing more. The flower god leader and the others assembled. They were gasping as they asked, "Lone Bamboo, did you get my flower seed?" Lone Bamboo smiled. "I have heard one of the elders of the race say the flower gods control the space garden through the use of a seed. I was going to go and claim it, but it is a shame that the location of the seed has been captured by a scary xenogeniac. Not even I can get inside there." "Xenogeniac? What's xenogeniac?" The flower god leader was shocked. The location of the seed should not have had any plants or plant xenogeniacs around. Even if the space garden xenogeniacs had mutated, there should not have been anything in that particular location. I am not sure what kind of xenogeniac it is, but it is a kid in a red robe. He is bald and has a red mole on his head. Lone Bamboo described what the xenogeniac looked like and said, "That xenogeniac's power is weird. It can control the xenogeniac plants all around it. That place has been taken over by a dozen deified xenogeniac plants. I was unable to gain access." When the flower god leader heard what Lone Bamboo had to say, his face changed. He screamed and asked, "Could it be that the flower seed has mutated and become a xenogeniac? If that is true, then that is most terrible. What is the flower seed anyway?" Xia Qing King asked. The flower god leader knew there was no point in hiding things. He replied, "According to the records of my people, when the Ganoderma lucidum spores landed on the corpse of the god, it absorbed the god corpse's nutrients and transformed the space garden. As a matter of fact, the space garden is one giant Ganoderma lucidum xenogeniac. That flower seed came with the Ganoderma lucidum spore, but it did not grow. Even so, it had a weird connection with the Ganoderma lucidum. If you possess the seed, you can make the Ganoderma lucidum adhere to your commands. If the flower seed has mutated, we cannot control the Ganoderma lucidum xenogeneic anymore. It will not just be the space garden that falls. There is no telling if we can make it out of here alive. In that case, it is worth going to check out what exactly happened. Han Sen was not worried. Even if the flower seed had become a xenogeneic, he still had a chance to claim it. The flower god leader looked worried as he led the way forward. Not long later, he saw the city ahead of them had already been taken over by plant xenogeneics. The flower vines looked like serpentine dragons, and the flowers looked like giant butterflies. The giant flower trees had many women on them. Their lower bodies were like slithering snakes. This area was like heaven for monsters. There were so many weird plant xenogeneics gathered there, and they were very scary. On a vine tower that had a xenogeneic atop it, there was a child clad in a red robe. Its eyes were wide open as it checked out Han Sen and the others approaching. When the flower god leader saw the red-robed child, his face turned pale. He said, "That is it. That is what the flower seed has become. Its presence is just like the seed but stronger." Ah. Han Sen wanted to ask something, but the red-robed child stood atop the tower pointing at Han Sen like a madman. No one was able to discern what its meaning was, but they saw a xenogeneic with many butterfly flowers on it approaching. The trees began to move. Millions of butterfly flowers turned into real butterflies, and they all came at them like the rush of a tide. "Oh, no! Everyone, go back!" Lone Bamboo shouted. "This deified butterfly tree's radius is far too wide. I am afraid this is not something you and I can go against." "It is fine." Han Sen's heart jumped as he cast his Dongxian area. He was able to control the cogwheels of the entire universe in that portion of space. As he cast it, he saw all the butterflies in the sky appear to freeze. They were like stars that could not move. "You guys wait for me here. I am going to go check out that red-robed kid." After speaking, Han Sen went in the direction of the vine tower. The butterfly tree did not do anything, and the red-robed kid kept making noises. Han Sen saw the plant xenogeneics around the vine tower start shining with a god light. All kinds of power were coming toward him. Han Sen did not care for them. He kept going toward the red-robed child. Sky Vine Radish had only just exploded. All of its genes had scattered across the space garden, and it had made the plant xenogeneics mutate. The time was too short, and the plant xenogeneics were still mutating. They needed time to digest the Sky Vine Radish's genes. Therefore, their levels were not yet too high. The xenogeneics that had become deified were only just primitive. Han Sen used his Dongxian area at the maximum level. He used it to stay the assault of every hostile power. The many scary plant xenogeneics that got close to him lost their power. Everyone saw Han Sen walk past the scary plant xenogeneics. Wherever he went, the plant xenogeneics fell back. Their scary powers were reduced. Han Sen walked past many scary plants all the way to the vine tower. "This person. Who is this person?" The flower god leader was in shock. No one was able to believe Han Sen was merely Xie Qing King's bodyguard. A primitive deified had used his power to suppress many scary xenogeneics alone. That sort of power was something not even the extreme king or very high could muster. No high races produced individuals that intimidating. It does not matter who he is. All you need to know is that he is on our side, Xie Qing King said. His eyes were burning. Han Sen's power made him want to become deified too. The red-robed kid saw Han Sen approaching and that the scary plant xenogeneics were absolutely useless before him. He got annoyed and stared at Han Senator. His body produced a strange red light. 2791 Red-robed child. Han Sen did not know who the red-robed child was. He saw his body flash with a red light. It was flickering like a police car's siren. He did not walk forward. He just stopped and looked at him. He wanted to see what sort of power the child wielded. It was wild to be able to control the powers of a plant xenogenic, but the space garden was not populated by high-level xenogenic plants yet. The primitive deifieds had all been summoned there. After looking at Han Sen, the red-robed child suddenly developed a strange smile. Han Sen then saw the plant xenogenics all around gather power. They were not going for Han's senator, they were going for the red-robed child. There was a sword tree full of old swords. It was becoming a scary sword light. It created a rain of swords that stormed down on the red-robed child. The witch-like flower vines were lashing out on the red-robed child too. All kinds of scary powers were mustered, and they were coming out from the sky and ground. They did not cut the red-robed child any slack. What is going on here? The plant xenogenics are attacking him. Han Sen was not the only one confused by this. Xie Qingqing and the others were too. It was difficult to understand what was going on and why the plant xenogenics were suddenly attacking the child. Han Sen frowned and looked at the red-robed child. The red-robed child looked back at Han's senator. He had a weird smile on his face. He did not look as if he was going to come under fire by a massive amount of plant xenogenics. Seeing the scary power descend on the red-robed child, the sword lights were going to strike his skin. It was at that moment the red-robed child's body exploded with a red light. It was like a hole full of bugs. In the next moment, something weird happened. Han Sen felt some power come down on him. He did not have time to react. His body suddenly teleported. He appeared right where the red-robed child was a second ago, and the red-robed child appeared where Han Sen had been a moment before. It was like they had just swapped space. It was fine to swap space, but the scary power was surrounding Han's senator. The power was already able to land on his body. It disabled him from being able to use Dongxian area in time. Boom! A countless number of scary powers struck Han Sen, creating a terrible explosion. Half of the entire flower city was reduced to rubble and ruin. The colorful explosion was like a colorful sun rising. Oh, no, the faces of the flower god leader and the others changed. None would have thought that the red-robed child had a power like that. It could swap places with the enemy at will. Han Sen did not have time to run. Being hit by so many scary powers like that, it was likely a transmutation deified was going to be rendered nothing but a crippled person. Do not worry. That guy wouldn't let himself be taken out that easily. Xie Qingqing was not worried in the least. The red-robed child had a very smug grin. When the explosion started to disperse, the smile on the red-robed child's face froze stiffly and queerly. Han Sen was able to walk out from that explosion with armor that was as clean and new as ever. It was burning with a white phoenix flame. He did not look like he was injured at all. "You are very weak," Han Sen said as he squinted his eyes at the red-robed child. Before the red-robed child responded, Han Sen's body flashed like a bolt of lightning. He teleported in front of the red-robed child, grabbed him by the collar, and picked him up. The red-robed child started to scream and flail his limbs in a futile bid for escape. The red light on his body exploded again. The red-robed child suddenly swapped locations so that he was the one holding Han's senator. The red-robed child looked very cocky again. He applied strength with his hands. He was planning on throwing Han Sen at the plant xenogenics. Before he had a chance, Han Sen grabbed him by the hands and threw the kid down. He then smacked him on the butt. Whoa! The red-robed child had been slapped. It gave the child teary eyes. He was crying, and his red light was going to explode again. This time, the red light merely flashed. The Dongxian area had already stopped the universal cogwheels that were responsible for the switching. The red light that came out of the red-robed child's body froze where it was. Suddenly, it just vanished. After 2 switches, Han Sen was able to see through how the red-robed child was able to fight. His power was far weaker compared to Han Senator with the control of the Dongxian area. All his weird powers were useless now. Spank! 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 Han Sen waved his hand and slapped the red-robed child's bum a few times. The red-robed child was crying. The red-robed child only had the power to control the plant's energenics and swap locations. His battle power was weak, and he was unable to fight back. Han Sen was not cruel in case the red-robed child ended up being the flower seed. He might have perhaps needed him to control the space garden. He did not know what might happen if he was killed. Plus, Han Sen was curious about the red-robed child's power. He thought the red-robed child's power had to be space element, and that is how he could trade places with him. The second time the red-robed child used that power, Han Sen stopped the space universal cogwheels around from running. Yet, the red-robed child was still able to swap places with him. Therefore, it was not solely space powers in his employ. Although Han Sen saw what universal cogwheels the red-robed child used, he did not know what element those universal cogwheels were adhering to. Therefore, he did not know what the red-robed child's power was. If you be a good boy and listen, I will let you go. Han Sen stopped his butt-cheek assault and picked up the red-robed child. His face was full of tears as he looked at him. The red-robed child heard what Han Sen had told him. He felt terrible, but he nodded. It was like he was scared. Han Sen thought the eyes of the red-robed child looked a bit evil, but he did not care. He loosened his grip on the red-robed child and let him go. The red-robed child was free again. The red light on his body flashed. Instantly, what was in front of Han Sen changed. The red-robed child turned into Xie Qin King, but he was not standing where Xie Qin King had been before. The red-robed child stuck out his tongue at Han Senator. He wanted to escape, but he was quickly grabbed by Lone Bamboo. The red-robed child's face exploded with red light again. Lone Bamboo ended up grabbing Flower God Leader. The red-robed child was where the Flower God Leader was. His power was extremely tricky. Although his battle power seemed weak, people did not dare attack the red-robed child because they were afraid of hitting their allies the next second. As the people kept changing, no one knew what to do. The red-robed child had already managed to escape, and he was far away. He made another mocking face toward Han Sen, turned around, and went toward the sea of flower vines. The moment he turned around, he saw a shadow in front of him. The red-robed child hit it. He ended up bouncing back. It was then that he noticed it was Han Sr. Do you want to leave? Han Sen squinted his eyes and looked down on the red-robed child. It gave the red-robed child a chill. The red light flashed on his body. He sought to escape via someone else. This time, it was a futile effort. Han Sen's big hands picked the child up and extinguished the boy's red light. It was like he was bringing back a mischievous puppy.